Welcome back, one and all, to the road to the international. It's TI season, it's the China qualifiers, and we are finally going to find out which one of the first teams qualified from this region, who's it going to be, as today, on the final day, it's all about going to TI itself. My name is Snail, and yet again, I'm joined by my main man, Lizard. Big Liz, how you doing, OG? How have you felt about the journey we've been on so far in these qualifiers?
It's been great. It's always great, dude. Whenever we're doing any events together, like I enjoy myself thoroughly casting with you. And overall, the games have been like realistically very one-sided. We only had a single best of 3, the two of us. Yesterday, of course, we had Vici Gaming versus Team Refuser as well, going the full distance, which was to be expected. I feel like that could have been the finals. Like that easily could have been the finals, and one of the finals. And overall, Team Refuser, when it comes to their names, you could maybe even expect them to take it against Vici Gaming, but unlucky. Didn't work out this time for them.
Unfortunately, it did not for them, and they're going to have to wait until next year to try and get another opportunity. But today, we do get two teams that have a direct shot. One best of 3 is all that separates them from staying at home on the bench and going directly towards TI. Yakutou brothers taking on Team Resilience. Two squads that not only have they come on clean through the upper bracket, neither of them have dropped a single game. So whatever loss you take here, it's going to hurt extra hard because it's going to be the first time that you actually suffer an L in the qualifiers.
Yeah, we didn't really cover any Yakult bros or Yakutou brothers. So it's fun to see them. It's always fun to see Yakult and the bros stepping it up. They have a very strong team, a couple of names that you're always happy to see. And of course, their captain, I think everyone is happy to see him playing, performing. If he makes it to TI again, dude, like I'd be very happy. He's not at World Cup, but he could be at TI at least.
10 seconds remaining.
As we are about to get into this, let me weave y'all a picture. We do have the drop before us. We will analyze it, don't get me wrong, but let me weave you a picture, Liz. Check this out, right? I was thinking about these two squads and the similarities between them. There's the superficial similarity of just having 2 players on either squad. One team has Echoes, the other team has Shanya, who've never been to TI, right? And normally that can be a kind of a bad thing, but then you surround them with a player or two that's been to TI, hasn't done so well, you know? Erica's done decently at TI, ZZQ's done decently. Tianming and them, though, have done amazingly. You have a lot of players there who have been not just on the penultimate day, but got to the final day of TI. There's podium finishes of TI on both of these squads. But that's just the superficial similarities. If you just go player for player, Lo and Erica, very similar come-ups, right? Erica was supposed to just be a stand-in for Vici because they couldn't get 23 Savage during the pandemic. Erica stands in for them, does an amazing job. They keep him, boom. Now he's got a long, flourishing career ahead of him. Same thing that happened for Lo, right? He wasn't supposed to be the guy helming Extreme Gaming as the carry, but then they couldn't get any of the other carries that they actually wanted, so they were forced to settle, quote-unquote, for him. 2 years later, there he is, top 4 at TI. So then you're like, damn, boom, okay. Echoes and Setsu. Echoes feels like he's where Setsu was like 3 years ago. Earlier on, both of them have similar problems, right? Promising players who weren't able to be consistent in the teams that they were on. But now Echoes in this last year especially has looked incredible. Setsu's also looked incredible. Echoes just needs to surround himself with the right people. Then he could also end up like Setsu and clock a young top 8 finish at TI. Shanyu and Yu, the offlaners, literally started at the same time, bro. We literally watched them grow as new players. Shanyu was the first person that went to LGD. Didn't work out for him. He had to go join IG afterwards. New replaces him. Boom! Top 3 at TI for that guy, immediately. So it's like their paths started simultaneously, parallel. It diverged for a little bit, but now they're curving back together. Planet and Kaka, I sort of feel, I don't know if you agree, that Planet is like younger Kaka. If you think of the heroes that they play, Rubik, Nyx Assassin, Earth Spirit even. Not many Earth Spirit players from the 4 position in China in totality. There's like 3 or 4 of them. Planet is the newest kid on the block. And there was a time where Kaka was looking up to FY the same way that Planet has to look up to Kaka right now. But here, they're at the same moment. One of them's going to get there. We're going to see Kaka hopefully get his top 2 finish again at TI. And then the only point of real divergence is the support players. Because between Tianming and ZZQ, Tianming plays a lot more aggressively in the laning phase. ZZQ a much more defensive player, but that works perfectly because ZZQ, he plays with this crazy, hyper-aggressive carry player in Erica, so it makes sense that he plays more reserved and defensive. But Tianming is playing with Lo, who just wants to rise for 40 minutes, so it makes sense that he's the one that goes aggro, plays the Elder Titans, plays the Clockworks, and plays those kind of heroes. So All I'm trying to say is that there is no more two evenly matched squads in the entire qualifier. So it makes perfect sense that these are the two teams that are going to be getting the first slots. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We appreciate the time you've given.
It's basically a mirror. It's a mirror match, you know. We need to allow them to pick the same heroes as well to see who would come out on top. If I have this question now for you, if they had to play a mirror match on one side and the other, and you play all the comfort zone on Yakult one game, and then all the comfort zone on them the other, like Resilience the other, like which team would come out on top? Do you think that there would be someone that would play your own comfort zone better than you, is what I'm saying. ZZQ, that's not food, friend, come on.
I actually don't. If it was pure mirror, I'm gonna have to just back. I have to back Kaka, bro. You know, gotta back the Anks if that's the situation.
That's where I was actually going to, because to me, when I look at these two teams, Team Resilience, like they have maybe a little bit of a fresher, newer blood, absolutely, but Yakult, they have Kak. And for me, he's maybe the difference maker. And for me, it's always great to see him managing to muster a squad that can perhaps get to TI, perhaps do great things over there as well. I would like to see something like that happen. At the same time, from Team Resilience, you know, they're also... It would be kind of sad not to see them get to TI because, like I said, they aren't necessarily the young blood, but they also aren't the unks, you know, when it comes to the Chinese scene. So, speaking of Doom, is he an unk? Can I transition that somehow into a Doom pick? He's an unk, I guess, most likely.
Yeah.
He has his little Doomling cousins.
Yeah, he's an old man.
Yeah,
so.
This probably has some offspring and brotherly offspring. But let's talk about Doom here. Do you see the reason for him? I don't. Like, I see Doom as a very strong hero, but I don't see like a instant counter with the Doom pick. So they get themselves the Doom, they have a Hoodwink combo, it's alright into the Ember, but it's not really a target that you can easily Doom through the game. You'll be playing versus Clock, which is okay-ish. Right? You don't mind all too much, but you're also going to be playing into a Clock plus Drow, so that you might mind. This is a kind of a matchup for Doom where you might even have to get like a Ring of Protection early on. Drow used to be very strong versus Doom when Scorched Earth wasn't as busted. Right now it's playable, but you might still need like a ring. But in any case, it's a matchup that's played quite a lot right now in pubs, so I'm sure they're very comfortable on both sides. The paper is gone, by the way. Half of the paper on ZCQ is gone.
Because he's eating it. You gotta keep your secrets. He remembers what happened to Team DK TI4, where they had their strats leaked. So if you eat the strats before you go live, then there's no way the information can get out.
Makes sense.
One thing I'm thinking about this Doom that you're asking. I think maybe the rationale was that they were worried about a Chaos pick coming out on 18. So you pick up the Doom preemptively. You know that the Ember is not really going to be a Doom target, so you have somebody that you can always apply the skill to. But with Drow, that changes dynamics quite a lot.
They can safe lane it as well. Like, if they truly want to, if they think that there is maybe a different offlane that is better into Drow, if they think that there's like something that can absolutely demolish her, they could safe lane the Doom. I don't necessarily think that there is such a thing. I feel like 99% of heroes currently are just, you know,
10 seconds remaining.
Okay versus Drow, but not amazing. Even the high armor heroes like Axe and stuff, like the heroes that like to buy phases and chainmail very early on, and you know, like even them don't feel that incredible. So we'll see. They ban out the Naga, of course. Versus Drow, when you look at heroes that are usually good, it's your Nagas, your PLs, these kind of illusion-based heroes, or heroes that can jump her easily. Like, this is what you want, but the problem is, are those heroes as meta as Drow? They probably aren't. And why aren't they meta? Because their numbers just aren't as good. But yeah, let's see. So far, Team Resilience also needs an offlane, right? So
yeah, it feels that way. Need somebody else that can, I mean, Clockwork and Ember can hopefully start these fights. We need some frontline, it feels like, for them. Maybe an Aura buyer could be nice. Somebody that can, you don't necessarily need all the, you can pretty much decide what you need, right? You can get somebody who can build up a Lotus, some pipe. Pipe's not that necessary. But just some degree of utility from the offlane I think would be very good for them. They have initiation, they have damage, they have good lanes. Just need somebody that can go in on front.
I was thinking Slardar, but at the same time, as I was thinking Slardar, without saying it, I was also thinking, where the hell did this hero go? Like, he was literally the main offlaner in the last patch. Got nerfed a little bit. Soul Ring got nerfed as well, that messed with Slardar, but overall it still feels like a very decent hero. When it comes to other offlaners, what's left? I wasn't gonna go with Pango, to be honest, but okay, they get the Pangolier. Another hero that can be devastated when Doom gets Aghanims eventually. You know, if both Ember and Pango really struggle versus that AoE Doom if you can get on top of them. But of course, this is late game Dota we're talking about, and it will be the Tiny carry, which is something that we have seen quite a few times. Why does Tiny work well against Drow? Well, because his ulti literally gives him bonus armor. So that base armor that Drow likes to play against isn't really there on Tiny, so he always has at least 15 armor to work with through the game. And it makes their draft kind of nice. You know, you have some extra... you were talking about frontline on Team Resilience. What did Yakult need? They needed some secure way of stunning and initiating, and they needed it from their carry. There's not a lot of carries in this game that do that. It's like Tiny, Sven, and Wraith King, right? These other two are just garbage currently, unfortunately. So you're literally only left with a Tiny.
Tiny makes sense. We also saw yesterday the Tiny being utilized against the Drow Ranger. I wonder if he's going to do that same build that Shiro did with the Blink Dagger first before getting the Silver Edge. I hope he does, because it's a very similar draft, right, that he can play with. Can get there quickly on the Drow and have some quick follow-up from the Hoodwink or from the Storm Spirit. Hell, even the Marana is not a bad combination if she is nearby enough and you get a good enough Avatar's combination. The question is, though, Lizard, does this make you happy enough in the end? Because Drow has still been doing extremely well, and I do think Erika's been historically one of his best heroes. So from here, what are you thinking for game one?
I'm thinking Erika, let's go. If you cannot win it with the Drow, you know, like, I don't know. Like, this is full comfort zone. Like, you know, I made that hypothetical question with all the comfort zones on both sides. I mean, like, at this point, I think all the comfort zones are there. At least for Erika, the comfort is fully in his favor. So I want to see this Drow Ranger do well. I want to see what he can do on what is arguably the best carry in the game right now. Lone Druid, step aside. It's Drow's day.
Well, nobody ever gets to have the Lone Druid. But wait, before we get to the game, though, you see Erika, I just want to mention one more similarity between these two squads. There's a couple of players that started all around the same time. New Shanyu, Lo, who's in this game, of course, and Ghost, right? So all of you know the carry player Ghost. And of those guys, a lot of them they've been living up to their potential here and there, but Shanyu was the last one that needed to do something to unlock his full potential. So I'm glad that he's here because, Lizard, we were there together to watch his debut. So it feels like seeing him actually get here to TI would be coming full circle because not only would we get to watch him, but it would be my debut of casting with you, my friend. So we've come full circle. Thank you for being here with me these last few years. Now let's get into the game. The soppy stuff is over. Time for some Dota 2.
Yeah, let's get to it. Both teams, by the way, have very good chances when you look at game number one. I think the drafts are really fine. You have Chains, you have Techie's Blast Off. I can finally take this jacket. God damn you, Snare, by the way, for making me do this. But
you look so good.
Yeah, sure. You just wanted to show off your own swag. But in any case, we have nice chances on both sides, is what I'm saying. Maybe the thing that I talked about Tiny being their only reliable stun is a bit of a problem. But yeah, if he plays, like you said, if he plays with some early Blink Dagger, Echo Saber Blink or something like that, even if he plays the normal build, you generally want to play an active game on time.
Let's see what this is going to look like. First blood could be possible up on top. Bottom feels like it's a bit more likely, especially if you can get some sick 360 no-scope arrow coming out of Tianming.
Well, it's actually very possible from Techies and Pango as well. One of the reasons why the Pango is good here is, even though the armor from Tiny works well through the game versus Drow, it doesn't really work well versus Pango in the lane. You're starting the lane with a very low amount of armor on Tiny, so raid band is necessary, and Pango will be most likely just spamming the swashbuckle on you.
We have Ember versus the Storm Spirit mid. We have seen some of these Ember lanes go very dominant in favor of the Storm Spirit. What do you think in this one? Should it be a little bit more even? Is there anyone on the side lanes that can come in and help if things are starting to go sideways?
Well, this used to be the lane where Ember actually does well, and until Storm is 6, once Storm gets 6, it's a little bit still maybe slightly Ember favored in my opinion, but Storm can do well for sure. Like you said, when it comes to CS, when it comes to kill potential, you have chains early on. If you can set something up with chains, it's a little bit easier. For Radiant, I feel like if they had the Ember mid, it would be better because they could set up chains into Arrow. Right now, what are you gonna do? Like Vortex into Arrow doesn't really work. Hoodwink rotating onto Ember as well, not super simple. So, and leaving top as well is going to be hard. Mirana,
There's a blast off on the Kitty, almost killed her. We did see in the top lane, Kaka also almost died on his Hoodwink. Top lane though, just Shanyu is struggling on the Doom. Like New's doing pretty decently on the Pangolier, but these CS numbers for Doom are just not looking so hot right now.
yeah, he opted not to go for the ring that maybe you could still get. I mean, the thing is, everyone else just wants to get the double bracer or one bracer drums, whatever, into Radiance. I'm not sure that this is... You know, yesterday we had the Doom and you asked me, like, is this a Radiance game? And I was like, maybe every game is a Radiance game. I'm not sure this is a Radiance game. Like, looking at this game in particular, I feel like this is more of a drums, shard, blink kind of a game on Doom. He's still probably going to buy Radiance because everyone does it every game. But I would rather see him be a bit more active. Get the BKB, you know. The thing is, you tend to fall off, as funny as it is, on Doom, if you go for this build.
Fortification, so somebody being dove with the fortification.
It was a little bit of a mid play that they... I'm not really sure if Fortify would have changed anything. Storm was harassing Ember, but Ember had a full ball with the water rune inside, so it was never really going to lead to a kill.
Do you see New experiencing some pressure bottom? For the Pango, we've seen that there's been game play per game, either Diffusal or Planet.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
Is this a game for Diffusal or Mates player on the Pango?
Well, we were playing into Storm, so like you can always argue that Diffusal is really good. Mage Slayer also isn't that bad. Like all of these heroes suffer from being hit by Mage Slayer, so I love the harass from ZZQ, by the way. He's constantly firing rocket flares at Storm. It's kinda annoying. And the water rune as well will be secured, so Ember once again gets a rune. Storm does not, but at least he has a salve.
Not too big of a difference in the CS department. And Planet to come across Tianming right now. Has Blast Off available, but there's also Leap from the Kitty, so she will deploy it, get herself as far away from the Bomberman as possible.
She had no secondary leap, and maybe he could have.
Oh, Swash into the shield crash. Even better, actually. Yeah. Not only do you massage the Mirana enough, you give her directly to the offlaner. That is one fantastic way to start the game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I am yet to see like a big impact coming from a Mirana in games. Like this hero is, to me, such a, I don't know, unexplored mystery. You know, I think we've come to a stage in the meta in which more or less mid lane Setsu.
Mid lane, they're going on Setsu. There's going to be the impact from your Mirana with the double Starfall, but it's not really going to be enough to save the Storm Spirit. At least we'll get Vengeance onto Planet. But Setsu is the first one to die in the mid lane. Storm down for the count.
Hoodwink top, yeah, they get him as well. There's the impact from my Mirana, from the Mirana. As her mid laner dies, she gets a counter kill. Not really what you want from your support, but yeah, like the idea behind the Mirana is pretty all right. Like she deals some crazy amount of damage with the Starfall. Especially if you can greed out into the Agonist, but most games you cannot. But top lane, Doom.
Try go onto Doom.
It's probably that here.
Chanya is definitely dead here. Surrounded by 3 heroes. He was caught inside the power cogs. Erica happy to use all of his mana to throw out those frost arrows.
It's like
He's having a really tough time so far for Doom.
Ember.
He's also going to be having this Ember Spirit, able to zip away. He's okay. He's fine. He's got the res.
The thing is, like, when I look at the 2 supports on Dire and the 2 supports on Radiant, if this was a pub, I'm telling you, these scores would be mad on Radiant. Like, oh my god, I can't believe you gave them talk. Oh my god, I can't believe you gave them tech keys. That would be your position 1, literally.
They're going to use those 2 supports to go onto Setsu again, but he does have level 6. They realize that, so they're like, whatever, bro. Let's at least just take away half his HP.
Yeah. The ease of execution, as you can see, is definitely on Dire right now. When it comes to the supports, it's much easier to set things up, much easier to use blast off some cogs. Top lane Doom again.
They're going for the Doom.
And the Wisdom Shrine,
And
by
the
the way.
Spirits just gets there, gonna get the Wisdom Shrine. He also already has the Urn of Shadows available. And doesn't seem, are they gonna contest on the other side? Tianming might do it, but for now, Echoes will steal the Shrine. Other side, Tianming gets blasted off. New's on top of him as well, and he's already leaped. Doesn't have enough mana remaining. New's gonna prioritize the Shrine of Wisdom as Planet just holds vision onto the Mirana. Swashbuckle in 7. Gonna try get into the trees, but they know where you are, bro. Just gonna try waste their time. It's not gonna be enough in the end.
Unlucky. Level 3 Hoodwink, level 4 Mirana, level 4 and 4 on Techie Zenkov, almost 5 on both. It's in this kind of a game, you know, it's on your mid laner or your off lane to bridge the gap that your supports aren't really making. But the problem is, like, even the mid lane and the offlane, I feel like, is easier to play on Dire at this point, like when they have a little bit of an advantage. Let's see, mid lane, Echoes, Arrow.
Arrow does connect out onto Echoes. The rune doesn't spawn on this side, but he does have a remnant to go collect the Arcane Rune. Bro, has he gotten a rune on Setsu yet?
No, he didn't even get the water rune, by the way, so far. So, like, he's extremely struggling. So, not really the best time for our boy on Setsu. On the Storm Spirit. Like, when it comes to the CS and the farm, like, he's not really struggling. It's just that he cannot make plays. His resources are constantly low because his runes aren't secured. And it's much easier to kill the Doom right now with the rotations than it is to kill the Pango. It's much easier to kill the Storm than it is to kill the Ember. Top lane again.
Yeah. And speaking of Ember, he's going to make an appearance to the top lane once more. Kaka will get a very good bushwhack out. Actually going to save his life in the end. 2 heroes caught, and they can no longer chase him.
But they zoned them. It's a level 3 Hoodwink running back to the fountain once again. You want to make as few of these kind of trips in the game as possible. Even if you don't die, you don't really like running to the fountain. Especially before you're level 6, before you can just TP somewhere and make a play. But let's see, they're TPing bottom. One hero that could arguably do a bit more than its counterpart on the other side is the Tiny at this point. But let's see if it's enough. I don't think it is.
He's swashbuckled, so he's somewhat vulnerable right now. There's the avalanche, there's the arrow, there's the bushwhack. The arrow doesn't connect, but they don't need it to. They do have a way to kill off New. He goes down. ZZQ ran a little bit of interference, but what he's done is he's zoned out low. Knows how to go the opposite direction. As he TPs out, there's nobody to block off Echo, so he can just rush forward. Getting Setsu back away. Kaka looking like a target here. Planet will blast off and connect directly onto the Hoodwink. Kaka down for the count.
Do you see my point right now, by the way, when we're talking about these heroes and how the game is being played? Like, they wasted like 10 seconds trying to kill the Pango, and they brought everyone, right? The only hero not being there is Doom. Like, he was chilling on top, farming a little bit. And they almost didn't kill him, by the way. He almost managed to use Rolling Thunder.
While that was happening, we saw Erica manage to take down the tier 1 tower in the top lane, so he's going to have so much space to play with. Just look how farmed he is already on the Dry Ranger.
Yeah, 3k advantage at 10 minutes. You know, it's quite a lot. When most heroes, most supports don't even have 3k. And another one, okay, another arrow.
They try get them this time, blood grenade, but nope, they just don't have the damage. He's gonna get out once more, one swashbuckle and he's okay.
With these arrows connecting though, like things might start to look a bit better for them. You do now have level 3 Starstorm, and this is where Mirana actually starts feeling like a hero. You know, like level 3 Starstorm, if an arrow connects, that's enough time for you to go in and deal like some insane amount of damage. Like, the nuke is really good. It got buffed in the last patch as well.
Does at least have the level 6 now, so perhaps they'll be able to leverage Moonlight Shadow. Doom has Doom as well. And I feel like they haven't really been able to get him involved in the game or protect him at all. So maybe there is a way to get him back into things with this Moonlight Shadow.
Invisibility.
Just had a random cat go into my room, by the way. It's not my cat. I don't know.
What?
She just walked in, looked at me. She was like, "Sup, dog," and went out. Wait, what the
You
hell?
have random cats in your house, bro.
I'm a crazy cat guy, I guess. Anyways, Mirana, let's see, level 6 is here. Maybe they can set things up. DD bottom.
Radiant's middle tower.
Of course, Setsu will be denied yet another rune. Can't get anything in this game.
Yeah,
And it
this
doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find anything with this Moonlight Shadow.
unlucky. This time he was unlucky as well. Up to this point, the runes were contested. This time, like, if it spawned up, he'd probably get it, but yeah, not gonna happen. Lulu, I think this game is on you. This is a game where Tiny really has to step it up and help out the teammates. Top lane, Doom.
Get it gone on. They will be able to hook shot through as well. They separate him from the Mirana.
It's very speedy.
Shanyu, Hare boss. Planet also coming through the twin gate on the other side. Pinsid. He just can't get anything done in this game.
Every single way out was covered. Like, maybe if he ran south immediately towards the little bridge, maybe the pontoon, maybe he'd get over it, but not like this.
Tough start to the game so far for Yakutou bros. And everything is coming up aces on the other side for Team Resilience. Things could still change though. As you said, the game is on low. He has his Echo Saber. And at some point he'll get this Blink Dagger. Maybe that starts to open things up for them. Unfortunately, in the interim period, you're just gonna... whoever shows on the map is going to die pretty much.
Yep. It's kind of hard to like recognize this maybe during the game, but seeing it from distance, at least to me right now, it feels that drums were a much better build on Doom. ZZQ will die.
Will die.
Okay.
Will Tianming follow him? Erika's gonna try get some vengeance. The marksmanship will proc, but not enough damage. There goes the multi-shots. Misses out, so Tianming will be fine in the end.
You know, if they manage to get some pickoffs, some little trades and slow the game down, then the Radiance on Doom is actually going to do a lot. Like, currently he's the lowest net worth core, unfortunately, as a Doom, who does have Devour almost maxed out, so you want to see those numbers go up.
I love how Erika's playing this draw. Feels like this is the way you should be playing draw right now. Like, you need to be as active on the map. Before you, when you know that the enemy team doesn't have the Blink Daggers, they don't have the catch potential to actually find you in the fight, you just show up, throw in a multi-shot, and it's way too much damage for them to deal with.
And you know what's really cool about Drow this game? I mean, nothing. This hero sucks, but in any case, Aghanim Scepter this game versus the Aghanim Scepter that we saw yesterday versus Largo is much better. Because you will be using it against Doom, right? And he's all about regen. He's not really healing, he's regening up. So the Aghanims from Drow could do quite a bit.
Not that far away from having it, 1400 gold. As Planet and Echoes looking for their next victim right now. But they don't want to wander into the triangle. Shanyu. Still a long way away. 1200 gold until he has Rads. It's going to be a climb for him.
Yeah, what do we
But
need
at
on Radiant? What do we need? We need the Radiance on him and the Blink, by the way, not only the Radiance. Then Storm needs his Maybe Witchblade
Playing
plus
Orchid.
Orchid,
No,
okay.
he's playing Orchid. When was the last time you saw first item Orchid on the Storm Spirit?
I'm actually happy. Well, someone needs to have an active item, you know, and I'm not saying active in a way that you can click it, but in a way that it allows you to make plays. And Tiny is going for Blink 2 new because of your Orchid.
He's going to be the one that they reveal the Orchid onto. Avalanche is going to be there and they burn him down. ZZQ though comes through on the far side of the fight, pushes away Setsu. With the help of Echoes, they can't kill Setsu, but they can kill Low. Setsu forced to retreat. Low will not have that option. He will burn out within the trees. Dominating streak for Erica. Imagine, bro, you go to kill the off-lane Pango, all of a sudden their carry player shows up on a draw range at minute 16 to kill you in the jungle.
Of course he will, because you're killing him right next to the tier 1 tower, right? Like if this game state was a bit different, if you took down the tier 1 at some point, say like 10 minutes, 11, 12, whatever, they couldn't respond, but...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane, Ember.
There's going to be an arrow that actually connects onto Echoes this time around, and with the Starfall, they have the damage to get the kill. Tianming will not survive the engagement, but will happily give up his life if it means bringing down Echoes.
You know what? Like, they are losing some heroes in the process, but this Orchid on Setsu changes absolutely everything. Like, it just allows them to play the game. Up to this point, the game was literally unplayable. I'm looking at them and trying to figure out, like, which way to even start things off. Like, realistically, how do you get a kill? Up to this point, with your Orchid, like, if you're going for kills, it's just high hopes. You're thinking that everything is gonna work out well. But it just always doesn't. Like, it never does. Like, there's always something that doesn't go your way. But with your Orchid, like, it gives you that little bit of leeway. You know, even if you make a mistake, like, you still get a kill.
The side of the map. Speaking of items, we finally do have that Radiance emerging for Shanyu. So the recovery is on track right now for the Doom. Slower than expected, of course, given how bad the lane was, but not that much slower. 3 deaths, minute 18, still getting it right now, not too bad.
Storm.
Minute on the mid lane though, Storm Spirits, that is too bad. We get to see the combination we saw yesterday as a response to Storm.
Yeah.
The hook shot into the gust, it's super hard for him to deal with. Top lane, Kaka getting rolling funded. There's gonna be a blast off as well, and yeah, he's super dead on the hoodwink.
There isn't really a lot you can do against that. Like, maybe a BKB early. That's it, right? Like, you buy a BKB and you try to use it instantly after the hookshot, because the damage output is insane, and the amount of control that Clock brings, plus the silence of Drow, it's... Whenever you're in the lane, you could die. You can die. Especially when Drow gets some sort of mobility, like a Force Staff or a Blink or a Shadow Blade, whatever, you know, as long as she can follow up to the hook.
Radiant are scanning.
He's so farmed. D-Lance, Falcon Blade, Aghanim Scepter with power trades at 19 minutes. My goodness, with 2,000 gold in the bank.
They are keeping up though. All things said, like, he is very farmed, but Tiny is keeping up. He's like 9k, 2k behind, not insurmountable, and also keep in mind that this lead of 3k was the same at minute 10. So the last 9 minutes, they didn't really gain any sort of major net worth advantage on Dire, but they did get some real map control.
Sometimes happens in these kind of games where the team, when you only have like one hero that likes to hit buildings, which is their Drow Ranger in this instance, who's now gonna go take Roche. Then sometimes you take the tier 1 super early, but you don't have enough presence to force the tier 2s, so you just have to go back and farm. And the enemy team actually has an opportunity to catch up.
Yeah, isn't it nice to get the shield rune as well? To get every rune in this game. And now shield rune on top just as you're taking Roche. A lot easier to take it, of course, when your Ember can tank the
Dire's
big guy.
top tower is under attack.
Hurricane Pipe flying out right now for Erica as his team is maybe setting up for a play. They don't have a smoke, well, they do have a smoke on ZZQ, and see if they want to deploy it to try to make something happen, and here we go. Smoke up.
Dire's top
Let us go on an adventure, boys!
Yeah, they're trying to punish them for this tier 1 push on top. And they're expecting some sort of a back maneuver, but okay, the Twin Gate would be better. They're scouted by the mine. I think they're scouted by the mine. And the courier as well is giving their position away. Yeah, so because of that, New will not die. Like, he's already hugging the tower. He's already backed off quite far.
They're actually going to follow them through this twin gate, so they're going to come through for this fight. Echoes will break the smoke out onto Tianming. They should be able to bring down this kitty. So she will be the scout, giving up her life to give vision. Unfortunately, her life being lost means a tormentor being taken by the Dire lineup.
Yeah, they're gonna get it themselves. But keep in mind the net worth, by the way, it was only 2k. So it was going down as all of this was happening. It was getting lower, and Radiant were actually catching up. Now, of course, with the shard being given to ZZQ, it's back to 4 and even 5k. But what I'm trying to say is that Radiance from Doom, even though it was... It gave away the early game completely. It gave them all the advantage, or all the momentum that is. He is catching up. He's farming quite a lot.
All of a sudden, he's number 3 on net worth.
Dire's middle
Hurricane Pike is out for the Drow. Hurricane Pike Aghanim's at minute 21. Incredible from Erica. And now with the safety of this Aegis, the previous issue they had of not being able to siege the tier 2s is gone. So she's just gonna stand on top of it. But they're gonna actually cliff this wave. They're gonna come in after her with the Moonlight Shadow. How will they approach this? There's a sentry on the ground, so Kaka will be scouted by Planet. There's a dust as well. Echo is jumping immediately onto the Hoodwink, and they have found Kaka, and they should be able to kill Kaka. Also ruins the movement from the rest of his lineup. They're not going to be able to connect anymore, so Drow will be able to finish off the tier 2 tower.
bottom tower has fallen.
Gonna get hook-shotted here. They will be able to jump in with low Avalanche Toss combo, but it sets up for Echoes to find the 2-0 searing chain. He's fighting though. There is an amplified damage on Setsu, so Echoes might be regretting this, but he's bought enough time. Here comes the backup. Here comes the real damage. Erica forcing the BKB out of low. That's the 9-second charge. Already having to force a Nightfall out of himself. Game is so hard in game 1.
At least he survives, right? Like some other core, some other carry, if he pops BKB, he just dies to the Drow damage anyway. At least he manages to get away, so they can fight another day. They don't really lose a whole lot there, and they get the clock. So they'll kill, 3k now. And they're buying a lot of time for the Doom to farm. He's still farming, he's still getting towards the BKB. Like, this is the difference maker, right? Like, the Doom is the difference maker. It's a hero that we're literally... Have we seen a single Doom so far? I don't think we have. It wasn't used, right?
No, not at all, not at all.
Yeah, 23 minutes in. It's the power of the Radiant's Doom. Sometimes you can just crush the lane and get away with the game, and sometimes you're just AFK farming, always waiting for that one extra item.
Always in a bit of danger here. If they catch him, he doesn't have his BKB available for another 30 seconds. They don't have vision of him. ZZQ, though, sticks around long enough. Okay, he should see him, but Low is playing in a very safe place right now, so they will not be able to jump him. And the lead is slowly but steadily shrinking. Not only is Shanye farming on that Doom, but Low's been just chilling in the jungle, man. When, normally you expect to see this Blink Dagger turns into active play on the map. He's like, nah, buddy. Who do you think I am?
Erica is completely scouted. Oh. Was that intentional? He wanted to steal the creeps. He wanted the creeps.
If he didn't have Aegis, maybe Shanyo would say, okay, let's use this Moonlight. Let me try to close him down with the Doom. But with the Aegis, it's not worth it, really.
Well, the Aegis was actually gone in like 30 seconds. You could argue that they could maybe delay it and play around her a bit, but you get punched there for sure if you make a play. So good that they decide not to. They're keeping up in network. This is still a very even game when it comes to just the farm itself. They're getting a BKB on Storm, they're getting a BKB... Well, they do, of course already have a BKB on Tiny, but they're getting one on Doom soon. He has it in like 200 gold. Once you have these 3 BKBs on course, maybe you can make some plays. I would argue that their biggest power spike is actually maybe the Shivas on Doom. Like, you need to not only jump in and Doom, but you also need to kinda brew things up, slow everything around you. Make sure that you can actually stick on a target.
So what you're saying is we keep farming. Okay.
Yeah, one more item, bro. Just one more item. All he needs. Give him a few more minutes. Guys, I have BKB, but it's Blink BKB. Is it really that strong? You know, like one more. Come on, it's one more. Give me 2 more minutes.
Low does have his full harpoon. He takes out the tier 1 tower as well down bottom. So there's the BKB on Doom. So the triple BKB, it's going to be available very shortly. Setsu's about to finish off his one.
Top tower is under attack.
But according to Liz, we still need the Shiva, so still keep farming. Given the way that they're playing, actually, I was going to ask you, do they need to... Is it still a good idea to have bought the Orchid when they did, if they weren't really going to play that much on the front foot?
I think it was, because it prevented Dire from just stomping them, Raffle stomping them across the map. Like, the Orchid is like an offensive tool, but it's also a defensive tool. Offense is the best defense, remember. They would be too free on Dire if you didn't have it. It's like a threat, basically.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gonna try and apply some threat towards middle as they are smoked up right now, finally willing to play aggressively.
This mine is good though. They'll probably run through it. They also see the ward. Arcane Rune on Doom though. Be good time to use the Doom.
Searing Chains out onto Tianming. The mine is taken away as well. So nobody wants to actually be the one to make the first move. This mid lane is like the straight over moves. There's no passage, but finally it gets opened up. Hook shot going through from ZZQ. Immediately gets caught out by Low though, but he doesn't die just yet. Eventually he does end up falling, but it costs 2 BKBs. At the same time, the Doom is thrown in onto the Drow Ranger. She gets away from the fight. Doesn't have to fear anything any longer. Echoes though doesn't have a way out of this one. He gets caught out by Low and killed off. Now Setsu feeling very free to jump in back towards New. Does get the Glimmer Cape to him, thanks to Planet, blinking away to safety as well. So it ends up being a 2-2 engagement in the end.
This combo of Glimmer plus Taser is just so damn filthy. They didn't have Greaves as well in Techies. He used them a little bit earlier, so didn't really have that to work with in the team fight. But overall, a team fight that is for Radiant really damn good in hindsight, I guess. You wasted BKBs, sure. You used Doom. I think Arcane Rune was not up any longer, so... It doesn't get the kill, of course, but you kill Ember. Just the massive kill for you.
So get some Galvanized stacks for the Storm Spirit. That definitely feels very good. And of course you forced out a BKB from the Drow Ranger. Things looking up right now. As now things have changed. It feels like not that the momentum has fully transferred over, but now it feels like it's the resilience lineup that is stuck needing one more item. The question what is that one item that's gonna break the game open for them and give them their next power spike?
Yeah, well, needing one more item or finding the right places to fight, I think is more important than anything else for Dire. I think this kind of a draft right now, as Doom did catch up, is more about finding the right locations, not really fighting anywhere. Which is kind of interesting to hear in a Dota game, right? Like usually it's like one item or something like that. I think they need high ground for Drow, and I also think they need mines around the high ground. Techies is a very different hero if you're playing into his setup versus when he's playing into you. If he is forced to play into you, he's forced to blast off, use a couple of mines, and that's it. Like tasers, then taser is your main tool, of course, through the game. But if he sets up a minefield and then you fight into it, it's a different story, like they're trying to do right now.
They have mines and sentries everywhere though. Echoes. BKB's very early on, but he's actually coming back into the fight. Got the Spirit Vessel out onto Tianming, forcing the Smarana back. Doesn't get the next round of Searing Chains, and Setsu dives back in, gets the Silence out onto the Clockwork, but looking for Karkoffer is not going to be able to get Planet. Planet is low, but the Glimmer Cape will protect him. As he retreats, Setsu's BKB is running out, but Tiny jumps in with the Avalanche Toss, able to bring down Planet. They get a Doom out onto Erica as well. Drow forced to try and run away. Setsu is going to be able to chase him. The Essence Distiller revealed exactly where he's at. So Low able to get a double kill off the back of this. That jump from the Tiny, great positioning from the carry player on the side of Yakutou Bros.
He was waiting so long, I swear they forgot where he was even at some point. He was just on the high ground with the shield drone. He heard our mining, or he saw Techies mining all the time. He put on a suit you know, the D minor suit. He found the shield drone. Like, one mine literally takes no... Like, he took no damage from it. Like, he's sitting on 8k HP or something with his shield drone. It's ridiculous. The jump-in was beautiful, by the way, through the pit from him. And Drow almost gets away, by the way. The Shadow Blade was a cool idea, but the Distiller was on point. So it's actually Kaka saving the day there to get the kill on Drow as well.
The first time in this game, Yakutou Bros officially have the gold lead as Setsu jumps up towards ZZQ, zoning him away from the Roshan pit. Doesn't want to let them go for the hookshot play to steal the Aegis. But they're still not dead just yet. Still going down. Will they make the jump? ZZQ thinking about it. Planet might go in. There's the hookshot. They're inside the pit. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Low. Low picks it up, gets off the avalanche as well. Forces the BKBs from Setsu as well as from Echoes. Echoes still targeting this Tiny though. He's stuck inside the pit. He can't leave right now. So Erika gonna throw in the right clicks. They take away life number 1. They're gonna set up right now for life 2. Will his team try to protect him? He does still have BKB. TP's out. There's no hook shot to cancel it, so he's gonna be fine.
Unfortunately, yeah, he still had a BKB, so unfortunate for Drow, because they couldn't really get the kill, but they can get something at least. If Kaka manages to die here, which most likely he will. Very low amount of mana on him, no TP. Okay, so they lose Rosh, but at the same time they take down Aegis, they force out the BKB on Tiny. And
they get Tommy.
Yeah, not too bad. Another shard for them. Maybe Mad for Techies. It's actually for Echoes. He gets a nice little buff.
Going into his BKB Aghanim's combination. So that's going to be the next route of progression from this Ember Spirit. That was really close. They could have almost stolen that Aegis, but taking it away just as good as well. Forcing another BKB charge, like you said.
I think we hit a plateau for Ember versus Storm Spirit, where Storm feels like a little bit of a stronger hero, up to a point where Ember becomes extremely annoying. But Ember right now, like, he needs the Vessel to really make a difference in fights. Of course, he has Mage Slayer that he's reapplying constantly. But Storm, on the other hand, Witchblade, you know, Kaya and Sanj, Orchid, if he's not controlled, I feel like he is a bigger threat to the supports, to the Drow even, because he can jump her very easily.
Slow keeps farming. He's trying. He actually has overtaken the Drow as the most farmed hero on the map. And he is stupidly farmed. Has an AC as well on low. Once he gets to this Silver Edge Daedalus level, bro, these crits are going to be insane.
They have a lot of armor already. I don't really think that there is a lot to wait for anymore. They have all the items on Radiant. They're super ready to fight. Shiva's on Doom, AC on Tiny. Like, the armor from these two heroes alone will prevent most of the Drow damage coming through.
Arrow. Almost connected on ZZQ. Manages to dodge it. Must be so annoying, actually. You know, you were talking earlier about you'd be annoyed in a pub. Like, why do we have these supports and they have this? Bro, imagine you have to play Marana into Techies. And your ultimate is completely useless because of this one spell that he keeps popping.
Absolutely. At this point, I'm pretty sure they're happy about what they've got on Radiant. Because they did manage to survive the early game. But at least when it comes to playing versus Techies, your cores are filthy tanky. So the mines don't feel as impactful as when you're playing versus like some Faceless Void or PA, you know, she runs into 3 mines, she's almost dead. Blink out mid.
Making a dive towards Echoes. They really want this Ember. ZZQ will run interference with the hook shot coming back in, but they still managed to catch up to and kill off this Ember Spirit. Erika, can he do something to threaten them back with the help of New? Throws out the multi-shot. Kaka's going to be the one that gives up the ghost. But that's a trade that Resilience will not be happy about, and they might even lose Planet here. He gets harpooned towards by Low. He gets blown up by the Tiny. Double kill for him. And they're not done just yet. Setsu not going to be able to catch up to anybody else.
Yeah, they're just feeling no threat at this point. That's a region, by the way, on Storm as well, so he's ready to hunt again.
They actually have the vision of him. They do. They get the Orchid out, the Doom as well. He is going to burn out. He got chased to the ends of the earth. Zetsu insistent on killing off this Pangolier.
I really like what they cooked up. I wasn't sure. Maybe had some doubts about whether they would be able to survive the early to mid game or with the build that they went for. But now when you already see Aghanim's Doom on the horizon, this game is slowly but steadily starting to feel like in their full control. Emperor, by the way, that last fight didn't really press BKB. I'm not sure if he was absolutely controlled or wanted to wait for the right moment, but in any case, does die first. Even if he doesn't die, I fear that their damage output on Dire is kind of bait, Like, they just don't have any combos with Techi's proximity mines as well. Nothing massive that can chew through the Tiny and the Doom. They're already at the point where Drow needs like at least one more item, at least.
Are we... okay, so in terms of the next item for Drow, she wants Butterfly. She'd initially thought about Linken's, but probably like you realized that, well, Aghanim's is coming, so there's kind of no point. Is this a game that you start to consider the Hydra's Bong to try get through these massive HP pools on Radiant?
You know what? Like, it's a very good idea. Like, I actually like it. I think that item is a garbage bait 90% of the time almost. But when you look at this game, you're playing versus Tiny, you're playing versus Doom. Like you said, like heroes with quite a nice chunk of HP. Maybe it's a good idea. The question remains though, if you do go for it and you get gone on, are you dead? Because you most certainly are. If you have Butterfly and you get gone on, are you dead? You most certainly are as well, so we'll see if it helps. The Butterfly is complete nonetheless on the Drow Ranger.
You know they're having a tough game where Lizard is agreeing about Hydra's breath. That's when you know. We need to find something new to win the game, boys. Also getting to the Exodia Storm Spirit levels. He's got the Conjurer's Catalyst. All we need is the Parasma Ags and level 25. Then we're going to be having a very fun game.
I get some shard as well. It's always... That's another thing that you're getting from Storm, right? Like, when it comes to late game scaling, I feel like he may be... Like, you could argue he scales a bit better than Ember, right? Like, when it comes to the actual damage output. He's maybe a bit easier to punish than Ember. Ember is way more elusive, but at the same time, it pays off. Being a little bit risky on Storm Spirit, eventually it pays off.
Did they get anything interesting on their side for the Dire? So Resilience have a Dandelion's Amulet for the Techies, Conjurer's Catalyst for Pango, Serrated Shiv on Drow, and a Partisan's Brand for the Ember.
He didn't buy... he did buy the Aghanim's on Dome. He opted not to. He actually queued up the Octarine instead. I mean, okay. So far, to be honest, like, the heroes that he has been dooming, it's like Drow and then Drow again. Like, he used 2 dooms this game, I think maybe 3, I think 2. I think 40 minutes of the game, 2 dooms, and both of them were on Drow, so... I guess you don't really need the Ags.
And she changed her mind from buying Linken's anyway, right? So it's all good. There's no worries. Gonna have a fight here. ZZQ gonna get jumped on by Zetsu. Gets a silence out, and with the BKB active, they're gonna try and bring him down before he can hook shot away, and they succeed. At the same time, though, Shanyu gets caught with the Rolling Thunder before his own BKB. They have managed to get him out, though, as he does pop the BKB in the end. Echoes now, his own BKB is active. He's looking towards this Doom. Doom does manage to get the Doom out onto the Ember Spirit, but he's stuck inside the power cogs. He can't go anywhere. Zetsu trying to bail him out, but he's just stuck. Erika just putting in the damage with the multi-shot onto the Storm Spirit. They managed to kill him off. Now Echoes and ZZQ managed to bring down the Storm Spirit. Tiny left all alone in the middle of the fight. He's gonna get absolutely demolished by the turret. That is the Erika Drow Ranger. And just to finish off the meal, they're gonna find some dessert by bringing down Tianming. It is a 5-hero wipe. ZZQ needed to buy back, but who the hell cares? Massive team fight victory for Team Resilience.
Insane fight as well. Like, the way they outplayed them was beautiful. Like, First, Radiant overcommits, right? Like Storm Spirit, he jumps in too soon. And the thing that they did is they wasted all their BKBs without getting anything for them. Like, they wasted the BKBs without getting the Doom on the right targets. You didn't catch the Drow. They were going on different targets as well. Like, Tiny is trying to catch a Drow with the BKB. Doom is fighting on the other side. Storm is fighting on the third side. Like, they had too many fronts. Like, if you can jump and eliminate the Drow, sure, but she survives, and that's the damage that they needed. Like, look at this. Setsu goes in, and then you'll see a little bit of Tiny just completely ignoring Setsu, and he's going for the Drow. Which is okay, because Kok was already dead, sure. But Doom as well finds his own target. So everyone is picking their own battle. And then the Doom is used on a BKB Ember with Flame Guard on. You know, like, it's kind of rough. Like a very, very bad fight from Radiant and a perfect execution from Erica and the boys. Like level 25 Drow now with an Aegis. Dude, this game is actually kind of sick. Setsu dying, of course, just changes everything. Managing to eliminate the Storm after the BKB in a gust. Basically what was happening through all of our other games.
Full team wipe. Oof. That's not a happy man right there, not a happy camper.
Just when you think that one team is in full control, it all switches up, and they demonstrate that, yeah, it's not true. Like, they still have some fight in them.
At the back of that fight, they did manage to clean up the tier 2 tower mid, so all the outer towers have been removed. All that's left is to try to get high ground.
You saw that sharpshooter, right? Like,
Scouting sharpshooter.
Yeah. Actually scouts her.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
They pop Moonlight. Unfortunately, there's nobody on the bottom side of the map for them to play with. So they're just going to be scouting around, maybe just pushing out some waves and getting vision. So the question is, though, how much of that fight was just down to being outplayed? If they execute better, let's say they do find the Drow Ranger, could they have won that fight themselves?
Oh, absolutely. Like, they have everything that they needed. Like, they were in a really good controlling spot of this game. If they found the right targets, definitely they win the fight, but they didn't. They went a little bit... They got too strung out, you know? The lines were too thin.
Kaka gonna be forced to force away, lest he gets caught with this Ember Spirit Remnant. Another scouting sharpshooter goes out. But the banner has been dropped down. Erica starting to put in the right clicks onto the tier 3 tower. 2 shots takes away half of Tianming's HP pool. Good God. But Low is waiting in the wings, trying to get the jump. For Hurricane Pike, and now they just get the turnaround jump directly onto Low. He does get the BKB off eventually though, and they get the avalanche on Echo. Echo almost died, barely gets off his own BKB to escape. Unfortunately, this means that they've left alone the Doom right next to Erica. Erica will say thank you very much. Right click through the Doom. Buyback is available for him.
So what do you have? You have a buyback on Doom, but you don't have BKBs anymore. On Storm or on the Tiny. This game, by the way, with the Aegis, it gave such a huge advantage to the Drow, because now you have Lincolns and Aegis. You truly do not care about the Doom. Like, you have to find a way of killing the Drow without even using Doom on her, which is, yeah, a tall task.
She's feeling strong enough that she's gonna start looking towards a second set of racks potentially, or at least a second tier 3 tower. But with half the HP gone, we'll see how much bravery she still has. Still feels strong. Gonna wait for the creep wave to tank up the tier 3 tower shots. Doom still not buying back though. Echoes, him and Yu go in. They're looking towards Tianming. The Mirana just dead in a hurry. Does have buyback. Kaka also almost lost his life. Yu still on top of him. And with the Spirit Vessel being there from Ember, they bring him down. Low though jumps the backline, able to bring down ZZQ at the very least, as they bring in the buybacks now on the supports. Drow Ranger, she's gone, but Echoes is still left alone inside. He gets caught in the chain disable and gets right-clicked out. Drow Ranger able to leave with the Shadow Blade, but perhaps Planet will not be so lucky. Tries to TP out. There will be a Vortex to cancel it, as Low jumps him to secure a double kill on the Tiny. Barely able to escape is Erica. But a great, fantastic fight for the Radiants, despite the fact that it required 2 buybacks from the supports.
Yeah, it's 2 buybacks, but the buybacks are on support, so you can kind of waste those without feeling that the game is over if they die again. Overzealous a little bit. At the same time, on the other side, they went in a bit too deep, and honestly, Drow Rangers surviving kind of surprised me there as well. Like, they had what it took to take her down. Even if a distiller was just used on her, she probably dies, because you have the vision through the Silver Edge. But okay, like, they focused their mind on the Ember. They did manage to take him down. Techies and Quack, of course, following through to the Fountain Trip. As you can
to
see,
commit the buyback on Doom.
yeah, that's the big part as well. Like, one side was bound to be lost. The question was, like, will they take mid without the Doom buying back? And they didn't, so Doom managed to save the buyback. He has 7k gold, by the way. He's unsure about his item build as well. I can see it already. Like, he's kind of saving up for a buyback, but he's also not sure if this Octarine is maybe the right course of action. He's carrying the gem as well, so his inventory is kind of packed. He has the overwhelming blink queued up as well. I'm not sure if Octarine is... Like, AoE Doom, once you get 25, with mute, to me feels like... You have a moving Disruptor Aghanim's ulti. Like, to me that sounds like a no-brainer, you know? But okay, he gets the overwhelming blink. Even though he bought the Octarine core recipe, it's like a 300 recipe, who cares? He has the overwhelming blink now flying out to him.
And I guess in the last fight, Erica did show that he had the Linkins already, so perhaps that would have given him pause to still go for the Octarine.
Yeah, because of that, you AoE Doom. You don't care about Linkins, you even mute it, so it's kind of nice to have.
Overwhelming blink is up as they are going to get themselves their first Tormy of the game. And Kaka will pick up the Hunter's Boomerang.
Is under attack.
Okay. Oh no! Scumbag ZZQ with the rocket flare procs the Aeon Disc, is now down on Kaka. That feels so bad.
At least he didn't steal the Tormy, you know? It's although this could be actually a bigger deal, because now you don't have that Aeon Disc for 90 extra seconds, and you don't have buyback mid lane.
They're actually going in. Kaka's going to be the one that shows. He's got 105 seconds, no hoodwink. Oh no, and they know that for a fact. Now they're jumping in towards the Shan Yu Doom. Look at the right clicks from Erica. Doom trying to get away with this BKB, not going to be able to do so. However, at the same time, Echoes got caught and handled by Low. Caught inside the Avatar's combo. They trade out the mid laner, but they do get 2 heroes, and they know for a fact one of them cannot buy. They will buy back though on Shanya. Zetsu with the Aghanim Scepter going in onto Erica. Low followed up, but didn't get there in time. No BKB. And now that Low is stuck, he can't move anymore. Low's just dead. Tianming also follows that up because Echoes brought back and brought the disables from this Ember Spirit. They were not expecting him to return so quickly. Now both of your supports gone without buyback, and Low forced to make a very difficult decision as to what he wants to do with his own buyback.
Is this Megas? Is this game? Like, you don't have supports for a long time. The Doom just isn't using Doom, and Tiny will have to buy back.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
Zetsu going in, trying to isolate the Drow. Nicely done by ZZQ, stopping Low from killing New initially, but he still manages to get it. Doom though, he gets it off, but it's not gonna matter. Erica still able to stand his ground and get out the right clicks, and now Low is left all by his lonesome. Immediate dieback on the Tiny, and that should be the game. GG, well played is called. Team Resilience. They secure game 1. They are a single victory away from booking their ticket to TI. They are so close that they can taste it. Listen.
Yeah, I'm putting on the jacket to look professional with you, to get the swag in. Yeah, I mean, look, the game was back and forth. We enjoyed it. I'm sure that everyone watching it as well was enjoying this style of Dota, you know, like back and forth. One side has a lead, then the other, then it goes back towards the Drow and the boys. Like, Erica, of course, with the Drow can be trusted. This fight here, they had 7k advantage. I think they could have taken the game in this situation, but the jumps were not perfect. Doom jumps in, instantly he jumped on the Rolling Thunder basically. So he basically gets eliminated from the fight. His BKB is forced defensively, even though he's the one doing the jump. And then at the same time, Drow is left alone. Tiny cannot catch up. He tries here to do the same thing that he did next to the pit, if you remember that fight long time ago. But at this point, he doesn't really have the amount of damage to absolutely solo the Drow, so she's able to wail at them. And the problem about this fight is Rosh respawning, right? Like Rosh was up. So you're taking this fight, you're losing this fight, and then you're giving Aegis to a Drow. The moment you give Aegis to a hero and you have Doom on your side, you're not feeling great. It's like giving Aegis when you have Faceless Ward on your side. You know, it's never optimal. It's never optimal to give someone Aegis, but when you have these high cooldown spells, it's almost game losing. This fight as well. But once again, they don't manage to use the Doom. I mean, I think I saw like 3 or 4 Dooms this whole game. I don't think he used more than 4 Dooms. And the last one was used, I guess you had a double Doom in the end because it loaded back to him. Unlucky.
Just unlucky at the end of the day. What can you do? I will say for me, the one hero that really made a huge difference, this Clockwork, was such a pest. Always being able to, not just the hook shots, but the separation of the fight. Like you were mentioning that one time where they were fighting on 3 different fronts, and he managed to very often force them to fight on 2 different fronts. Even if he gives his own life away, he sets up Erica, because Erica can just sit there, right-clicking through, knowing for a fact that nobody can reach him through the power cogs.
Yeah, even the setup on Storm, like he's the one that managed to get these kills. Like this hook on the Doom basically eliminates him, forces another defensive BKB, and this is, by the way, the tanky Doom, quote-unquote, with the Reaver that he just bought for the Strength Blink, but overwhelming Blink, but it also doesn't work. It also doesn't really help a lot. Yeah, overall, the supports on Team Resilience really stepped it up. Like, they played super well from start to finish. I gotta give it to Yakutou's bros. Like, they had a very rough start, but they managed to bounce back into the game. You know, they still managed to make it very competitive, considering how the game started. Like, the game was very close. It was unpredictable until the end. You had just a lot of farm on all of them. The Orchid from Storm, I feel like from Setsu early on was a really good idea. It alleviated all the pressure that was coming from Planet and from Clockwork, that we were up to that point just able to jump anyone and get away with it. The moment you get Orchid on Storm, Ember can't do it, Pango can die as well before its shield crash. You know, all the supports, of course, are free food. So really good itemization from him. In my opinion, I think it was good, but it didn't really connect on all fronts. I think the last 2 fights that they chose to, and the way they chose to take them, it forced too many defensive BKBs from them, and it lost them the game.
I think we also have to ask questions about the value of this Marana in this game. Like, yeah, we did see a couple of kills that happened thanks to the damage of the additional Starfall. But the main question is you got literally 0 value out of Moonlight Shadow. You could never go anywhere because Planet always ready with the remote mines to just scout you out at every given point. So maybe if they had a stronger position 5, things could look different. If they had, like, I don't know, some Phoenix or something. But what we do have to shout out is the Erica Drow Ranger, as we just saw there, and Planet. One of these performances where it's a quiet impact that he's having, you know. You didn't get to see those massive 3,000 huge bombs in the middle of the fight, but if you look at the macro game, then you see the impact that Planet had in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the macro sense of the game, right? Like anywhere you move, you're being met with a mine. He had completely negated the Moonlight Shadow, like you said. It's like, if you remember that mid lane fight as well, which arguably they did lose, but then again, they had full info on where everyone is because of all the mines, because of all the vision that he was giving. Kaka, on the other hand, by the way, had some fantastic distillers, had some fantastic plays, but gets caught in the last fight with the Aeon disc, by the way, that you called out very nicely, being procced by the rocket. Like, you lose the Aeon disc, and then they go on you when you don't have buyback. Unlucky, bro.
Unlucky for Kaka and the boys, but Yakut's brothers, they can still have an opportunity to get to TI, provided they force that deciding Game 3. So we're going to witness whether or not they're able to do that. But to get there, we need to take a small break first. And when we return, Game 2 of Team Resilience for Yakut brothers, TI qualification is on the line. So you certainly do not want to miss a single second of the action.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here on the road to the international. We are trying to find the best team in China to compete in Shanghai. And so far, Team Resilience making a very strong case of them being the best out of China. But that was only game one. So Yakutou's bros have a very strong opportunity, given how competitive that game was, of clutching out game two and forcing us to the decider. And we're going to be on the mic against Snare and Lizard and Mr. Pretty Boy. Talk to me, homie. What's the change here? Or rather, which position 5 are you getting instead of the Mirana? That clearly did not work for them. So I'm imagining that hero has to be dumped out of the draft.
Well, they're banning out the clockwork already, so we won't see all the same sports 100%. But yeah, let's see how they adjust and what they do. I think Mirana, it's a hero that is very easy to put blame on. No matter what happens in the game, Mirana is easy to blame, but I feel like the hero can still work. I think the Starfall damage, honestly, is something that you shouldn't ever just completely, ignore. But we have a Puck and we have a Night Stalker. I have I have this nice little jacket that you asked me to wear, which I of course want to because these guys are qualifying for TI. It's official. It's serious business. But as I have this jacket on top, that's how this Puck looks to me. It's like a very nice pick. It's like always first phase band, like a beautiful first phase. And then I look down and I have like some mushroom shorts pajamas on my legs. And that's how this Night Stalker, as the answer to the Puck, feels to me in general, because not as he makes the Puck look like a guy with a suit. He's all good, but then he's wearing like boxers or shorts underneath. Because they found like, look at this line. Night Stalker, good luck playing Puck into this. Unless you crush the lane and you're the one kind of pressuring them. Oh, okay. Make the night into day.
Okay.
All right.
You make night into day, and then you try to steal some of these lion spells so you can play a better lion for yourself. All right. Oh, look at that win rate on the Phoenix. 70% after 10 games. That's pretty damn high. We did yesterday get to witness the first loss of Lion, so no longer commanding that 100% win rate on the little demon man.
Yeah, Rubik on the other side not really having the best time of the tournament. And overall, the hero was good for like 2 weeks, and then they instantly nerfed him. I honestly don't know why. I feel like looking at the past and how many shitty broken heroes we've had on support positions for insane amount of time, like a Treant right now. He's still goddamn broken. He's been played since October last year. He's been broken for like half of a year at least, even more so, even more than half of a year. Jakiro as well was broken for a long time. Silencer, literally anti-fun hero, broken for 3-4 months. Rubik, a hero that everyone likes watching. Like, it's a hero that is making Dota a better place. It's just fun to see a good Rubik play. Gets nerfed after 2 weeks of being good. Any case, Rubik, sure, on one side, on the other, Witch Doctor and Lion. A lot of spells that you can steal on Rubik. At least he's not playing into the Silencer because they did ban it out. And just playing into Silencer on top of playing into Lion and Night Stalker isn't going to be great. But when it comes to Rubik versus Night Stalker, it's kind of okay because at least you can lift people out of Crippling Fear once you get the Shard. Of course, you have the egg that we mentioned already. Drow Ranger is, again, of course, an Erica pick. Timber sounds good, but Aghanims on Drow just gained even more value, and you're playing into Maledict. But it's really good into Night Stalker if you can get like a good start. If your lane goes well, suddenly the Night Stalker is met by a Timber, and then you try to jump the backlines, but the Timber is just destroying your backlines at the same time.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
It'll be very interesting to see what that lane is going to look like. If they're able to target ZZQ on his Witch Doctor, you can get quite a few kills out of him with the Rubik Timber. So he needs to be positioned very, very well. He might even go 2 points into Restoration just to try and survive some of these jumps. But we'll see. As Yakutou bros ban out the Doom right now, I mean, maybe it's one of those where it's like, guys, we don't want to give them Doom as well. They play Doom, and then they also have to play into the Timber Saw Puck. You could just put... Wait, where would they actually lane the Doom if they did pick it? Would they just put it mid?
No, I think they would put it off lane and Night Stalker would be mid. I think that was probably the idea. We'll see why the Doom ban. Like, maybe they have a hero that gets kind of countered by him as well. So maybe there's something behind that. But I'm expecting Night Stalker to go off. I could be wrong. It is played on mid as well, and it's all right versus Puck. Like, you can play it on mid or offlane. The thing is, like, Night Stalker, of course, shines versus Puck once you get the Nighttime and Crippling Fear and maybe a Blink Dagger. And you don't necessarily have to play from mid lane to get those. Like, you can play from the offlane and still get that timing.
Yakutou bros, they presumably need a carry for themselves for low to play. Tiny already being banned out against them. You were mentioning some of those other jump stun heroes. All of them are bad, so unlikely to see them. Illusion heroes are still in the mix though. His Maga's still here, his PL is still here. Terrorblade has less value given how much just pure armor you actually have. Marksmanship really hurts on that hero.
They banned out Naga last time, by the way.
Yeah.
This time, of course, it's the Tiny. Tiny still like did extremely well in like considering how good Drow is of a hero. He was keeping his own. It wasn't bad. Holding his ground.
10 seconds remaining.
They have.
Is
like,
this a Kez game for Yakutou bros?
I mean, they ban it out. They ban it out. I mean, the Doom was banned out, so they ban out the Kez. Honestly, it's a decent Kez game, but they had a lot of AoE silences. You have Lion. Like, they could tentatively burst down Kez through the game. I could have seen it. Like, the Yakult's lineup right now, let's see. They go with the Naga. Naga was banned, like we said last game, so... it's a strong hero into a Night Stalker if Night Stalker is playing offlane. It's a strong hero into Drow in general. It's a hero that gets like an Orchid and just hunts down Lion and Witch Doctor. It's a hero that can split the map as well. Like, I like it. It's a Lu Naga. We'll see how well he performs. They have very strong team fight. You have Dream Coil, you have Egg, you also have Song to reset and save. What can you find to deal with the illusions on the other side, though? No Doom, no Underlord.
Get Necrophos. Okay. All right, so it looks like you were correct. The Night Stalker is indeed going to be playing in the mid lane against Setsu. And this Necrophos will be what rounds out the draft. Okay. How do we feel about this Necro coming out here at the end of the draft?
It depends, you know, like I've seen a lot of Necro games. This hero is boom or bust, basically. You're either absolutely carrying and crushing everyone, or you're just dying 24/7. And when I look at this game, like there are reasons why they pick Necro, of course. It's strong, like you have Reaper Sight versus Timber, you're generally really good into the Naga lane, like you have that going for you as well. But you don't have your casual frontliner from the offlane that has a stun that just jumps in. Necro kind of does that with the Shard at this point, I guess, but not to the same extent of like a Slardar or something similar. With the Necro, they kind of solved the Naga lane. I'm not sure if it's like the best hero in the game, because you're playing versus Phoenix, one of the best counters to the Necro. Every single spell of Phoenix is magical, and some of them are percentage-based as well. And he's a very capable vessel builder. I like to see a vessel on him or on Rubik. Like, Rubik vessel is also pretty good. You're either going Distiller or vessel anyway, most of the time Distiller. So I'd like to see a vessel. Then you have a lot of burst damage, magic damage from Puck with silence on top. Like, you can deal with Necro. I think you can. But if he balls out of control and he gets like an early, I don't know, Wraps or Lotus plus Radiance, then it might get a bit rough.
We'll see what actually ends up happening, as now Team Resilience, one game away. They win this game, that's it. They get to go to TI. Echoes gets to make his TI debut, and they'll be dropping down Yakutou Bros to the lower bracket to try their second chance against Vici Gaming. But you don't want to go lower bracket. You want to just do it here and now. We will see a bit of an off-kilter draft from them with the Midnight Stalker. Not something that you see, especially in Chinese Dota. I believe I've never actually seen Midnight Stalker in an official China game before.
Really? Maybe we had one, but yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw this either. Maybe in other regions, sure, but in China, yeah, I can't agree. .67 win probability from minute 0. Yeah, Night
You
Stalker.
have Drow and Necro, bro.
Yeah. You have Drow, you have Necro, you have Night Stalker, and I spoke about not having this front line from the offlane. You have it from the mid, right? Like you have Night Stalker that can jump in and make things happen on his own. So overall, yeah, I think I'm not really leaning 67 or 63, whatever they gave us, but
The battle begins.
maybe a slight advantage for Radiant after game number 1 and seeing how that played out.
I'll say I also slightly favor them because I just, broadly speaking, don't believe in Naga Siren as a carry. But I'm a hyper carry player, so I don't like these map-based carries. As we see now a fight happening around the triangle. Malediction out onto the Timber Saw. He should be fine. Yeah, he's not gonna die. He's alright.
He won't die, but he needs to go base, and the first wave is already clashing, so he's basically missing a wave. He's missing maybe not a full wave of creeps, but he's gonna miss some of those. And it's like it's very important for the tempo of the game to get these first experiences. The games are decided on who gets level 2 earlier, and Kaka now kind of trying to do something.
No, he's using his body to drag Erica from the way.
Well, he wanted to get to the next wave, right? Like he wanted to manage to creep skip and pull waves, but the thing is now that he's doing this and he's really unsuccessful on the second wave, Timber is alone. You're playing Timber with Timber Chain level 1, by the way, versus Maledict and Drow. Like, gotta creep skip, basically. Nothing more. Like, this lane is done. Like, you have to creep skip.
Kaka's on it, dragging the wave. Just to try to find a way to get Shanya back into the game, but these first 3 minutes are probably going to be extremely tough for him. His counterpart of New is having a much better go of things at the moment. Already managed to find some CS for himself. Has level 2 right now, so he's chilling. Still has some tangles to play around with as well.
You know what the sad part is? They didn't even manage to creep wave properly, like to skip the wave properly. Instead, they pulled it under the tier 1 tower, not under the tier 2 tower. So, Drow or Witch Doctor, like they can actually contest the Timber once again. At least he might go for a new pull. Maybe he can get something else. Top lane, Naga will not have fun. Like we said, in the lane itself, Necro here is basically uncontested.
Bottom.
Rubik.
Kaka's not gonna have fun. He's dead. They hit level 2 on ZZQ, so he found the coconut, gets off the Maledict. Very straightforward kill for Erica there. This is a rough start. Let's hope mid is going better. Oh no, mid is not going better either. The puck is losing in the mid lane as well. Echoes is having a phenomenal time on the Night Stalker.
It's a melee hero with extremely high amount of right-click damage versus Puck. You're not going to get beaten as a Night Stalker versus Puck for sure in the lane. Like after the laning stage, sure, maybe he can get some coils, get some kills, but even after the laning stage, Night Stalker is actually the... it's just a winning combo through the game. It's just a counter to the Puck. Like, nothing much you can do about it.
Does he have to upgrade priority? Oh, he's actually dead!
Almost.
Oh my goodness. Okay, he was trying to bait Echoes eat deeper with the Fairy Fire, hoping that it maybe take some pot shots from the tier 1. But still, he's chewed through almost all of his regen now. Only has a single tango to play around with, and it's still 30 seconds until
Rubik
the next
mid.
water runes. Rubik gets a lift back out onto Echoes. They even dive in with the Phoenix as well, but here is ZZQ. Immediately gets out the Coconut Maledict onto the Phoenix. Is it enough to kill? No, not enough, not enough.
Yeah, I think it might be. It might be.
Feels
And
bad, man.
and the tip. Yeah, you just rotated both supports to try and kill the Night Stalker, and you didn't. At least what this, it's a little bit of a domino effect down bottom. Alleviates some pressure from the Timber Saw, as he can at least go into the lane now that there's no Witch Doctor, right? So Drow on her own versus level 2 reactive armor isn't really going to do a whole lot, so he can get some farm.
Just what
Kaka is
Coconut
dead.
bouncing again. Kaka is gonna die. Burst down. Killing spree already for ZZQ, and another aggressive tip emerging from Team Resilience. You know what? If you're gonna go to TI, you need to practice your BM as well. So you like to see it.
And they're basically, why they're tipping them is because they localized their problem and they're trying to deal with the biggest threat, and that's the Night Stalker. But instead of dealing with a threat when it's the weakest, right, Night Stalker before the nighttime, this is when you want to kill him, they're making the threat even bigger. They're just making him even stronger. He's now out-leveling the puck as well, on top of out-CSing him.
Top lane, they reel in this Necrophos close to the tier 1, but did manage to get off the Ghost Shroud. He's chilling, he's A-okay. Do you just have to upgrade when you get your Aeon Disc now as the puck?
You might have to think about going back into the lane.
Goes back in! Echoes might actually just be able to run him down. He doesn't have enough mana for another Void.
You see that?
Echoes though, he got baited. He's actually gonna... No, he's still alive, Setsu! Doesn't have Waning Rift available, so he can't come back in. Kaka running through the river, but he doesn't arrive in time to throw out that Fade Bolt. Echoes sticking around. Setsu thought about going forward, but he could have easily gotten voided and killed in that moment.
That play from Setsu was difficult to make, and it was risky. He TP'd base with the orb being in the lane, right? So he refills the bottle. Nice dodge as well.
They're coming through to try and assassinate him. He does manage to dodge the Earth Spike, and ZZQ cannot find the angle for the Maledict and the Coconut.
No, he's like, these last couple of plays from Puck were crucial. That he, not only that he doesn't die, but he gets the Night Stalker low enough that the Night Stalker cannot really connect, but he will still go with the Arcane Rune maybe.
Kaka is here, waiting in the offing with the Fade Bolt prepared. Echoes will show. Going forward, will he get lift back in time? He does not. He's going in. There's the Earth Spike onto the puck. The lift will finally come out, but it's way too late. We have lost out on our puck. And Echoes now is level 6 on the Night Stalker.
6.5 versus 5.5, basically a level ahead of the puck. Maybe even more if you consider the amount of XP you need for 7, so the tower might even fall on mid lane. Maybe even Rubik. I'm not sure you can show yourself here, sir.
Yeah, well, he's just a good bro. He sees that the puck went to the fountain by himself. He's like, that's not right, man. Let me join you. The water looks nice and warm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this game is... We're in for a snowball. This is your classic Night Stalker absolutely snowballing out of the laning stage. The supports are under-leveled. Wisdom Shrine at least does get taken by Timber. I think that's kind of important that someone took it top lane. Phoenix will die.
Gonna give away some experience. First Reaper sight of the game. It's not just this Night Stalker that's balling out of control. New is doing it too. He's top net worth on the Necrophos. He's actually gonna come bottom because they were diving Drow, but she's not gonna die. They don't have the levels to kill her. And now Echoes shows up, will just immediately go onto the Kaka Rubik. He is gone. New even cancels his TP. Night Stalker tells him, don't worry, brother, I've got this. Erica will not die here.
He's still kind of low. If Timber decides to go on him, maybe they can do something, but it's too dangerous, of course. This is the classic snowball Night Stalker. Just the trickle down, the domino effect from the mid lane, it didn't go well, and now you're 5k ahead, 8 minutes in. Puck does get the rune, and it's haste.
But he might die for this though. Earth Spike is out, Echoes is right on top of him with the crippling fear. It's nighttime as well, but the haste rune, is it gonna be enough? No, it will not. It's nighttime, so Echoes can keep up.
Damage
finds a kill with the help of the Phase Boots. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not only AoE, it's all no AoE fear. It's sorry, silence. It's also damage per second. So, Night Stalker drums now, and insane by the way. He's faster than a puck with haste. Haste doesn't help you versus a guy that already has 500 movement speed without phases.
I will say, Liz, this is one of the reasons why I don't like Naga. When you're in these kind of positions, you're behind in the game. Naga, how much, like, she's gonna farm in the jungle, but how much do you care? You're like, whatever, bro, we're 5k ahead of the Naga. If it's a Drow doing that, as Phoenix is gonna die, you know, if there's like at least the looming threat of a Drow, some faceless void, even a Terrorblade, okay, fine, take your time, brother. But Low's gonna emerge from the jungle and no one's gonna care, really.
They have one way of coming back, and only one now on Dire. That's like some crazy overcommitment into a Dream Coil egg, and Timber just destroying them. You know, they dive too deep, Timber is alive, and Timber is most likely dead.
Timber's not alive right now. Could be dead
not.
here, but he may be turning this around. Kaka got the lift out, and he's falling low on the Maledict, but still alive for now. Echoes, though, shows up will go forward. They lose ZZQ first, but they immediately end up dying on Tianming. And Kaka is going to be taken away as well by Echoes.
Okay.
What makes all of this worse, bro?
Sorry?
No Supernova still. Still haven't seen the first one.
Yeah, exactly. But well, he didn't have level 6. He just got it. I don't think he had it when the fight started as well. But when it comes to the scenario that I just described, that's half of it. You saw Timber is very tanky at this point. That's the idea. They go on Timber, you turn with Puck, Dreamcoil plus Egg. But they have to do it sooner than later. My dog agrees, by the way. I don't know if you heard him.
Yeah, I could hear it being like, oh yeah, Lizard's so smart, so smart.
Yeah, that's the barks. The barks are good dog whisperer. You are. You understand it.
Echoes has his drums now. Start building in towards having that blink dagger.
Dreamcoil mid.
Let me throw it onto Echo. But do they have the damage? This is the part of the problem of being this far behind. Just don't have any damage. It's actually going to be this Phoenix that dies because Erica happily TP's over with the rotation. They even find the Earthspike Hex onto Park. Finger of Death to take him away. Setsu already 0-3 here at 11
Kaka.
minutes. And the Death Ward on Kaka with Maledict.
He has
He's actually
Legion
dead.
shield. He has shield. He needs
No.
to.
No.
Why didn't he
He's
use it?
super dead. He's super dead.
Wait, if he uses the shield earlier, doesn't that physical damage barrier? Never mind. I'm bad. In any case, unlucky. What can you do? They went on the Night Stalker. He's way too tanky, and again, the scenario that I described is missing a point. What's the point? They're missing the Timber. Like this time, the last time they missed the Dreamcoil, this time they missed the Timber. They need all of these three heroes together to get any sort of a kill. If you don't have Timber, you don't have damage. If you don't have Puck, you don't have control. And if you don't have Phoenix Egg, Night Stalker is just going to eat everyone alive with the nighttime. So you need the Egg for the daytime, you need the Dreamcoil for the control, and you need the Timber for the damage.
I love how you didn't even bring up the Naga siren.
No, you don't need her, let her farm. This hero is irrelevant at this point, she does nothing.
Well, she's relevant to the coffers of Team Resilience as they are hunting her down in the jungle. Lo will be revealed, he'll be showed. Planet, will he find the Earth Spike here? Gets the Hex first. Echoes, forced to pop the Darkness just to secure the vision. But in the end, it grants them a Reaper side kill. Second of the game for New.
Goddamn Radiance on Necro. Level 10, minute 12. This is like Meepo-esque levels, you know, of XPM. When he's farming everywhere on the map, this is how much XPM you usually have on him. Well, it's rough place to be in for the Naga, but it's Phoenix is dead as well.
Looks like every time we turn to Tianming, he's just dead. He has 7 deaths in 12 minutes.
Blink Dagger will be completed by Night Stalker very soon as well. 1700 gold on him. This snowball happened from the mid lane, from the two supports rotating and not managing to kill the Night Stalker. That's literally, it's like, you know, the Viper scenario. They just, it's the same, literally the same thing. When you go in, you try to kill the Viper, you feed to him. But this is even worse because Night Stalker is easier to kill, but way more oppressive if you do not do it. Like, he does way more than a Viper in the mid game. So I guess they're waiting for maybe level 6 on Kaka, and then you can make a play. He's going for Essence Distiller, by the way, so they won't even have the Vessel. Is Phoenix doing it? No. They won't have a Vessel into Necro. Another thing, Puck actually will have it. My bad. Puck is the one. Oh my god.
Vessel Puck.
Oh.
Alright. That's not something you see every day. I mean, it's a Necro and a Witch Doctor, so you can understand the temptation, but...
I can, but dude, like, you're playing into Night Stalker, into Lion, into you know what the point is. This game is already a trash Puck game. It got first picked.
Yeah,
it got absolute. He's cooked any way you itemize. Whatever you buy, you're cooked in some way. So maybe this is just get what's good against the enemy team and see what you can do with it. I appreciate the adaptation at least. He's gonna get a DD. Maybe DD smoke up from the Phoenix. Finally, we're gonna see a move. There we go.
It's the first Spirit Vessel on Puck for this patch. Not surprising.
On any patch, almost.
Let me check actually on any patch. Let me go see.
I'm sure some Puck bought Vessel sometime, but there's like 10 Vessel builds on Puck in history
You'd be
of Dota.
surprised. 129 games of Spirit Vessel on Puck.
How many Puck games?
In total, oh, bajillions, I don't know.
Bro, there you go. It's like 0.1% of games or something, so.
Yeah. You also, speaking of the Puck again, like the moment that they picked Puck, it was an insta pick on the Night Stalker. Like Resilience was so prepared in the drafting phase for what's gonna happen.
Erika should die here.
On
They
bottom,
have
he
the...
should die. They have Dream Coil, they have everybody around him. Echoes will come in. Drow Ranger still alive. Finally, will able to go down. They popped the song, preventing Echoes from going too much further forward. There's going to be the Supernova. They want to bring down New. Egg will go off. Reaper Sight does not kill low. All of a sudden, New's going to be the one that goes down. Double kill for Shanya. Echoes finishes off low on the back edge of the fight. And Planet with the Earth Spike will buy him the opportunity to escape. Might not survive himself, but there's the Witch Doctor. Look at it go. Gets cancelled way too early, though. He did get out the Maledict, which is able to bring down ZZQ in the end. ZZQ, will he in? Will he get out? Chakram, letting him down. He's still alive. They apply the additional tick damage, but it's not enough. And as Kaka is forced to leave Shanyu, Echoes finishes him off. It's a triple kill for the Night Stalker. Give him the Ultra. And yes, they do get New. Yes, they do get Erika, but it costs almost everybody in their lineup.
Wasn't it everyone? Didn't Naga TP'd out or what?
Puck didn't die. Puck didn't die, yeah.
Ah, Puck, okay. Ah, I see, yeah. Puck is the only one that survived, my bad. It started off kind of well, you know? Like, the smoke was good. Double smoke, by the way. They used 2 smokes so they could get in the right position. And it was kind of ingenious moving through the Twin Gate instead of striking from front. But stuck around a little bit too long versus this Night Boy.
Echoes, speaking of the Night Boy, he's gonna find another victim. They get the Maledict out onto Kaka with the right click damage. They did throw the Dream Coil in, so ZZQ actually dies first. And now Low has found Echoes. He's not in the darkness at the moment. He needs to get out of here. They have vision, but they don't have the necessary control. They're chasing him in the trees. Setsu just needs one Waning Rift and he will be able to find him. Look at that godlike streak that was ended. Setsu getting some long-awaited revenge on his counterpart in the mid lane.
No, that's a feels good man right there. 1,000 gold for the Puck. He will have the 4-staff now. Vessel 4-staff Puck. Let's go, maybe. I mean, you know, 4-staff, they will lose the Naga, but the 4-staff will help you versus Crippling Fear at least, right? And the nice thing about 4-staff is, actually, you don't necessarily have to use it on yourself. Like if Phoenix, let's say, gets gone on, you force him, and he uses Egg, and then suddenly there is daytime, and Night Stalker is kind of like caught with his pants down in most of these situations, so... 4-staff, yeah, of course he's most likely going to use it on himself, but there are options. It gives them another dimension, you know, another way of playing the game. I'd like to see some 4-staff maybe on Rubik as well, or Phoenix. Phoenix is going for Glimmer.
Rubik stolen, Maledict thrown in out onto New. He's definitely going to die on this.
Yeah.
Young Necrophos. The question is, will he be the only one? Echoes comes in trying to kill Tianming, but there's that 4-star. Supernova comes out, and now the Night Stalker stuck in a very awkward place. The exact combo you were talking about gets played out before our very eyes, and for the first time in this game, Echoes dies back to back.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful, beautiful combination from them. You know what they're doing? They're striking a very aggressive sort of a build from Radiant, or you know, every time we talk about BKBs, we mention this fact. BKB feels so bad when you're losing, right? Like when you're losing, BKB feels like, okay, I'm just delaying the inevitable. But when you're winning, it feels like a must, because it prevents the rubber band scenario, this just bouncing back with a couple of kills, gaining 1,000 gold each time you die on the enemy side. Night Stalker went for a shard a little bit earlier. He didn't really queue up the BKB, so he's paying the price. Necro as well, no defensive tools, has Radiance and the shard. So both of them, basically, by buying the shard and delaying the BKB, have given them the opportunity to make these plays.
Also saw just now middle, that 4-staff yet again from Setsu saving Tianming. Last time he saved him, it allowed him to pop off the Supernova. This time it was literally mid-animation from the Finger of Death. Manages to get the Phoenix away.
Yeah, and the Rubik as well, by the way. We spoke about the 4 staffs and how important they are. He's buying one as well. So Force Rubik, Force Puck, Glimmer very soon on the Phoenix.
Radiant's top tower is under
So do you try to angle for Psychic Headband as a neutral item as well for even more displacement?
No, absolutely. Like if you can get it versus the Night Stalker, you're definitely building that. You know that he will be buying a nullifier eventually anyway. So you really need it.
They are smoked up right now on Yakutou Brothers. Echo's farming the jungle, but Erica, if Erica shows on this wave, they might try to jump him behind. Kaka will see him right now. Gonna try to get the lift back, but they get the distiller, but it's too late. They don't find the immediate initiation. ZZQ will TP in. He's still alive. They're going on to Erica though. Spirit Vessel's there. There's a supernova. Dreamcoil gets deployed as well, and Erica is going to end up dying here. In the backlines, they do lose their Timber Saw. Erica's still alive. Finally goes down, but he's bought so much time. His allies are going to stream in to try and counter them. They find the Phoenix first. Kaka will follow this one up. So it ends up being a 3-for-1 trade. Timber Saw couldn't enter the fight properly, but at least he bought them the time necessary to kill off Drow.
No, at least Drow bought them the necessary time to kill off 3 heroes. You could argue it's the other way around as well, right? Like, they took so much time to kill off a hero that is usually not that tanky, right? Like, it's a Drow, but what is she sitting on? She's sitting on 2000 HP. You know, just the Aghanim stats, the Diadem stats. Like, she's going to have a Manta very soon as well. For some reason, she has a Plate Mill queued up. I'm not sure that's going to be bought. Yeah, now she switches back up to Manta. All is good. But yeah, like they took too much time catching Drow. Nice little gust from her and nice movement back to the Witch Doctor for the extra heals. Like if they had the Manta, I think she doesn't even die. I think that fight is just a disaster for Dire. It wasn't great this way either, but at least they got the Drow.
Only they were able to kill the Witch Doctor first at the beginning as he TP'd him. Unfortunate. But Setsu survived the entire engagement, so does have money to pick up the Blink Dagger. This has to be one of the latest Blink Daggers ever on a puck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is very late. At this point, you could argue that he could have went for something else as well. Lion.
Jump in. 2-hero Dreamcoil onto the 2 supports. Oh, no supernova there. Hex came from planet almost immediately, but not enough damage to kill off low. And with the help of the Timber Saw, they do manage to bring down both of these 2 supports and the tier 1 tower. Okay.
How do you like the Aghanims, by the way, that our dear observers are showing to us as well on the Naga, by the way? It's pretty cool, right? I mean, it's a very cool idea.
I guess the idea is that you, as the Night Stalker's coming in with his BKB, that you can still ensnare him and you just stop him in the middle of the fight.
Of course, and it breaks as well. Like you get a break and you get an ensnare. It's a very low cooldown, like 12 seconds, 5-second duration. Like he goes in the air, you just use it on him. Like dude, this guy is a genius. Low. 200 IQ player, or he might look like a Pega if it doesn't really work out. But I believe I think it's a cool adaptation. He's never going to like solo carry this game if he just goes all in, you know, the classic build. Like you're playing into a Necro that's overfed.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Smoke up right now by Echoes and the boys. They will come across Phoenix. Tianming is about to wander into some vision. They know more or less the direction that he's at. They're going to jump him. Easy kill. Setsu! Holy base, he tried to bail his man out. Yo, does Setsu owe Tianming money? Because he's put himself in the line of fire so many times to bail out this Phoenix.
If he owed him money, he probably would be as far away as possible from him, as it usually happens. He wouldn't be trying to help him. Maybe it's the other way around. Phoenix owes him money, so he's trying to save him to get it.
Can't pay you back. Can't pay me back if you're dead.
Exactly. Tormi will fall for Radiant, so let's see who gets it. Vici, it's a very good shard. It's a very good shard for him or for Lion. Like both of these supports really like getting it as soon as possible, but both of them are kind of supports that don't really buy it, right? Like you aren't necessarily just queuing up the shard. You have too many other important items to get.
Only a 5k gold lead right now, so things have gone down from a peak of what, almost 11? And Timbersaw is actually having a game now. You know, you compare and contrast how he started this game to where he is now. Has Blink, Kaya Sanj, BKB, building into the Shivas. Actually able to play Dota, not just being completely zoned out of the game.
No, absolutely, yeah. Like the moment you get the BKB, the game is playable. This was a kind of a game where they could have already GG'd out 5-7 minutes ago if it went the way it started, right? But they found a couple of really good fights. They punished the Night Stalker, like those back-to-back deaths. He didn't die ever since, but they were impactful.
He didn't die since, but he also hasn't really been able to get big kills or advance that much either. He went from being at the top of the card to now being at the bottom of the net worth of all the cores, even the dire ones.
To do the Necro build as well, like Radiance, Black King Bar, and the Lotus on top. Like he's just full on making sure that he can survive through the fight, through the vessel, through the silences as well. He has some ability from the shard. This shard is basically what's making this hero work. And by the way, I have a hot take. I think when it comes to some other heroes that are maybe reworked but aren't really played as much, Visage I think is actually a legit hero right now. Just because he was given his Aghanims as a basic spell. Mid lane, smoke.
Gonna be making the dive onto Tianming. This time around, his babysitter is not around, so you can't bail him out. We'll open up the path towards Roshan here. We get into the pit. Big man's gonna go down. Actually, to that point about like these kind of spells like on Necro give him mobility, do you think maybe that's also why people started playing a lot more Viper once you got the nosedive in?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nosedive was in and it wasn't really picked, but when people figured out that you can build around the tank nosedive with Shivas and stuff is where it really picked up. The mobility itself is massive. As long as you can play the playstyle that you want to play around that mobility, like as long as you can initiate with it or just be very tanky and reposition yourself to survive like Necro can. Or the Viper with the nosedive, that is to your point.
DKB now up on this Night Stalker. Hey, look at this. He's committing Setsu. But that thing that you mentioned about Nullifier will emerge eventually and then your 4-staff does nothing. You know what? Instead of getting Psychic Headband, which he already has, he's also going to build a Hurricane Pike on top.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I mean, it's not the worst item in Puck. Like, Hurricane Pike in general can be played. Timber, down bottom. We'll get
very dead on the Timber Sword. They might actually get the Naga Siren as well. No song emerging from low. There's too many BKBs around him, so he just goes down. Double kill for New here, and a tier 2 tower to be taken.
I was hyping up this 200 IQ Naga Aghanim Scepter, but so far, yeah, didn't really do a lot, especially when you consider that they have a Lotus on their side as well.
Just in general, Naga doesn't do that much, bro.
I mean, with this build for sure, and with the state of this game, she can't really showcase what the hero can do. I think the hero is playable, but when you're this far behind, and your items are basically... I mean, look, he's even going for heart next. He's going for a heart in a game where he's playing into a Night Stalker and a Necro. But Necro, yeah, Necro is the important one. Plus into a Hypothermia, by the way, from Drow.
Oh, yeah, she has the axe already.
Yeah. She bought it first. I think that was her first item. So you're playing versus Hypothermia and you're buying a heart at this point. Just want to tank up, I get it. I guess this game is more on the, like when it comes to the damage, it's more on Puck, Timber and maybe Phoenix, you know. Naga is the one that just cooks things up. Like the playstyle is, I'm gonna go in, boys. I'll make them go on me, you do work, you know, just figure it out. This isn't the Naga with Bloodthorn and like a very quick way of initiating like Manta Bloodthorn, and you're just getting pickoffs.
Well, Setsu feels like he's gotten that same memo because he's now queued up Skadi and Daedalus on the puck.
No, I'm telling you, like there is no damage coming from the Naga. Someone has to do it. I like the queue up from him.
So you get Skadi, Daedalus, and then you get Aghanims, right, on the puck.
Yeah, you just go full on right click. If you can get there, by the way, because they still have Aegis for 2 more minutes on the draw.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Longest 2 minutes of their lives. ZZQ sitting in behind, just giving them the shine, and now they jump onto puck, but there's gonna be the pushes away with the Hurricane Pike. It'll protect this little fairy dragon, but Tier 2 tower cannot be protected in such fashion. It would be very cool though if you could Hurricane Pike the towers. That would be funny.
is under attack.
Well, you should be able to maybe push yourself away from it, but it still stays in the same spot or something, yeah. But, it would make sieging even easier.
So I must say, I'm loving how ZZQ's been playing this Witch Doctor. He's been basically playing this like Io. He's literally just sitting in behind Erica, giving him the heal with the restoration. Doing literally nothing else but following around his carry.
There's the snare.
Snares there. Timber chain away from Shangye. He's falling lower and lower. Gonna force the BKB. Okay, this could be the setup. Where's the Supernova? Where's Tianming? Tianming is here. Setsu thinking about it. Gets the Dream Quill. It's only onto 2 though, but they do not want to fight into the Aegis. They were considering what to do next, but now Team Resilience are actually going to force the fight, going onto Kaka and the Timber Sword. They get the double stun. Echoes trying to follow up. They forced off away Shangye, but with the Maledict on top of him, they're trying to kill him. Reaper Sight, not enough. Supernova on the high ground as well. This could actually set up into a terrible position for them. Triple stun, but no follow-up from the side of Yakutou Bros. So they can't keep the fight going. They chase down ZZQ. They are able to kill him with Setsu, but it will cost Tianming on the other side of the fight. Low reels himself in off the Lotus. They buy back on the Phoenix. Echoes, his BKB is finishing, so he wants to try and get out of this fight. Erica, he's gonna flee, leaving behind New, who gets hexed with the stolen hex from Kaka.
he used
And they
BKB
do
as well.
manage to find the kill, and he popped the BKB just before he went down.
Yeah. He didn't want to pop the BKB immediately and maybe just TP out, because he could have. He could have just BKB TP. He wanted to get away a little bit further, and he gets punished for it. So they do get a big kill off of that buyback, even though if he just pops BKB earlier on Necro, the fight is over. There is no one else to catch, they just TP out. In any case, a good hold. It looked scary, but what happened during that fight is Timber, while he was 50% HP, he actually got Aghanim Scepter delivered. So he could re-engage at least a little bit and form that wall again. So he gets the Ags mid-fight, and then maybe they didn't see it. They continued chasing. The double impale was good, but his way to tanky Reaper Sight on Timber that has 60% HP is truly not going to do a whole lot.
Still a scary fight though. If they lose that fight, they'll probably lose the game. But they keep going. Erica does have BKB though, going in onto Kaka. He'll pop the Glimmercade, but if he can buy time and get the Hex out, maybe. But Erica able to TP out just in the nick of time. Bro, what's happening with Erica and these... It's not just Erica. Who was it yesterday with the super fast Mantas? It was Monet.
It was Monet.
It was crazy
and
quick
Drow as well.
on the button pick. Yeah, on Drow, yeah. The Manta BKB.
The thing is, like, sometimes when you're... I guess if you're meeting each other, like, in the... in an area where you don't have vision, he doesn't have vision, and you just bump into the night against each other, you know, in the night against each other, then pressing BKB is, of course, a little bit easier than casting a spell. So you can BKB before he hexes you. Probably has quick cast on, of course, but still. It's one button and the BKB is up.
Yet again, managed to shave away into this gold lead. New. He does have BKB, but he's gonna get lifted. They have the Hex still available. Can they burst him down? They can. 90 seconds in the grave, no Necro, and now they find the real in onto ZZQ. He goes into the Voodoo Switcheroo to buy some time, but he will die as well. Kaka getting gone on by Erica. Glimmer Cape will save him, and now Erica might have overextended himself. Does have the Glimmer Cape thanks to Planet. They get him back into the base and away from the Supernova, but Echoes is stuck next to the Supernova. The net from low ensures that the Night Stalker is dead. 3 heroes and a tier 2. And the gold lead is just gone? What's going on here, Lizard?
Yeah, the Aghanims of Naga actually paying off in the end quite well. And the struggles that we maybe have predicted from Necro have started. Like just Necro being caught with his pants down, no BKB, no Lotus. That's an easy kill for Dire. And this could mean a side. Like they have fortification, okay.
It's a long 30 seconds though. And you know, sometimes when these cooldowns at like the 30-second mark, you really don't want to have to buy back, but they might not have a choice. Erica getting gone on right now, but did get off the BKB, able to stand her ground. She's falling very low though, and the BKB will eventually end. She did kill off Kaka though. Voodoo Switcheroo will come out. ZZQ, will he be able to survive this? He will for now. Jim Quell thrown in from Setsu as they get the damage in from the Timber Saw. The Chakram chonks through ZZQ, but he's done his job. He's interrupted the push, forced them to get out, and they catch Setsu. Planet! God tier jump. This Observer Ward, he's the one that planted it in the earlier fight as well. He grabs Setsu, they find the puck. The actual carrier of Yakutou Bros is dead.
Yeah, the catch on puck was so important for them after wasting a couple buybacks. Just making sure that at least they get one core pick off. Of course, the ward, like you said, was just absolutely perfectly placed. Because of Puck being dead, can they take Crush? Let's see. I think they can. Even with the Roar, you are playing into a Naga with the Song. She's got Skadi, but she's not really close. And she doesn't have a TP, so I don't think this is, yeah, even a DD in the river. This is a free Roche. So you basically don't get anything after a pretty big, crucial fight that narrowed the net worth advantage to almost nothing. Now you're playing into an Aegis and a banner.
Instead of going for the high ground push, should they maybe have come back to get the Roshan for themselves?
It's always, you know, you always want to get Roche first, but when you kill someone right in front of their base and 3 heroes are dead, and you know that you can force buybacks, of course you're gonna be tempted to go high ground. But this is like, I swear, the first thing that every coach, every player tells to his teammates. Roche first, high ground second. Roche first, high ground goddamn second.
Well, right now, Super is going to be sitting there with the papers being like, and I told these guys. God damn it, what the hell, boys?
They all know it. It's just circumstantial, right? Like it was... The situation was such that they felt like they could push high ground, but I believe Skadi wasn't actually in the Naga's inventory at that point. So, but just pushing and taking objectives was very difficult for them. When it comes to Braxes or when it comes to Roche, like they aren't really that great at taking anything on Dire. They're really good at team fights, but objective taking is not their forte, not for now at least.
Push is coming from Erica and the boys. Team Resilience, they can smell it. TI Echoes, he wants his first one to make his debut on the main stage. They get the tier 2 tower, they have the banner available, but they're not gonna set up for this push. Erica's gonna force out the wave a little bit, but they're actually gonna smoke first. They wanna find a pick off and transition that into a barracks push in one of these lanes.
And they poked the bear with those first couple of tips, you know. I didn't see any tips, any all chatting since minute 7, basically. Timber?
Since Echo started dying. Timber getting gone on here. Do they have the chain disable? They don't have the Reaper Scythe nearby, so he can get off the BKB TP. Whoa, 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 whoa. Death Ward with the lots of right clicks.
Aghanims,
he makes
though,
it back to safety. He'll be fine with Yags.
Dude, without Yags, he actually dies there. The Maledict would be way too heavy, but... Yeah, the Aghanims just completely negates the incremental damages. Oh, botlane. Found the Phoenix. No buyback.
Tianming dead again. Could be be a big deal. Like you said, no buyback, and this is a dieback. Remember, he bought back for that top fight.
He'll have it. He'll have it. He'll have it. The buyback is back off cooldown in 20 seconds, and he needs like 10 gold, but he has the greedy plus 100, so actually he'll have the gold. It's all right.
While this was happening, Loa's forcing in the top wave, so he's been shoving that into Naga Siren, keeping this map in play for them, so they can't push through the top lane, but they will come through mid happily.
They only have 2 buybacks, basically. The one on Phoenix and the one on Naga.
Erica on the high ground. Hawk is going to try to run some interference here, but not going to be able to reach the banner. Tier 3 tower already gone. Focusing on this Rax. The buyback is available. Just a little bit more time.
They probably don't want to use the buyback because Aegis is still up, right? Like, if you get her out of position, though...
Reel in. Will be there. Hawk putting in a bit of pressure, but they have the Lotus Orb on top. Erica does what he's meant to do. Finishes off the Rax. They take away the Roshan's banner, but the job is done. Melee barracks have been removed.
She almost has 25 Satanic Butterfly. What's the Blades of Attack for, by the way, that she queued up? Is that a Daedalus maybe, or something that she's buying? Not sure, but she actually has a Dragonlance that she can put in instead of the Aegis. Or the boots.
Absurdly farmed in the game. 30k net worth for this Ra Ranger. Also 30k net worth for this Necrophos. And he's going for the Wind Waker next. So this combination that they've been relying on, not going to be as easy to pull off anymore if New gets this item.
Yeah, you can break Dreamcoil with it, right? Like, you'll be able to get away from the puck and the Phoenix.
Okay, this is a big decision. He bought out on the Naga Siren, so no buyback available from him, but he does have the Disperser instead. They're reeling in this Necro, getting him closer. He'll use up. There's going to be a lot of burn damage. He gets lifted into the air as well, brought back. They force out the BKB as Echoes also jumps to the back lines. But the BKB is going to finish soon from New. Echoes getting reeled in as well. Timbersaw blows up, but he gets hexed as well immediately. There will be, though, the Song of the Siren with the Supernova. Everybody's been caught. Setsu coming in as well. There's a big Planet Earth spike, and they do manage to remove the Supernova from play. Echoes manages to get the silence out and the kill on the puck. Setsu is down for the count, but he does have buyback. Xianming trying to remove himself from where these heroes are, but he can't do it. He's a dieback on the Phoenix. Setsu, you're still sitting in the fountain. We need you, brother, on the front lines.
Yeah, they use the 40. They're maybe baiting a couple of extra dives before he uses it. Maybe to fight under the tier 4s. There we go, he buybacks.
Buyback comes out now. Low. Maledict on top of him, Setsu going in. They do manage to actually get Echoes with Shanya. The Aghanim Scepter from the Timbersaw putting in some work. Death Ward will come out as now Erica standing on the Glacier trying to throw in these right clicks. Kaka not going to be able to escape. He dies to the right clicks of Erica as Timbersaw now isolated from the rest of his team. He doesn't have a BKB, and as they hex him and kill him, they will probably be ending the game because he does have buyback. Just got it back in the fight. Setsu, Dreamcoil out onto 2. But where's the damage? These heroes are so healthy. Look at New. Gets drawn back into the base, but they don't have the Sunray anymore. Timbersaw goes in once more. Hex is going to be out again onto the Timber. Glacier from Erica to right-click Shanyu and send him away. But the Naga Siren able to find the Witch Doctor. ZZQ ends up dead. There's a Hex onto Kaka on the right-hand side of the fight. Erica right-clicks him down, gets a dieback out of this Rubik. As New is zoning back Setsu. Finally, they can focus onto Shanyu, but he gets his BKB at the last second. It will not help, however, against the right clicks of Erica, who gets the kill, helped out by the Finger of Planet. And as he finally dies, this should be it. Tianming and Lo might mount one final challenge here. Setsu is not even here. He's just pushing out. Look where Setsu is on the park. He just wants to try and get rid of these waves.
There's
but
a
the
wave
tier 4
bottom.
towers
Wave
are under threat. There's a wave bottom, there's a wave mid. There's so many creeps inside the base. The Supernova's back though. Can they do something special with this one? There's no cliff. Tier 4s are gone. And GG is called. Kaka sees no way for them to come back into this game. And as Tianming dies once again for good measure, this game is over. This game is a wrap. Team Resilience are going to TI. Echoes is going to make his main stage debut at long last.
Sorry. I forgot the jacket build. My bad. Congratulations, Team Resilience, getting to the TI, of course. Wonderful performance from them. By the way, Hydra's Breath purchased in the end. I know you're very happy on the draw. He had a fantastic game, a fantastic showing. He was picking off all the right targets in these last fights. Like, he's constantly aiming at supporters. They couldn't play the game. Like, Phoenix couldn't use the egg because of the draw, because of her BKB. Even through the song, she solos it. She just solos the egg. And then she solos the Rubik afterwards as well. Just way too much damage. You know what was funny? Actually, kind of interesting about this last fight? The fact that Night Stalker, he died like one of the first ones, if you remember. The Timbersaw eliminates him, right? He never bought back. Like, he never joined the fight. They continued 4v10ing them. Like, everyone used the buyback on Yakult. Team Resilience literally played without the Night Stalker for their... Like, that fight, this last fight probably lasted like, what, 3 minutes? 4 minutes, maybe, even? Night Stalker died in the first one and never bought back. He was like, you guys got this. I'm chilling. I'm saving my buyback just in case you mess up. You know, I'll defend us. It's fine. In any case, very well-deserved victory after the laning stage and how it went. Night Stalker did so much work. Like, he was 11-0 at some point, died twice afterwards, of course, but he gave them the momentum, definitely the momentum that they needed. Yeah, unlucky for Yakult, but they do have another shot at it, right? Like, they do play the lower bracket finals as well.
They do have that second opportunity in the lower bracket against Vici. But Echoes, man, this game of his completely dumpstered them. Forced Setsu to have to build in a way that he definitely did not come into this game expecting to build Hurricane Pike on his park as the first item, really, but didn't really have an option. It's the only way he could play this game. I will say as well, you know, that last fight, it could have been, if they managed to actually get the Supernova off, right? Did you see how quickly it died after the song ended? If the positioning was a little bit better on this egg, it could have been fantastic, but...
It's here, right? Like, this fight, I believe. Yeah, I was thinking if it's on the cliff, maybe they don't have vision, but I think the problem was the Night Stalker flying, so he's giving the vision anyway, right? But I think the egg is actually down on the stairs. It's not on the high ground anyway. Maybe he could have positioned it a little bit further out there, you know, just a little bit further away from Erica. He wants to be in so that the egg connects onto everyone, but it could have been maybe, it could have been a little bit deeper on his own side. Would have made a difference. Would it have won them the game? Probably not, but maybe they would be able to fight after the egg explodes. I'm not sure. In any case, you see the Night Stalker dying here. He was dead for the rest of the fight, by the way. They're just buying everyone. The Phoenix buybacks, the Timber buybacks, the Puck buybacks. You see here, he's still dead. 30 more seconds. They still didn't even take the rats. He's still chilling in his base. He's probably just like cheering them, you know, from his chair, chilling, watching, smiling.
He's like, I want to just engage in some cinema right now. He's just relaxing. You know what he's doing? You've heard about saving strats for TI. He's saving buyback for TI. That's what Echoes is doing here. Congratulations to him. And he carried the game. You could tell he really wanted to go to TI. It's his first one. Yes, Erica did eventually the most damage. Planet played an absurd game of Lion. Like, this was ridiculous. Some of the stuns that he was getting, reliably multiple 2, 3 hero earth spikes. Hex always out onto the correct target. Hell, you know that last push that they had? If he doesn't find that Hex and kill onto Setsu, which leads to them getting the Roche, getting the banner that they needed for the push through mid, this game could still be going. That could have changed everything, but Planet leveled up, did his thing, opened up the map for his team. Pretty much everybody played well. I can't think of anybody to criticize on Team Resilience.
I couldn't either. I think they had a fantastic showing. I do, maybe, like, in hindsight, when you look at this game, Yakult, they could feel like this is one of those games where things just started poorly for them. Because if you remember, Timber got zoned out completely level 1. He had to be late to the lane, and then he got zoned out again. And he had Timber Chain +2 in reactive armor as well going into the lane, and Rubik wasn't actually able to creep skip properly. So the hero that could kind of save them in the mid game, and arguably he was the one, right, on Dire that kind of connected all the dots. He was the tank, he was the damage dealer, he was the one that, the only one that Night Stalker couldn't abuse. Unfortunately, his lane went badly. So your strongest tool was doomed from the get-go. I think like Yakult, when they look at this game, they could think that it was still playable. It was a hard game, but a playable game if at least it started off well. But the beginning itself was a mess. Like it was just a chaotic game from get-go.
I also think this is the second game back-to-back where they've had one of their heroes in the team that's just not near the impact of one of the heroes on the enemy team. Game 1 was Mirana not having near the impact of the clockwork. Game 2, Naga tried his best, had to bring us some new interesting build, but unfortunately,
new tech.
Naga is not Drow Ranger. And Drow, when she shows up to the fights, it's a very different degree of fear that you feel as a team than when the Naga Siren shows up. But in the end, Team Resilience, shout out to them for the strong 2-0 finish, and they'll be going to TI. For the side here of Yakut Brothers, what do you think they need to change as they head into the lower bracket? That game is only in an hour, so not much time to make grand adjustments. What would you tell them if you were the coach?
Well, this is the only series that we covered when it comes to Yakult, right? So, like I did see some of their other drafts and how they were playing. I think they can revert back to drafts that are maybe a little bit more stock standards when it comes to the, like you mentioned, the supports, especially if you're just committing into something that doesn't really have a lot of catch or a lot of reliable disable, like a Mirana plus what did they have, Hoodwink. It can backfire sometimes. Just ease of execution, basically going into the finals versus Vici Gaming. I think that Vici Gaming is a lot of an easier opponent, by the way. So it's going to be just as hard for them. Make it easier for yourself. Don't pick insta-puck into a Night Stalker. That's the first thing. And the second thing is probably just make sure that you aren't playing into clock techies as well. Like there's just, I don't know, like 2 games in a row. This second game, sure, puck is always first phase banned, right? Like Storm gets picked, puck gets banned. You pick the puck, but you don't protect him in any way. And the first game, like you pick the 2 supports, but you let Clock and Techies, arguably the best supports in the game, you let them go through on the other side. So I think drafting could be a little bit adjusted, but I think they got it. They have a lot of experience on Kaka, and if anyone can do it, it's him.
If anyone can do it, it's Kaka. All right, we'll be witnessing, of course, that matchup in about an hour to see what exactly is going to transpire in that game. But for now, we are going to be just taking it easy. Lizard, it has been a pleasure as always, my friend. As much as I was gassing up Echo for making his TI debut, my DPC debut was with you, actually. So
I remember. I know. Good times.
Very nice to see this. Because, some of these players for years, I know I've been spamming you, being like, yo, bro, Sean used the future. Hey, bro, you need to see this new guy, Ghost, Low, these guys are the future. Nice to be able to see them live up to some of that promise. And we'll see if they can do so again in the lower bracket. All of you at home, thank you for being with us. We're going to hand it over now to B-Cup and Lacoste as they'll be taking you to the end of these TI qualifiers. So, Mr. Admiral Admir, thank you so much. I will see you on our next journey, sir. Take
Absolutely.
it away.
My pleasure.
Love you all. Till next time.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
No problem.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final day here, the final series of the Chinese qualifiers for TI. We've got a good matchup. Lacoste, I'm excited for this matchup. I'm so excited. I am ready here with some props. Got prop comedy ready to go. We've got Vici ready up against their opponents playing Yakutou, although Yakutou. So I won't show that for too long because obviously the name change and all that. But Yakutou, they got 2-0'd. I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't expecting them to get 2-0'd, especially in the fashion they did in that last series. And now I'm a little worried about them coming into this series against Vici.
Yeah, considering that you had jerseys prepared, I think you kind of expected it, and you're lying to the audience live on broadcast. But no, I would say kind of expected after seeing their performance. I think Yakutou Bros slightly overperformed in their series that they were playing against Vici Gaming earlier, when they got them really surprised with some of the drafts and also the way that they've been playing. There was also the morphling issue. So Vici Gaming, they're going to be up for a rematch, which I think they looked much better overall, especially yesterday when they were playing, even though it was a 3-game series against Team Refuser, where they completely popped off. Even that second game that they did lose, Queen of Pain, XM, he was going insane. Every single fight, 25,000 damage, pretty much solo carrying the team. But I also think they have one issue that they will need to fix, and that's going to be the carry issue that we have seen them struggle with. The Alchemist that they had in that series, the Morphling when they were playing against Yakutou Bros. These type of carries doesn't seem to be fitting into the meta at the moment, and also doesn't seem to be fitting into the playstyle that Shiro is playing.
Yeah, and we take a look at these first picks. It's going to be that Puck against the Sardar. Sardar is a hero that they flexed a bunch here for Vici. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this over mid, but it's got a 0 win rate after 2 games. Very small sample size in these qualifiers for just the Chinese qualifiers. But they go to the Phoenix, and Phoenix has been very popular amongst these teams.
Yeah, for a good reason. Super strong laner, gives you team fight, percentage-based damage. We are in meta where a lot of the off-laners, they have insane amount of HP, and you also have some carries on top of that. You have Tiny, who's almost impossible to break down, if impossible to kill if you don't have any percentage-based damage, some kind of a stacking damage. Lion is popping off. Lion only lost 1 game, and it feels super strong. His ability to go around the map and find kills, having this instant hex compared to Shaman, who isn't really that strong of hero. I think probably the only time I would pick Shadow Shaman is if I had Invoker in the mid lane who can set things up for the Sunstrike, where you can go for solo kills with Shaman, long duration lockdown. But these 2 heroes combined together can go around the map and pretty much find anything.
Marana gets picked up for Yakutou, and they themselves the Rubik in response. And you can see Red Panda, he did stand in for this roster for 1 day. I believe Tiaming, from what I had read, was going into surgery for his appendix, and that's why he missed the first day.
Yeah, I saw him still have the needle in his hand when he was playing, when it was shown briefly on camera. So might not even be feeling 100%, but the man always delivers. He's been so stable. I've been saying that he is, probably a lot of people will disagree, that he is my favorite when it comes down to Chinese position 5. Always delivers, always good. The way he plays, understands all of the matchups. And we've seen the same support duo in that second game when they were playing against Vici Gaming, where they kind of ran them over. So I want to see if they're going to be respect banning maybe some of the heroes that they struggled against so far in the tournament. Brewmaster's already banned out. This was one of the issues that they struggled with, I would say, the most in that series where they were playing, when they had Morphling, who is kind of the damage dealer. He never came online. He's the end-all, be-all type of a carry, but needs 1, maybe even 1.5 item extra on top of the current carries.
Yakutou Brothers
Axe
turn to ban.
banned for the 9th time, and tied in response. Both these teams could be looking for an offlaner. Although they could switch it up here for Vici, throw that Sardar in the offlane and go with something else over mid if they wanted to. So there is some flex for Vici where it's a little bit more direct for Yakutou.
5 seconds remaining.
Have a lot of time to work with to think about this final ban and going into that final pick overall. But last pick for the draft is for Vici, and there's definitely going to be a lot on the minds of Yakutou considering the last series. You know, it was that game 2 where they were down 8, 9, 10,000 very early on, and yes, they made the resurgence to come back, but that was with a Naga Siren, which really didn't branch out despite giving all that time.
I'd say something like a Timbersaw could work really well for Vici Gaming. It feels like it could be the hero that they are looking for, considering that there is Terrorblade Mirana, which would kind of suck against Timber, and they're going to ban it out. Would just be too good of a pick. Sure, you have some lockdown, but this hero becomes super tanky. It's a Lotus Orb buyer, which is great against Hex, which is great against Finger, removing some of the spells from Pocket. Also great against Sunder, where you can go onto TV, forcing him to not use Sunder or go for an early BKB, which is something that he doesn't want to do.
Centaur the response ban, and now we've got this final pick for Yakutou. We'll see what they want to do to really round this draft out. Can't really, you don't have to ban it because you can't really pick it against the Rubik. The Underlord not really an option for you for Yakutou. Just don't want to be giving up that Firestorm to Rubik. It feels really bad. You can still pick it, but it's not gonna.
No, you're not picking it.
You don't want to at all. Yeah.
Maybe something like a Doom could work, just to have... Yeah. They have relatively good catch with Lion and Puck. I'm just thinking some carry-to-carry matchups, so you can sway it in your favor as well with the Doom. It's a good way of stopping Phoenix from what he wants to do in the fight. And yeah, I definitely didn't expect this one to happen, but it is a strong laner. I did suggest carry Marcy yesterday or the day before, where it looked good, and yeah, they're gonna pick up Underlord for themselves. Super strong lane. I think this lane is an insta-win for Vici Gaming. As Terrorblade and Mirana, they really can't do much in this lane. It's gonna be way too difficult to out-sustain the constant spam, and even on level 2, I could see Terrorblade, a hero that has very low HP. I could potentially see him getting killed, because Mirana doesn't really provide you with any kind of setup, any kind of help. And I also think that they want to be running Lion with Marcy in the offlane, because it does provide them with extra bit of a kill threat onto Shadowfiend. So they might still be having the same issue. I think both of the offlaners are very strong when it comes down to killing heroes in the lane. Maybe they're going to be able to get some trades in the lane with Shadowfiend and Phoenix, but overall, Marcy and Lion, you throw in one of them, they have no stuns. They can't really stop you from getting in with Marcy. You can't stop Lion from casting his spells, no silences or anything. So it does feel very strong, I would say. Both of the offlaners, they feel like they're going to do well.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm just curious to see how the Marcy ends up panning out overall. Obviously, the Kaka Lion in his hands feels like it's that or Shadow Shaman for him. So he's very proficient with these heroes and how they're going to play. Especially, I'm just kind of thinking mentally, where's this team at? Obviously, they've had a 45-ish minutes to really figure it out. And this one, you know, is a draft, at least considering the heroes that we've seen throughout this qualifier are kind of a little out there. We haven't seen much Terrorblade. We haven't really seen much of a Marcy. So are they still trying to make these picks work when, well, you had 2 lives going to TI and now you're down to your last life? Maybe I would have expected something a little bit more stock standard from them, a little bit more comfort picks.
I think game 1, you are allowed to experiment slightly more. And then if you win that game, you kind of have the upper hand, because not just because of the 1-0, but also showing that you're willing to play anything. Your ideas are working, gives you that extra bit of a confidence boost that you need after, I would say, getting relatively stomped in the series that you just played. So want to see how this one's going to go. I already talked about both of the off lanes that they're going to do well. I also want to see what Zhang Yu is going to be building on this offlane Marcy. There is I would say, 2 different routes that you could go for. One is picking up Helm of the Dominator, as you do from the carry roll. The other one is to get some bracers and then tank up, get some phase boots. And then your next item could be either Aghanim Scepter, BKB, even slight chance to pick up Orchid.
You know, a bit of a resurgence, I would say, in the amount of heroes getting Orchid. I feel like that item for a little while was not exactly picked up the most, but now we're seeing it even on coddles that are willing to grab an item like that. So this goes early on. Both teams smoke. Nobody really finding any sort of clash initially, but there might be something over at this top bounty rune. Doesn't look like there will be, and it will just be 2 for 2. Easy peasy. So 2 for 2 in Marcy Lion Lane against this Shadow Fiend Phoenix. They're going to be able to jump in, but are they going to be able to do the damage necessary to kill these heroes? And I suspect that there's potential there early to kill off Phoenix if he's not got an Icarus Diver a way out.
Even Shadowfin, if he is out of position, Fire Spirits are going to be the extra bit of a protection, because Marcy relies on dealing some right clicks. Also something that we usually don't talk about, because we don't see Marcy as much, is having Flying Couriers, which allows you to bring in extra regen in the lane, in all 3 lanes, which feels really nice. And also special delivery for Marcy, who can actually get it even faster. And this is the ability that has been buffed. It seems like Yan Ming, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Jinkyu getting that first blood with that Rubik.
Starting with Pit of Malice and Lift.
Combo. Yeah.
Yeah, usually you would see 2 other abilities, but what is going on in the bottom lane? Kaka dropping very low Fairy Fire, 3 magic stick charges. Shadow Fiend does have 1 extra raise.
Usually you'll
Fairy
see
Fire
like
on Phoenix. I think Kaka just dies. He does have a stun, and he also can't really stun both of them, so he can stun only one. We'll see which target he's going to go for. A bit of an unfortunate pause here. Gives you enough to check everything, start thinking how you're going to approach it. And Kaka, he is back. Not back from hell, but back from being disconnected.
Taking a look at the translation is you see the kill on Akaka, and now Shiro. He was in some trouble, but a turnaround attempt here to go into this Marcy. He's having Innocence putting the pressure onto the Marcy. Why not continue to hit away at this hero? But there's that special delivery. And so far going well for Vici. They're up 2-0. Curious as to how Setsu's going to feel. He didn't exactly have the best games. Now going up against XM.
XM has been popping off.
Damage.
XM, his laning stage has looked very good. He did manage to solo kill a couple of heroes as well, depending on the matchup. This matchup is also in his favor, and it's already showing. Setsu, even with the Flying Courier, like, I think this Flying Courier should allow him to get maybe like extra 2 CS in this matchup, because you are bringing in Bottle earlier. But in the first couple of waves, XM, he did a very good job making sure that Setsu's not getting those CS. And top lane, we already talked about that this lane is going to struggle in terms of Mirana not being able to secure much. Level 3 is the big timing for them, because you're going to have 2 points in Firestorm, you're going to have 2 points in Fate Bolt. Even level 2, it's still super strong. Low, he's going to try to stand his ground, but already down to half HP. I also think in this matchup, as Durblade, you need to bring in 1 extra small item. This is type of a game where you need to get a bracer so that you don't die. It could potentially save you. Mirana does have leap, so she could potentially leap out if she's not in Pit of Malice or lifted, but all these constant spams are going to start to add up, because you're not going to have enough regen, and they're also the ones who picked up the Lotus.
So you want Falcon Blade and Bracer for this TV? Or
yeah, Bracer as a first item. He does have Fairy Fire, Magic Wand, all of these smaller items. It definitely can make the difference. He is bringing in Fluffy Hat, which is 125 HP. It's not the regen that you get from it, it's just raw HP.
Yeah, that'll put him up above 800. Doing my math here. See how that works out for him. Stun on Tajinku for a second, but this lane looks really good for Vici for the moment, despite the fact that they took that early Pit of Malice telekinesis combo. Worked out for him. They got first blood and are continuing to sustain in this lane, and you can see on the CS chart it's even more and more going really well for XM as he is continuing to out-CS Setsu.
Yeah, Rubik before, back in the days, like if you skilled left, your laning stage is over. He was really weak in the lane, not just because of that, but it was also on like 35, 40-second cooldown at level 1. Really glad we buffed it. And also his damage output, plus also adding Fate Bolt that it deals, like reduces both physical and spell damage, is the massive upgrade in the lane for Rubik. Setsu is the one who's struggling the most. He's sitting at 16-1, XM 27-8. And if you give off a good start to Slaughter, he can definitely take over the game. It's also Shadowfin plus Slaughter, so like the damage output is gonna be insane.
After those first 2 kills, things quieting out a little bit and just kind of sustaining in lane. Like, Vici's very happy with what they're getting so far. In top lane, you can feel the pressure coming in. They're even bringing in a 3rd hero with this Phoenix. They've got the Pit of Malice, like you talked about. They had the leap to try and get out. Now Kaka's come in with an Earth Spike, another leap. Tianming low, and it looks like he'll die, but they'll trade the Rubik. Kaka, one shot from dying, will survive behind the tower and escape. A 1-for-1 trade, but it's a party up top with 3 heroes for both teams.
Jirkyu, he wanted to throw a blood grenade before he died, and then Kaka hexes him. Would definitely grab a kill, a trade kill on Kaka. And now it leaves Marcy in the solo lane, and now Tianming TP's bottom. Shiro's in a lot of trouble. Can't really
here alone
get out of this unless he gets some help. Left, not enough.
Last shot coming through, getting the kill. Tianming coming in to help out Jiang Yu. Very important to keep this Marcy in a good spot, especially getting into this Helmet Dominator earlier. And might even
caught him mid-air.
Icarus dive. Well done.
Dire are scanning.
That's big for this lane because it did not look like it was going well at all.
Radiant are
And
scanning.
as you said, getting some levels, getting this solo level right now. If you get to level 6 with Marcy, Shadowfiend, he's just straight up gonna die. He's level 4 on Shiro. That's
He's
has
far
always been the
behind.
downside of Shadowfiend, where he was unable to protect himself. Much better a couple of years ago when we added Requiem of Souls that does have fear. And Ming misses the arrow in the bottom lane. We're trying to play a bit more aggressive, knowing that they have no ways of stunning them, and also seeing that Rubik TP to the top lane, knowing that he can't TP for another good 20 or 30 seconds.
Experience favoring the side of Yakutou a little bit. And could definitely make the difference. Like you said, when you hit that level 6 on Marcy and Shiro might just melt, he needs to be careful about where he's going to be farming at. He moves back into the jungle on the bottom side of the lane. You do have level 6 for XM. You will have access to that Corrosive Haze. That early minus armor is very important to have that early impact that you want with Slardar. And maybe he can get around and help out to find some lockdown, especially if Bach comes in, has a Pit of Malice, or they go to the Telekinesis into a Slithering Crush. The options are there.
Definitely, they have multiple options. Tianming, he's looking for something. Arrow?
Arrow
it's
hits.
gonna connect.
They've got the Dispose. Innocence, though, avoids
Kaka
that Earth
slightly
Spike
off the
with
mark.
the Icarus Dive.
1 second too late. Sometimes it does happen. And I was talking about the importance of having extra region in the lane against Terrorblade. He brought an extra tangos in the top lane and also finding a neutral item. He found relatively early Polywog Charm plus Bonnie Enchantment, so having that extra bit of a heal in the mid lane, they are going to make a move. Setsu is going to be on the receiving end. Good start for Jinkyu and good start on XM.
Oof. Getting the kill onto Y, though. They finally do find this Phoenix. But definitely the bigger kill coming through over mid. Mirana comes in with 1 leap. But if XM can catch him in the river, that could be a problem. Doesn't have a leap for 30 seconds. Not going to commit to the chase that would be required to catch up to the Mirana. And now we'll pick up an amplified damage to refill that bottle and have a chance to make even more plays happen. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to come over bottom. They've got the Pit of Malice, and Marcy's going to be in trouble. Going to try and rebound out, but the Icarus Dive is there. The Dispose Crush misses. Earth Spike connects. And Jing Yu still trying to leave, but does look still very dead. And Shiro will get the credit for the kill onto the Marcy. And XM even diving the tier 1 tower, looking for more. Hex will lock him down with an Earth Spike and get away from this Sword Art. This is all. Meanwhile, they are pushing and pressuring the tier 1 bottom with those kills, or at least Shiro was for a second.
TP's pressuring the tier 1 tower in the top lane, and there's a wraparound from Bak, Jinkyu, level 5. It seems like they don't want to really push the limits, seeing the Terrorblade is high level. Again, in the mid lane, they're always making something happen, some kind of a move. They die on one hero, but again, they are making a move on another part of the map, or Zhang Yu, he's getting involved. Helm of the Dominator now completed on him. That's going to be extra way of setting things up. And we see a lot of these trade kills. Something happens on one side, the enemy team immediately, they're ready to strike.
Finding an opening on the other side, which without lockdown means Kaka must have been out of position here for them to get that kill. He's still just level 4, yet to get that level 5. Would love to have access to that finger early on. Arrow comes in, avoided by XM. And base shift stolen by Rubik. Definitely some good options for Rubik, especially if he can get his hands on an Earth Spike or Hex.
Earth Spike. Earth Spike's the big one. Hex is also okay-ish. Other than that, he doesn't really have a big spell to steal. Maybe you can get a Coil. Orb is okay-ish, but nothing too crazy. So most likely he's going to be looking to steal Alliance spells. Earth Spike being the big one.
Become the better Mirana, steal the arrow.
It's always going to be low-level ability.
Yeah.
Because she's not getting too many levels. She's still level 5. Maybe if you could steal Moonlight Shadow, that could be pretty big.
Certainly would. This entire time, though, Low is now continuing to just farm over in the top lane, and that's all going down while they'll lose the Phoenix bottom. So alleviating any pressure that's being felt on this Terrorblade by making moves like this.
Yeah, this is pretty textbook example how to remove pressure from your carry if you feel like he might be the one getting ganked. So making a move. Baki's level 7 does have Fiend's Gate available, so they could have this little bit of a global presence. Let's see if they're going to use it.
XM. Oof, Starstorm doing some decent damage there. Maybe could have thought about dropping that coil, but now Jinku comes over. He's got the Unleash. There's the Dream Coil onto the Rubik and throws out a Fade Bolt. Eventually, he will die.
I gotta respect Jinkyu for this type of a play. Even Tian Ming is laughing his ass off because they try to use Slaughter ulti, plus it also looks funny because he's a ranged hero. One of the funnier interactions is when Rubik steals a Walrus Punch, and then you see it like flying, and then just explodes, just tosses him into the air.
Little green orb. When he's swinging so fast with his staff because of Unleash, it does look like a little kid who's like impersonating a swordsman. Which does give very Rubik vibes, right?
No, for sure. Yakutou in the lead for the first time in this game. 1k gold lead for them. I would say on the wings of Zhang Yu, who's been very active. You know, they're trying to find something. Kaka's still level 5.
Ooh, good Hex. They do have Supernova, so they need to be careful about approaching this, but not if they can get the lockdown, like that with the arrow. So now they jump in, they'll go to the Unleash, they'll try to get the kill here onto the Marcy, but the Sunder's going to be used by Low, and he'll go into the Metamorphosis. The turnaround is here, but Jinkyu again stealing the Unleash to get a kill there on a TM Ming. Box gone, finger used. Now they'll look over at XM, trying to run away inside the river, but the Illusory Orb hits, and they get the kill there too. So 4 heroes dead on the side of Vici, thinking about the Requiem, but the Waning Rift gets the silence onto Shiro. They just don't have the follow-up lockdown to finish off this team wipe. A very good fight from Yakutou.
I think TV, he went through the gates of Underlord. I think he went through it after seeing that Underlord is also going to be making that move. I'm not sure if it happened, but it did look like that was the case. And now Low is going to TP to the top lane, continue to farm up. Very good fight for them. It looked like a very good combo where they started it with the Pit of Malice, Slaughter Crush onto multiple heroes, Fade Bolt, but still not enough. Contribution from Shadow Fiend isn't really there. He needs somebody to set things up for him, somebody to have a Corrosive Haze, and we're gonna see it again.
Fiend's Gate down. Killing off the Phoenix before he's able to get the Supernova off. Although,
Yeah,
even if
he
got
went
it
through the
off-
gates. He's like, yeah, these these are the gates that I'm gonna use as well to come into the fight and not even die. A lot of damage reduction on their side with Fate Bolt. It's only level 1 aura. Tian Ming should
There's
be
that
pretty
reaction,
happy.
that smile.
Yeah.
There's a chance we're gonna have the biggest smiles in China Dota going to TI.
Neo.
With both
Neo and Tian Ming.
Tian Ming, yeah. Might have to have a smile contest. Recoil gets used, arrow avoided, XM in trouble with the rebound. They go to the Fiend's Gate once again, but Setsu's gonna die once more. What can they steal here? It's not much in the way of anything that's gonna work out for Jingqiu, and they use that Supernova for nothing. This is not looking good for Vici, a team which was once the favorite to qualify for TI. Not looking good in this game number 1, I'll be honest.
Slightly off the mark. Phoenix, his eggs are not going off. I mean, you're playing against Mirana, you are playing against Marcy, so that's going to be much more difficult than it seems. Armut now completed on Zhang Yu. They want to take the fight.
Like Shadow and the Earth Spike. They're going to look here again for Bach. And the finger gets used. Setsu gets the kill.
All right, listen.
I'm listening.
Game 2, if you lose this one, you ban Lion, you ban Shaman. It's 1-1.
There's a lot of pressure, I feel like, for Yakult to win this series as well. Because the Kaka Curse still exists, right? Like, if they don't qualify for TI, the Kaka Curse might disband this organization.
I thought it was gonna kick in during the last series potentially.
Yeah. It's so worrying knowing the history.
I'm a little afraid for the scaling on their side. Shadowfiend, he hasn't really done much in this game. Massive Madness now completed, 2 points in Feast of Souls. Slaughter's always going to sway the matchup if he can get the right clicks in. But I'm a little afraid because this Marcy, she's popping off. It's an insane amount of damage, kind of a forgotten hero. And also brings good protection for the team. Shared Barrier is up to 300 right now. Extra bit of a lifesteal. Base attack damage on top of that. She was playing with the Wolf right now. Does have Mud Golem. So she can find another creep, another Wolf to increase the damage because there is a lot of damage reduction on the other side.
Giving themselves just about a 5,000 net worth lead, and Zhang Yu continuing to put the pressure on. Now has that Arma going into BKB with the phase boots and everything that he's got so far. Farming well, keeping it up. And he continue. 100 gold there for XM, and I think that Zhang Yu is trying to jump in. He's got Kaka right near him. They're going to make that rebound move. They'll have the Earth Spike. They'll unleash, but the telekinesis, and now the Hex gets used on XM, and the finger gets the kill. But is there really a return play available for Vici? They've committed into this, and everybody's here from YB, and that means Jingqiu's dead, and so is Bach. A double kill for this Lion.
Another perfectly timed execution from them. They were waiting up until a point where they knew they can stun lock him until Finger comes off cooldown. Again, Starter not dealing any damage, Shadowfiend not coming into this fight. And look at the damage from Zhang Yu. He's popping off 3,000 damage in a short period of time. Sometimes you do forget about the heroes that haven't been played in a long time, because we don't see this hero at all. There was a period of time, I don't know, though this was a year ago or something, time flies, where the hero was popping off completely. Like every single game you would see it in the safe lane with the Helm of the Dominator, putting a lot of pressure, great scaling as well, and there's going to be a relatively early BKB on top of Armlet, on top of Helm of the Dominator, and some really nice high levels coming out from Marcy, level 13 already.
Find out the timing with Marcy was 6 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, probably.
It's usually what happens. Like, Rubik's back, but Rubik spent, what, a year ago not being involved in the Dota scene at all? One of the most used heroes in the game. I feel like wasn't in the professional scene for a long time.
Yeah, we've
Now
seen
he's back.
a couple of Rubiks here and there prior to him getting these buffs that we mentioned at the start of the game with the Fate Bolt and everything. His damage got buffed, so it does feel much nicer to play in the lane. And I'm really glad that he is back. This is such an iconic Dota hero where he makes everything better. Stealing a spell and using it better than your opponents. This has some oomph to it.
You've been loving that word this qualifier.
Yeah, been oomphin' it up.
I just giggled with my entire body to make my desk shake. I don't know what it is. Oomphing it up. Maybe hit me in the funny bone.
Considering everything with Setsu, like he did die one time in the mid lane, he managed to recover pretty nicely. He's sitting at only 1 death to his name, in top 3 on network chart, 4, 1, and 5 getting involved, does have his items available. Blink, Witchblade, very good for chasing. Shadow Fiend does have Pike, pretty much the only item that's going to be able to protect himself. Jin Q, Shard queued up. I also want to see if he gets this Shard before Blink Dagger. I think this might be a better play overall, because all they have is this single target lockdown that they want to throw onto one target. So if they commit with Marcy, with Lion coming in, with the Blink Hex stun, if you can throw somebody out of that range where they can cast their spells, I think it could be pretty massive where they're going to be able to reset the fight. Except a little bit low on mana, but they do see him.
They're going to try and save him, but there's no saving him with this finger also being included. Pit Mouse is on to a couple heroes here, but again, it's committing to a fight in which they've already lost somebody who's very important and crucial to their execution, and I don't know if it's going to go well enough for them. Use that Dream Coil, the Requiem comes out, Shiro's going to die. Bach's probably next on the list as the arrow connects, and Bach's dead too. So 3 heroes, all of them being cores, die on the side of Vici, and YB continue to find success in these fights in which Vici react to try and get something to go their way, but fail to do so.
They really can't take the fight. Every single time, one hero is dead. And in a lot of these post-game recaps, we haven't seen more than 3 heroes actually dealing damage. So every single time somebody's dead instantly. Well, thanks Kaka, I guess, because he has been owning this game. Already to 4 finger stacks, ready to go. DB, lowest damage on the team. That also tells you the story about the game, because he's not getting involved, he's not dying, which means that his farm is going to be through the roof. One of the fastest farmers in the game if left untouched. Kaka going to be used as a tool to give TV some extra HP with the Sunder. And the solo kill for Setsu. This game looks very difficult for Vici Gaming. Even though XM was off to a good start, we haven't really seen him shine. He goes in, he gets stunned by Lion in most of these scenarios, and then he just dies from 100 to 0.
Yeah, he's 0-5-4 right now, having minimal impact for the team. And a hero in which you kind of need that early impact to maintain yourself. They're going to hope to go, but Setsu, he's the one who anticipates the move and makes the jump first. He outmaneuvers Vici to make that start and go to the Dream Coil. They don't follow it up with anything, but honestly, it stops Vici from making the aggressive play in. Earth Spike's a little bit of a miss, but they go to the Hex. They've got the finger. It's on a Shiro. He's in trouble. The Dispose is there. They get the kill. The Requiem in death, but Jiang Yu is going to try and run away. He's got that BKB. He's able to make himself an escape. They get the kill there on Innocence low. He doesn't have access to Sunder anymore, but he got that kill out of the Phoenix. He does have an Aegis, so it doesn't quite matter as he'll pop that Metamorphosis. They land the arrow. It's onto the Underlord. They drain all that mana away from him, and it's another kill here for the side of YB. And that all starts because the Marcy, Jiang Yu, makes that anticipation that Vici are coming and jumps in first.
He jumps in first with the freshly bought BKB, 9-second BKB, where they don't have many abilities that go through debuff immunity. Sure, you have like Slardar, but I don't think that's enough. Slardar also doesn't feel too comfortable fighting into TB. It's not the hero that he can lock down. And again, Setsu still had that amplified damage up and running. So he blinks in, lands a 2-man coil, and with Parasma, slows them down so much. And again, like Lion from the back lines, free casting, even fighting through the Crimson Guard. 6% only for Dota Plus, which I do have to agree with this time.
Definitely one of the few times it feels like the percentage is spot on.
It usually is. Sometimes there's gonna be like a scenario where you're like, what is going on? But these are millions and millions of games of data that we have, or data that we have, where One of the reasons why Dota Plus is so accurate when it comes down to predicting the outcome of the games.
I just say it like that. With Data?
Data.
Data. Huh. That's how one of my friends pronounces Dota. He always asks me, he goes, how's the Dota
How's
life?
Dota?
I'm like, it's good. It's all right, you know? And then they ask me if I'm doing any Dota. when will these boomers understand?
Yeah, I'm the data analyst. working with numbers. I mean, I am working with numbers after all. 13k gold lead for them. Seems like they're ready to not really close it out, but 2 more fights and this one could be over. Fight?
Yeah, it could be over right here if Shiro dies. I mean, they are pressuring in and just continuing to shut down this Shadow Fiend who has no success. 50 seconds dead. Dream Coil was used. They'll back away, go for the tier 2 tower, but it could be more. They have this ward top has given them some great vision.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's given them knowledge about XM being up there knowing that Shiro is alone.
Yeah, we've seen the exact same ward yesterday where Shinkyu landed a very good shackle. Like if we're talking about the same ward on the side near the outpost.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was the one where he blinked in and landed a 2-man shackle that almost got them back into the game.
Give him the information here to go get this kill on XM Setsu on a monster kill streak. Not much standing in their way of continuing on this pressure and making sure that Vici just don't have anywhere to breathe on this map.
Zhang Yu, he's going to bring another item. Dasher, so even with the BKB available on both cores, which they're trying to farm, both of them are a recipe away. Once you get that, you're still not going to feel comfortable because of all that extra clicks, extra attacks that you are getting from Marcy. He even has Defiant Shell as his neutral item, as a tier 2. We'll see if he decides to keep it, depending on what he's going to be able to find. But this is also another very good item on Marcy that you can keep as a replacement for even most of the tier 3 neutrals.
Such a lead here. What do you do for Vici? I mean, is the extent of them having that chance of winning all on the potential of just an overextension from YB?
They're very tanky. They also have extra bit of a save coming out from Marcy if needed. You have a good way of tankiness. Marana does have Solar Crest going into Vlad's next. Medallion, they understand where the damage is coming from, so they're itemizing correctly, knowing that most of the damage is going to be physical. Setsu building into Shiva's guard. 17 armor that you get from this item just feels extremely strong, slowing them down, slowing their attack speed by 40, even during their BKBs. It did say in one of the patch notes that it did work through BKB, but it didn't. I love those patch notes that we write them, but they're incorrect, and then we have to fix them later on.
Write that down, write that down. Gotta fix that. You can see they're just trying to farm up anywhere on the map. You've got Y all the way at the top end of the Dire side. Trying to farm while XM's on the bottom side of the map. Anything to get some farm right now. He wants this Hex, which could be a big item if he does get it, but he's so far away from the gold to get this item.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Yeah, I also want a lot of things in life, but very far away from them, though. He's sitting at 2k gold. That's not happening. He might not even be able to purchase Mystic Staff in this one. If they decide to go, I mean, they're going to wait on Yakutou Bros until Roshan respawns, take it for themselves. Doesn't seem like Vici Game is going to be able to contest Roshan. They're getting all these armor items that I just mentioned. There is Vlad's and Shiva's available on their side now. Knowing that there is, most of their damage is physical, coming up from 2 cores. It's relatively easy to itemize, so you're slowing them down. Supports are building into armor items, Solar Crest being the big one. Now you have Vlad's to amp up some of that damage as well.
That'll get delivered, and they smoke. It looks like Vici's going to make a desperation play to try and capitalize on them going for Roche and maybe making a play happen, but I say that they smoke up together and just don't even move that direction, so they're not going to go that way. They're actually going to smoke and then just bail on this. There is some obs in the area that may have seen that smoke, but Vici, they disperse, and they do not want to try and fight this.
They cannot. I do respect Yakutou Bros for trying to go for the play. Roshan's roar is on 60-second cooldown, so it only roars once most of the time, which does allow you to go for fake back. You go into smoke and try to find something, and then you can finish the Roche. And Vici Gaming, they have one more fight. If they lose this fight, this is pretty much GG. They're going to be able to clean up with all this damage, all the attack speed that they do have. They need a very good base defense. The problem is there isn't that like clear execution when it comes down how they're going to be approaching the fight. They could try to spam it out with the Underlord, with the Rubik, see how it's going to go, but they also have banner planted. This is level 1 banner. AoE is not the biggest, but it gives you just enough for TB so that he can siege the high ground while Metamorphosis is up, and he still has half of the duration ready.
I don't really care about the banner that was over mid, but to be sure to try and protect this bottom set of racks. Icarus dive in. Nothing in a response just yet. Won't have that, though, anymore. Down to half health on that Phoenix. Jump in with the Shiva's Guard. They go to the silence with the Waning Rift on XM. They just don't have to put this heavy commitment in. They take the tier 3 tower bottom. They back out. There's no need for them to overextend.
3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Metamorphosis is going to be up in the next minute, so they're probably going to just wait it out and go for another round. There's also going to be Satanic available for TB on top of Daedalus, Serrated Shiv. The damage output is insane. I also feel like I haven't seen Shadowfiend dealing the damage in the game. He did have a couple of right clicks, his Requiems didn't connect. He also got completely shut down in the lane, and now another what we call desperation smoke, where they need to find something. Maybe somebody's going to be very greedy, try to find something in the jungle on the other side of the map. But so far, Yakutou Bros, they've been clean in this game.
The question is, do you want this smoke to find just one, or would you mind getting 3 heroes here in a spot like this? It's just so difficult to find the exact move, even with that smoke, that you need.
I don't know if they can find anything. They need to go back. It's the base defense for them. Metamorphosis is off cooldown. They're ready to go. Marcy, Abyssal Blade completed. You have a guaranteed way of stopping Shadowfiend, even locking down Flutter once he goes in. And you can burst him. With one Abyssal Blade ulti, he's gonna die from 100 to 0, even through the BKB. Hello? Ready to go for the high ground.
Slither and Crusher gonna try and make a play, but he's got the Aegis, so even going in on this is so dangerous. And the damage back onto XM pushes him away. He popped that BKB early, and now you've got no BKB on Sorta.
Crimson also used Pit of Malice, coming off cooldown. The gates are pretty big. He even purchased Casual Chasm Stone, extra 40 AoE, just to make sure that it covers the whole screen. Whole entrance.
That chasm. This is quite tough. Icarus dives Setsu in, but there's the Pit of Malice once more, and low if he really needed to. He could sunder somebody, but he's got an Aegis, and
Kaka
let himself
again.
go down. But level 3 Sunder, 40-second cooldown. Why not just use it, I guess?
He also has
Lions
Satanic
also
as
got
an option.
Tranquils.
If the camps are not cleared on the sides, you can go in there, go back to full HP. Minute left on the Aegis. You can still see the power of Underlord defending the high ground, but I think they could also potentially just go in and try to force a fight. Crimson Guard makes it slightly more difficult to kill the base. It's a very good item for base defense, and you also have Atrophy Aura, but you already killed the barracks, at least ranged ones. Melee are still open. Glyph available for Radiant team.
You go back and they just continue to farm, playing this very safe. Which isn't shocking, honestly, that they're playing it this safe, because I do kind of agree that they could have just jumped in and finished the game. But after last series, I think they don't want to take those
absolutely not.
chances.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit of a chaotic person when it comes down to Dota. Been always aggressive, but I would say for them, in a game where it matters so much, can't really blame them for taking another 2-3 turns to make sure that the buildings are going to die. We saw that literally there is no coming back from Mega Creeps, especially if you kill them super early on. You can just brute force a fight. Eventually, the buildings are going to die.
There's nothing here that really warrants them having to overextend, right? Like, they have the heroes that are available to poke. Every time you've got Metamorphosis, you just poke. You can go for it. It's nothing too crazy. It's not a big commitment to just go meta, throw the damage in while you can, and when it runs out, back up. Who cares? Now the thing is, you can still fight while he's got the shard, because he'll have access to Demon Zeal, and that'll make him feel a little bit stronger outside of that Metamorphosis.
He doesn't want to be in melee mode. That's the thing. Having to get slightly closer, maybe getting lifted into Requiem could be a bit tricky. They have a relatively good amount of lockdown. Nothing too crazy, but with Explorer plus Rubik, maybe he steals something from Lion. They could potentially burst him down from 100 to 0.
Still stuck in this base.
I feel like they're going to be stuck in their base for a really long time, especially if Yakutou Bros, if they want to play it safe. If they don't want to risk anything, they can wait out for the next Roche and then go again. I think that might be the smartest choice. It might not be the most interactive one for the viewers, but this is how you need to close out the games. There's nothing that they're doing right now on Vici Gaming on the map. They're stuck in the base. You're out farming them. If you look at the mini-map, they're pretty much farming the whole map, and TB is constantly sending out the illusions, providing the farm, providing the vision for the team, making sure that they're not making any moves.
Talked about how Phoenix might have that opportunity to go get a Hex a long time back, but I believe he bought out on the Shard, so he hasn't bought any components of said Hex.
Can't really blame him. He just wanted to have something for the fight. Instead of opting to go for the big item, bring something that can maybe right now make you a comeback in the game. And low, farming on the completely opposite side of the map, while the rest of the squad is trying to find something here. Whoever leaves the base,
he's gonna be dead, and XM might be that guy. He's got BKB, he jukes, he's got Blink Dagger in 4, and actually ends up surviving that. Now he doesn't have BKB, which is so crucial for him feeling comfortable about jumping in anyway. No Dream Coil for 30 seconds. Unleash, jump in. They'll find themselves Shiro. He's dead immediately. Never stood a chance. Then we'll use that Unleash to get the bottom set of racks while the top are being taken by low. They'll glyph. They have buyback available on Shiro. They would certainly love to hold without it. Ooh, arrow connects on Phoenix. And now the jump into the back line. Waning Rift on 3. That's a silence hitting all these heroes that are looking to defend. And like you said, early megas makes it feel as though you just do not have a chance, and they'll call GG.
I mean, they understand. They have no business left in this game. It was a bit of a slow and painful death type of a game where they're stuck in the base. They got overran. This Marcy that they brought from the off lane, definitely my MVP in terms of what the hero was able to achieve, how much pressure. They saw a lane with no stuns, no silences, pretty much nothing, Shadowfin plus Phoenix, and they decided to abuse it.
Yeah, I mean, they abused the entirety of the map. This fight right here, I feel like, broke them apart from anything else, and it was the TB going through the Fiend's Gate to sunder and save this Marcy. And one of the things that really helped the side of Yakutou kind of get this early advantage was Yang Yu, who ends up dying there, but has the impact needed to make this fight theirs. And you'd see, of course, the smiles, all smiles here for DMing, as it's just combos like this early on where TB's getting freedom to do whatever he wants, to farm wherever he wants, all over the map, and then when he feels comfortable, he'll get involved, get a kill there, come over, Bach's gonna die too, and it's all with Zhang Yu just continuing to control these heroes with the help of Kaka too.
Some early aggressive moves that Vici Gaming was making also they were making the counter moves. Every single time on the map, something happened, they got a kill. They also got a trade kill on the other side of the map. And there was also a moment where they decided to bring 3 heroes to the top lane. This is where Yakutou bros brought 3 heroes of their own. This is supposed to be, at least in my opinion, the big move where they kill the tower. It opens up the map so they can try to hunt down potentially this Terrorblade in the jungle. But it never happened, and a lot of the times, Setsu, he's going in knowing that even though they have instant left with Rubik, but if he's initiating with the silence, that also means that he can get it. So he's being used as somebody to provide vision for the team, maybe pop some BKBs, and then the rest of the squad is ready to clean up.
Right. And after the early parts of the game, the early portions that really went the way of Yakutou, they never really let out anything that looked like Vici were going to come back at all. And they had moves like that where they could just jump in, kill off these heroes, and make sure that they were able to secure everything needed to get ultimately the victory in game number 1. And it puts them 1 game away from qualifying for TI and kind of making the upset where, again, I think a lot of people thought Vici were the pure favorites here to get at least one of these spots. But after they were brought down to the lower bracket, things changed. And now there's this chance that they don't qualify and kind of just fall into oblivion, and we have Yakutou and Resilience going to TI, and we take a look, 26-8. Like, this was not close at any moment in the game.
It really wasn't. It was close for the first 10 minutes, pretty much, but that's the laning stage, and afterwards, Yakutou Bros had their number, and it seems like they are having their number in the matchup that they've been playing so far, because in the qualifiers for TI, they did manage to beat them in 3 out of 3 games.
Yeah, and the 2 games that they played in that first series was a 77-minute game and then a 37-minute game where, again, they played that TB and had that puck. They are big proponents of using this puck to do things, but they are guys who, honestly, Zhang Yu being my standout, he has a big hero pool, and it has benefited them to have these input heroes of Brewmaster and Marcy and some of these other guys that have really led them to victory. And I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from him, even though in that last series, it didn't really look good from the team. But overall, I think throughout the qualifier, he's been my MVP for this team.
He looked very good. He looked very comfortable. Missing out from the scene in a long time. Haven't seen him pretty much since the DPC. Maybe he was on some teams, but didn't manage to catch and play because they didn't qualify for most of the things. But he's been owning this qualifier so far.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job. Puts them 1 game away from getting to TI. So we'll see game 2 in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you then.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 2 here between Vici Gaming and Yakutou brothers as they come in with 1 game under their belt. For Yakutou, they're looking to qualify for the international in China. Home field advantage if you can get there, and potentially a chance to make history, because China has not won TI in a long time, and these teams are the hopes for China.
They are. They definitely are. I want to see some of the issues that I said that they did have in a couple of those games is sure not having the impact that I wanted him to have from the carrier role, where he was playing Darkseer, where he was playing not Darkseer, wow, there was playing Morphling, where he was playing Shadowfiend in the previous game, Alchemist yesterday when we were playing against Team Refuser. So I want to have something with slightly more impact. I want to see maybe some Tiny, some Wind Rangers heroes that do get involved in the draft relatively early on, something that's going to be able to set the tempo, put the pressure on enemy carry, because from what I've been seeing, if he's on a slow hero, if he's just farming, they are lacking a lot of the damage, and we've seen it multiple times in the previous game where they got outnumbered. I don't think we've seen a fight where they had more than 3 heroes dealing the damage in the fight. Either someone's missing or someone's insta-dead from Lion.
Yakutou brothers turn to
Speaking of
battle.
Lion, speaking about what you said last game, if you give up Lion or Shadow Shaman, you're gonna be a sad, sad team. And here it is. Lion is there.
It's doing so much. It has, like, all of his abilities have massive impact in the team fights. If you're playing an offlaner who's relying on dealing the damage through spells, you come into the fight with, let's say, 70% mana, you get stunned once, you get drained, and without mana, you feel pretty useless. Plus, also, your team is going to have mana. You have instant lockdown, something that has been, I mean, throughout Dota history, this has been the most valuable thing that you can have, being able to burst someone down and also being to instantly lock him before he can get any of the spells, before he can get a BKB. That's why we're seeing this line being super popular, and the hero only dropped 1 game so far in the qualifiers.
It's not bad. Not a bad way to do it if you've only dropped 1 game in the qualifier.
What's it with?
Panguir gets picked up after this Lion. Going up against a Snapfire. We've seen Pango, what, 1 time in the offlane?
It was Bak who played it yesterday. They also lost that game, I believe. That was the game where...
10 seconds remaining.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, they lost
Where it was the Quap mid.
Yeah, he did very good in that game. So potentially a flex pick, but also I think they countered this Pango pretty heavily. All 3 heroes are countering Pango. If this is going to be Snapfire from the mid lane, if he's playing this matchup in the mid lane, he gets, I would say this is 60-40, maybe even 65-35. Snapfires, I've seen them solo kill Pango because of the overwhelming damage that she deals. If you get on top of the hero, up to 35% damage amp. And I also said I wanted to see something like a Wind Ranger for Shiro, something that does get involved early on. They pick it. They also pick another counter for Pango. I think it's time to pick up Silencer. I think this is the hero that just ruins both of the heroes on Vici Gaming. It's great against Bane. It's great against Snapfire. It's also good against Windrunner if you want to lock her down from 100 to 0. It's either, like, yeah, I don't think there's a better pick than Silencer for Yakutou bros.
You know, I was having the same thoughts, and then I think I remembered that Silencer's like 0-9 or something like that in this qualifier. Some crazy number. I could be making things up, but I'm almost certain that that hero's not got a good stat line currently.
And he becomes one spell. He becomes Global Silence. We saw some Silencers yesterday have very massive impact. I think it was Polison who had 12 intelligence stolen at 7 or 8 minutes. They were playing super aggressive.
It has like that little bit of early advantage, I feel like, at times, and then it becomes one spell, but I don't think it's one. It almost feels like a bait where I'd rather something else. I know it feels really strong against this lineup because you could stop Kisses, Fiend's Grip, and make sure that you keep these heroes alive, but maybe just rely on potentially just Kaka getting it done.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Did you go to the silencer? Put the number on the board for me. Show me that offer. Because it has not been beneficial for the team that has gotten it. But
It's
this
too
could be the
good.
moment.
It's too good to skip on it.
10
You're
seconds
basically
remaining.
countering both heroes, all three heroes that they just picked. So I want to see. I would definitely love to play Snapfire Core in this game, and I would want to have an offlaner that ties things around something that's going to be a setup for the kisses.
Maybe they picked these heroes to bait the silencer pick, knowing that it hasn't won yet.
Yeah, the axe is still available. I think it could be a pretty good axe game. It's a 1-2 combo. Even a lane is good if you want to run position for Snapfire. And then you can still decide how you want to approach this. There's also potentially a flex between the Wind Ranger, but I don't think that you want to be not playing core Wind Ranger in this game. That's
Doom. Okay.
That's also good. It's very good against Timbersaw.
Yakutou
We saw
brothers
Timbersaw
turn to
being
ban.
super annoying in most of these situations, even with the losing matchups in the lane. The hero doesn't die. You're still staying on top of the network. Super strong in terms of what he brings to the table. Fast farmer can build into. I think this is a
10
must-have
seconds
Lotus Orb
remaining.
game against Shackle, against Bane spells, against
Team
Doom.
back.
Allows you to not get Doom straight away. And some of the classic counters immediately banned out, removing the Terrorblade after seeing Doom.
Get rid of that TV that had a lot of success. What's
10
something you
seconds
think?
remaining.
Because Yakutou are like this, that could be out of pocket that they
5
would pick
seconds remaining.
to try and win this game.
If they want to go with some crazy carry,
Yes.
Medusa. I think this could be the pick for them. Might be lacking some stuns, but you also have Lion that can give mana to
Yakutou
Medusa.
brothers turn to
Lacking
ban.
some of the playmakers. This is a good ban as well. If they want to go PL route, I think that's also doable if we're talking about crazy.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Last ban here. Not a lot of reserve time to work with after they run out of this timing. There is still Tiny available if they want to go carry Tiny.
It would give them a hero that comes online relatively fast. A carry-to-carry matchup isn't really that great. He does have status resistance, which is nice against Doom, which is great against pretty much anything. Does have slow resistance against Snapfire Kisses. Kind of hard to take down. That'd be okay-ish with
team
Tiny.
There's that Rubik ban, so maybe thinking something else. I would have said Underlord, but they've already got the Timber Saw, unless they want to flex Timber, but I doubt that.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, some casual Hoodwink
5
works
seconds remaining.
for Vici Gaming. Okay, getting a break mechanic against Timbersaw. They already have Doom. They picked Doom blindly on 18, so they don't still see the carry-to-carry matchup. That's why they picked it. Most of the carries they don't like to play into Doom. And pairing anything up with Doom in the lane still feels super strong. Just having the kill threat, Doom is a hero that can be very annoying to lane against, especially if he goes off to a good start. Level 2, you grab a kill, you push yourself to level 3. Then with 2 points in Scorched Earth, you can get a kill again. So it can snowball out of control depending on what matchup we're talking about. They're really discussing this one. Having plenty of time to go through all the heroes that Jinkyu wants to play. Unless they can find a better carry hero. There's also possibility that they pick another offlaner where they can run position 4 Wind Ranger, carry Doom, and then still go for something for Bach.
I
Which
can
is
see
a
it
bit
happening.
more of a stretch.
I could definitely see them going that
Yakutou
direction.
brothers
And
turn
they will go first, so they will flex that Windrunner. Immediately answer with a Templar Assassin. Okay.
Not the hero that I expected. Had it in the pub yesterday. It still feels okay. Like the hero has been changed. We are not seeing too much of Templar Assassin, but Ursa, he can struggle. I think Ursa can struggle in the game against Silencer and Lion, having no real saves other than Nightmare.
Right.
But looking at the matchups, I think Bane plus Ursa is going to be able to do okay-ish. Early levels are tricky for Ursa, where he gets harassed a lot, where he gets stunned, he gets the Whirling Death, and then he loses pretty much 30% of his HP instantly with 2 spells, couple more right clicks. Level 3, level 4, this is where it gets easier for him. But also, looking at the other matchup, I feel that this bottom lane should work okay for Yakutou Rose. Silencer plus Templar Assassin, I already talked about how good of a Silencer game it is. He also needs to be unlocked. He needs to be able to make sure that they're moving around as a unit. They're also going to need to help the mid laner because he is playing into very difficult matchup for Pango. There's no way you're going to win that matchup, but you also need to be able to help him out somehow, bring the supports, maybe try to kill the Snapfire, because this matchup can also snowball out of control. You die once solo, and then you're level 6 on Snapfire, and then you can just die again.
Right. Yeah, that could be a big problem, and we'll see if Yakutou can clean this up and shut it down, take the 2-0, go to TI, and try to give themselves a chance to be the first Chinese TI winner since 2016. 10 years. It has been a long time, but the dream still stands true for a lot of these Chinese players. Can they get it done? And there have been plenty of attempts here from the players that have existed on these teams to try and make themselves a TI champion, but it has not been easy at all. It has not been a lot of success here for China at the international, and these qualifiers have been very tight.
They've been very tight indeed, and let's see if they are going to be able to find something.
Low's in trouble. Nightmare. And the power shot. Low in trouble under the tier 2 tower. Is going to die here. Bot getting that first blood. Not what you want to see with that Templar Assassin. But it does look as though it'll line up at least for 3 bounty runes for the side of Yakutou. So getting a little bit of extra gold. Setsu gets onto the high ground. He's playing this Pangolier over mid against this Snapfire. Just interested to see how these matchups end up going, especially now. They're going to try and get this range creep out of the way and set this lane up for success. All these Chinese teams that have played in this qualifier trying to be the next Chinese player to etch their name on the Aegis next to guys like Hao, Zhao 8, Banana, Bach himself as Faith Beyond. Joe.
Banana, you say?
I say Banana.
It's a nickname I haven't heard in a really long time.
One of my favorites.
China had some really cool names. We saw earlier in the qualifiers, Ice Coke. We had Salad, also known as
Cat Feces.
Yeah.
I think after he qualified for his first Valve-sponsored tournament, he had to change that one up. They were like,
gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, potentially hurts advertising. Taking a look at the bottom lane. Low gave up that first blood, but see how he controls the lane here. Brought with Silencer. They're bringing the pain here with Silencers, I want to say. Bach and Jinkyu, especially, we've seen some great moments from him on this Windrunner. We'll continue to go that way, and we take a look over mid. As bottom lane, there was a Shackle that came through onto Tiaming, and he looks like he's dead and will drop. Shackle connects They pick up the Infernal Blade. They get the kill there. Kaka also getting run at by Shiro while the chase is on from Jiang Yu. Try and take out Y. And one shot from death, but ends up surviving under the tower and pops that salve. He's going to be able to stay in the lane. And this Timber unable to capitalize and get that kill. Earth Spike onto the Ursa. He won't be able to finish off the Lion, but they continue to just trade back and forth. And this Timber's needs to get out of...
He dropped too low. Does have Timber Chain. It's a lot of mana commitment that he went for. He tried to get a kill with Whirling Death and Timber Chain. A lot of the times we don't see it anymore nowadays, and we are putting a points in reactive armor to have that extra bit of a trade capability in the lane. So he will need to bring some extra regen and might even die here if they decide to maybe step up. But they also don't have that much mana on Bane. Does have one spell available.
One spell, we'll see which one he takes. The Lions, of course, go 1-1-0, but you want to get that mana drain to start slurping on some mana. Get yourself access to just being able to throw out more spells here as Kaka, one of the most proficient Lion players in all of China history. In all of history, I think.
Of Dota.
Internationally.
Period, yeah. Probably there's one guy that has more Lion games than Kaka. We don't know what Kaka's doing in his pubs. We're not aware if he's, spamming Lion every single game. I've been very impressed by Setsu, I gotta say. The way that he's been managing to play in some of these matchups. This matchup, 23-8, still doing pretty good. 17-1. You're not gonna be able to kill Snapfire. She becomes super tanky, builds into this ring of protection early on because you are playing against Pango, who's all about the physical, which she's gonna turn into Soul Ring later on. Very difficult and very tanky hero to kill.
Cookie lands over mid. Well, top lane they are looking for Jiang Yu again. Can't quite get the damage out. At least lock him down, and you can see the back and forth continues, but right now XM has the level over XM. At least at this exact moment. There's that level 5, and we'll continue to trade back and forth. Setsu's been playing really well, and we had talked about how he really hadn't been involved in professional Dota for a long time. Outside of some qualifiers, his last appearance in a professional Tier 1 tournament was Betboom Dacha Dubai with LGD.
Oh, that was
in 2024.
Quite some time ago. But still, having these performances showing that willing to play competitive even after missing out for a relatively long time, still being on top of the game. Something that a lot of players struggle with is keeping the consistency, especially once you leave a good team and then you're unable to join for something. You also lose a little bit of will to play because you kind of feel that you still have it in you, but you also can't find the teams you can compete. And something to talk about is Shiro. We wanted to see him on a more active carry hero, a hero that can take over the game. Ursa is definitely that type of a hero that wants to fight. It's not like I farm for 25 minutes without doing anything. It's Battle Fury plus a Blink Dagger. Basically means go time, go for all the objectives on the map. First kiss is used.
And this is a kill.
It's gonna drop.
Throw some shots on Setsu, who has to swashbuckle, thinks about going into the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Hex. The Shackle connects onto the Lion, who is in a lot of trouble. Cookie connects and just trying to keep Kaka alive, gets the Earth Spike down, but it doesn't matter. XM, he's got a double kill, and it's a 4-0 and 2K lead for Vici early on.
Lanes are going really well. Mid lane, as you said, it's not a lane that you're gonna win. They started with the first blood in the bottom lane, which gave Doom an extra item, basically getting a bracer from that one. And I still have my doubts about Templar Assassin as a hero. Her innate ability doesn't seem to really do much. Before, it was Third Eye, where she could see where Roshan is when he's respawning. And now this is meditation. Like as a carry, you don't want to be standing still. You're getting the region, but you're also not moving the map across the map. You're not getting the value out of you getting the gold. So it does feel a bit of a weird one. It doesn't synergize well with what the hero wants to do.
Yeah, kind of an odd one that might need a little bit of a change, quite honestly. So, trying to farm up, get the Falcon Blade going to the Desolator. It'll take some time for them to get there, and can the rest of the team open up the game for the Templar Assassin? Because you do get that Desolator, and then you have that thought, right? Can I get involved now, or do I want to go and get a Blink Dagger? I guess we'll see what point we're at the game to kind of figure that out. Still continue to see good things from Setsu over mid. XM's been playing very well. He wants another chance of going for the Aegis. As close as he can be in that previous TI without winning it. Rolling Thunder stops the Mortimer's Kiss. It's just not in time. Teaming's still going to die, and that's going to be his third death of the game. And a Rolling Thunder that really doesn't net them anything. Setsu's still now kind of struggling. And this is something you talked about Mortimer's Kiss as being a very big damage output early on. Getting to that quickly enough has now netted them a couple of kills for each one used.
I'm going to say I'm a little worried for Yakutou Bros in this one. They're not getting the levels. Timbersaw, he got shut down in the lane. He is the lowest network core at the moment, level 5 only. This is the hero that wants to be oppressive once he gets to his level 6. Constant harassment. Against Bane, against Ursa, he can't really do that. Kaka, also in trouble.
Nightmare. Shiro coming in, and this is going to be a Hex out of the Ursa, but quickly turns and kills off Kaka. So another kill here for Vici, and really no signs of slowing down.
No, they don't have the playmaker. Setsu, his Diffusal Blade is not going to be well-timed. Does have treads, doesn't have a single component of that Diffusal Blade yet, 9.5 minutes in. Templar Assassin, also a slow hero, doesn't want to join up until you have a Desolator, so that's going to take another good 5-ish minutes. Supports not high level enough. Silencer so far. Maybe you were right. Haven't really seen this hero pop off. It does feel like it's a bit of a bait pick. It looks that good of a game, but also in the lane, it's not really doing much. And these are professional e-gamers that know how to trade, know the limits of the hero. Tian Ming trying to desperately to find some levels in the bottom lane to get himself to level 6. Why? Blocking the camp. Knowing that this is where Templar Assassin and Timbersaw, they want to be getting some extra farm.
And they definitely need it too. And it looks as though, especially with the way that they've queued up the items, the Templar Assassin alone wants to just go straight to the Desolator. So the question becomes from there, are you going to try and fight with just that Deso? Or are you going to wait to get that next item? Shackle connects, and this is Silencer in trouble again. Power Shot flies through, but they're not going to dive the tower, at least not initially. They do have 2 heroes over mid. And Kaka also looking for that level 6. You want that burst in damage, you want that Finger of Death, to see if you can maybe find a kill here with a little bit of help. Just do not have the options currently. Boots Travel finished off for the Snapfire. With the ability to get down towards bottom, which is exactly what he does. Cookie onto Bach, and that's a kill again onto the Silencer.
That should be the tower. I don't think they can respond to this. They have Catapult, 3 heroes, Doom available. Even Shiro is going to show up.
They really just want to open up this map. One of the biggest things for a lot of these teams in these victories is their ability to keep vision up. And right now, for Vici, they have great vision across the map. Continuing to just expand their information that they've got going for them, and they're 1 creep away from having this Finger of Death available, but still lacking the ability to have that burst damage, and still don't have access to the Global Silence. Meanwhile, Y, he gets access to Fiend's Grip now, and finally, Lion hits 6, and he's got that Finger, and they also get the Global Silence. So they'll try to get a kill here, thinking about the Finger, there it is, and with him silenced, Ends up being +2, -2. Kaka getting a kill there.
Yeah, those +1, -2 stacks at this point of the game, they don't really matter anymore. You're not snowballing.
No.
Maybe later they're going to start to add up on Lion, but a lot of the time you see him only getting 1 stack per finger of that use because he needs to keep the distance. He can't really just go in and start hitting people. But a kill is a kill.
You sure he can't fight back against this Ursa? Just in melee form?
Against Doom with Radiance. I also like that Bach is going for Radiance. This is a bit of a newer trend that we've seen from Amar, who, like, we've seen different auras, like drums being picked up, but it's more about the scaling, especially because Doom with AoE Shivas have been changed as an item. It gives you AoE, and then you have Tendrils of the Deep, AoE Doom. So everything synergizes nicely. Bach, can they get this kill?
Oh,
very good
God.
Shackle.
Good Shackle. Does it save the Doom? They go to the Global Silence. The Rolling Thunder came in. There's 4 heroes around. They need to leave. It's time to bail. They got the Nightmare on Akaka. They might get a kill onto that. Fiends group committed onto the Silencer. Both supports are going to die. There's nowhere for them to go. No escape. And they will get 2. Good Shackle to slow down the initial jump from Yakutou.
If Global is used immediately, I think they get a kill, and maybe they get another kill after that, but slightly too late, and now they pay the price. Timbersaw was also not involved in that fight, farming in the top lane. Something that we usually don't see as an item on Timbersaw is phase boots. That's an item that you only see against certain matchups, against Ursa to give you extra bit of armor. Against Doom, it's also okay-ish because you have extra bit of a movement speed, so you can try to run away from it. I've seen it against mostly like physical lineups, and because you are going for more damage-oriented build, where you're putting only 1 point in reactive armor. You want to have that explosive damage, but you also want to have some armor so you don't die instantly.
Courier. Gonna get killed. Very available to get shackled right now. Windrunner just kind of looking for an option. Cookie gets dropped down and Power Shot misses. Aka's here ready with a finger, and they're gonna turn this around to get a kill. Somehow the Silencer survives in a game in which Silencer has not had much success doing that. But they do end up getting killed there, and another stack on that finger just to. They smoke, and like I said, Templar Assassin gonna go for this Blink Dagger. Low is trying to get involved for a moment over bottom, but realizes does need a little bit of that gap close to get the damage out there and help out with this Deso.
Without Falcon Blade, he doesn't have that much mana to work with unless he holds still. Just hold still and meditate with Inner Peace. Fuck.
Trap
Room
popped.
available.
Earth Spike and the kill. There's the damage coming in.
A lot of stacks. A lot of things, a lot of big numbers that they can have on top of their abilities. 4 for Lion, sorry, 2 for Lion, 4 for Silencer. And Templar Assassin starting to get some Deso charges. It's a feel-good type of a ability to have, knowing that you see the number goes big, the number goes brrr, you're like, yeah, it makes me very happy.
The Inner Peace number, is that what you're talking about?
That number as well, even though you don't see it as much. It just keeps flickering.
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing. It's just that flickering up. They'll stop the Fiend's grip with that Global Silence. Get a kill there onto Y. Bing, another 2. And they are going to start to really chip away at this lead. It was 6,000. Now it's 3,000. And Yakutou finally starting to field a response to the advantages of Vici that they had in this early part of the game.
Shiro is going to start to get involved now with the Blink Dagger picked up. In the next minute or two, if they manage to find the opening in the bottom lane, they could definitely turn that into Roche. Tormentor available in 3.5 minutes. This is what Ursa is going to be playing for. But as you said, they managed to stabilize the lead that Vici Gaming had, which is pretty impressive. Thanks to Kaka again and his Lion. Moving across the map. After he finishes off this camp, it's going to be Blink Dagger for him. Global Silence off cooldown.
So, he's not the first one. He's not the first point of contact. They will use the Doom onto this Pangolier, and he's dead. So they will back away. You said they might be able to go for Roche, and it's certainly a possibility.
Radiant structures
They ping it out
are
immediately.
fortified.
That's how you play with Ursa. Even Temporary Assassin. The problem is there's Temporary Assassin on the other side, which means you take the Aegis away from this hero. This is the hero that kind of relies on having the Aegis. Great matchup against the Doom if you can hold the Aegis, not being threatened by it. And very
They
textbook
look like they wanna
example
fight.
from Vici Gaming.
Finger used, Meld Strike gets the kill onto the Bane. They're
He
stopping
has
this attack
buyback,
on a
but no
Roche.
TP. This could be pretty big.
Arcane
X.
Curse was onto the Roshan. Now they're going to go with the Mortimer's Kisses. Oh,
Timber.
Timbersaw comes in. They get the kill on a Bach, but they end up losing. Whoa! Shackles hit. Kaka dead. Double kill for XM. They'll go back in a Roche. Pangolier's on his way. Can he get here in time for a Rolling Thunder or anything of the sort? No. Aegis snatched. Technically killed here by the Radiant side.
Extra bit of gold coming out from them. Almost 700 gold from Chakra Magic for the whole squad. If Pango's there, this fight is completely different. They could also use the global silence. Okay, Tian Ming just going in and feeding.
All right.
He really wanted that double damage.
Didn't even get it. Did not even get it. Aegis now in the hands of the Ursa. They do get the gold from killing Roche. That's all right to push them towards these next few items. They want to get this Force Staff on the Lion, but Vici now have this opportunity with the Aegis to really break open the game.
I'm looking at the neutral items. They're still holding on to Ash Legion
Ash
Shield.
Legion Shield.
Playing against TA Pango. It's all about that physical.
Who is Ash in the Dota lore? It's not, well, I guess it's not Ash's Legion Shield, and now they got rid of all of them.
I don't know. Ash Ketchum, I guess.
That's what I was thinking. Gotta catch them all, and
Dire's top tower is under
that's
attack.
certainly something you can do when you've got Blink Dagger and the control that they have. See if they go for this. They do have vision. They had vision of Setsu for a second. They started to rotate over.
Dire
Templar
are
Assassin closing in on getting this early Dragonlance. Just a bit of gold away from that. 25 to be precise. So a creep or two. And then we're in. And they've got that Dragonlance. Basher picked up for the Ursa.
top tower is under
And
attack.
BKB is next on the list. And you can see the core separation in net worth is what is making up a majority of this net worth lead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think it's Silencer who's making the difference. And again, Vici Gaming playing in the bottom part of the map, trying to get the pick off and then turn that into Tormentor. Doom came off cooldown dock. He turned off Radiance in the bottom part of the map. He does not want to show where he's standing, and there he is.
Shackle. It hits. Global Silence comes out. Ursa's in a little bit of trouble, but does not die. They were looking for the damage. Timber Chain back. They don't get the Aegis out of the hands of this Ursa. Mortimer's Kisses. It's going to slow up these heroes to try and run away from Shiro and the rest. Swashbuckle again just does not connect, and they will lose both supports on the side of Yakutou.
In the last couple of fights, Setsu, he's not going in. I guess he's also giving some respect to Bane's grip. They have Global Silence to follow it up. And you can see the damage. Basically, Lion dealing 100 damage, and the rest of the squad was ready to immediately go back because they don't feel fight ready.
Once that Global Silence gets used, it's...
Yeah, it's all Joel. If they don't get the kill during Global Silence, it feels like they can't take a fight, especially because Ursa is still holding on to the Aegis. We gotta kill him twice. Doom becoming very tanky. We'll have BKB for the next fight. This is a big kill if they can get it.
Yeah, XM, he is low, but will finally die. Can they get Zheng Yu out of this one? Can he Timber Chain away? No, he can't. Shiro's got the credit for that. They do get the kill into XM, which was worth a hell of a lot of gold. Big time gold going the way of the Pangolier of Setsu. Important that he gets whatever item he wants next, because he's holding 2,500. What do you think he's going for? Has this Diffusal as well as the Blink.
Aghanim Scepter.
That's what I was
there's-
thinking.
I mean, maybe there's a chance that he goes for Lotus Orb. That's a protection against Bane's Grip.
Earth
Protection
Spike,
against duel.
Finger, and the kill, and now they might even get Shiro, but he's gonna start to turn and maybe even think about going back. They don't have everybody, but they do have Doom, and they do have a couple of heroes nearby.
They're having some damage issues as well. So I don't know if he can get away with picking up the Lotus Orb, but that's definitely what he's thinking about. How the fights are going to be played out, seeing that your Silencer isn't really doing much other than being a global silence. Does have GPM at least. That's going to help him get some item online. Does have Force Staff in the quick buy, and in the next couple of minutes, if he doesn't die, we'll have it.
Will be interesting to see what kind of impact Silencer will have moving forward.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So far, feeding impact died 7 times, 0 and 7 at the moment.
Dire's middle tower is
He's
under
got 5 assists, though. He's involved in 5 of the 9 kills. Gale Force, Setsu pulled back and needs to run. They've got the smoke on a couple of these heroes for Yakutou, but they are going towards top to try and get a kill on a Bach. Can they get the blink?
BKB.
BKB
Gets it off.
turnaround. Doom used on Lion. And they've got the stun on a low. He is in trouble. He needs to run. Silencer going to try and silence up Bach. Global silence is used. That's going to stop the Mortimer's Kisses. The turnaround, the kill on a Bach. And now they go to the Rolling Thunder with the blinking from Shiro trying to take out Tiaming.
Good force staff.
There it is again. They will kill off this Silencer. But can they go and get this Ursa? Doesn't have the Aegis anymore. Fiend's Grip used, low control. Can they get the extra damage? No, they
damage
don't have
on the
anybody
TA.
to follow this up. But they've got Shaco to get
Blink.
the extra stun. Shiro back in, Low's dead. Setsu trying to get at least one more. Here comes the Timber
that
Saw.
cookie.
Shiro, the cookie, the stun on 2. But Shiro turns this on a Zheng Yu. They've got the Shackle connecting to nothing, but it doesn't matter. He ends up dead anyway. Angolier, Nightmare, Power Shot, Setsu shield crashing, but still dead. And that will be a full team wipe in favor of Vici Gaming.
These fights are much closer than I would expect them to be. It feels like if they had another round of items, let's say Silencer, he has his own defensive item. Templar Assassin has Crystallis, which is a relatively cheap item. The Timbersaw Heel is also very close to killing Ursa. They need that extra bit of damage in every single fight, and could have been an even trade, maybe even in their favor. Also, the way that they were fighting, if Kaka gets a Hex there, they should be able to burst down Doom straight away. So he dies first. They don't have the finger. They don't have that extra bit of a control that they might need against Ursa. So even with this deficit, it's still difficult for them to fight. But if they get the jump properly, I think they could manage to make a comeback in this game.
Seems plausible, but is it going to happen? Vici force a game 3 where all of a sudden we've got a BO1 for TI. With multiple slots available in the region, this doesn't become a BO5 style qualifier. It's a BO3, so things are always a little bit tighter in a BO3 in qualification settings.
Dire are scanning.
Kaka trying to survive with that Ghost Scepter. And we were talking about maybe Pangolier looking to get that Lotus. He ends up going to the Ags, but the Lotus is going to be picked up, if he ever gets the gold, by Silencer.
Eventually, you're going to get there. With GPM, right now it's 75, goes up to 100 with the next level. I mean, Aghanim Scepter and Pango is the correct choice. I did say that they have no damage. Kaka,
Gets
they
the
need
blink
to
away.
run.
TPs, they're out. Good escape, because they were getting pinched from the back.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And that could have been a devastating blow. They were really trying to just maintain themselves for the moment. Something they really need to do. Well, would love to get this Daedalus. He's got the finishing parts of a Crystallis coming through. Timber wants this Aghanim Scepter, which will make him that much more tanky against this lineup. If you get to this Lotus, though, for Silencer, and all of a sudden you reflect a Doom out.
Doom, anything from Bane. Bane can't really
Fiend's Grip,
cast
yeah.
his spells. It's very nice against Shackle. You see it flying, you can definitely use it. Could be the turnaround point in the game if you get the good Lotus off. And now Setsu queues up his. We talked about him probably debating between the two items and which direction he wants to go first. If they had
Split away
Aghanim
from the
Scepter in
team.
that top fight, it could have been a much different fight. Let's see who gets the jump.
They make the
Hero.
jump. They doom up this Pangolier. They find low. They hit the Shackle. The Earth Spike comes in, but it's not going to be enough for Low to survive just yet. He goes into the Refraction. He gets the TP attempt out. The Hex is there. The Cookie. Oh, they got the Nightmare. It doesn't matter. Setsu and Low both dead. They are looking for the Silencer. The Shackle connects to, I believe, a tree that's embedded inside the rocks of the Roche Pit. And Cock is dead too.
The fights are getting more and more difficult. They're not the ones getting the jump, which means that they can blink in with the BKBs. They have no abilities that go through debuff immunity other than Global Silence, but if you already have your Overpower up and running, you're gonna be dying, and now we have it. Like, this is the reason why Doom feels super strong. You have this Riverborn aura, so you're fighting inside the river. A lot of the times there was one game during Dream League where they were fighting with like Slardar on the team, so there's always going to be extra bit of a trail that you use, like extra bit of a river, so you're still getting the benefits from it. And also Congregations of the Deep, basically mini Ravage synergizes nicely with the Shiva's Guard that you're going to pick up, so bigger AoE overall.
Second Roche goes to Shiro. This time they do claim the life and the Aegis. Last time, technically a snatch. Going into that last fight, they had Timbersaw, not purposely, he just ended up being farming on the opposite side, but isolated away from the team, couldn't help out. He made a big difference. Her Spike Finger used, being in trouble. They'll end up trading Taka. They get the kill on him wide. They look for the Windrunner, who's able to get out via the Cookie. And Bach trying to get the control onto the Timbersaw, but can't quite get that. And Setsu's going to be forced to swashbuckle away as the Rolling Thunder ends. But Shiro's there. The Mortimer's Kiss is committed. And that's a 2-for-1 for a Bane. That ain't it. And they know where Low is. They see him. They've got an obs on this Twin Gate.
They don't have enough. Like, you can see them struggling, dealing the damage, even killing the second support. To why? He was watching. He still has buyback available. You're fighting underneath the tier 2 tower. Can easily come back into the fight. So gotta be aware. And also, this matchup, Templar Assassin against Ursa, usually it is in favor of Templar Assassin because the way that she plays the fights, maybe before even more, because of the Aghanim Shard where you still had the silence. Nowadays, it increases the bonus damage and you can use this while being disabled. So that's like something, but it's not the craziest thing nowadays. Maybe in other matchups, but in this one, you would definitely love to have that extra bit of a silence.
Timber going to clean up this mid wave as he's going into a Lotus. Everybody wants a Lotus.
It's that good of a game for it.
Oh, yeah. Well, if only they could be viewers of the Oprah Winfrey Show, they could all get a Lotus for free. Look under
They
your
can get
seat.
3 Lotuses on
There
the
is a
side in the Lotus pool.
And they are greater. It says it in the name. Is triple Lotus timing the timing I think it is?
They seem to be far behind in terms of how much damage they can deal. There's also items that we haven't talked about on side of Vici. This is Shiva's Guard, great against Templar Assassin, great for vision games, so Ursa can choose his target, and also holding the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes.
Oh,
Shackle
Timber
does
again.
connect.
Caught by the Shackle, bashes connecting, but he's got that Ags. Maybe that's enough to keep him alive. They go to the finger. Shiro's actually a little bit low. He's got this Aegis. Will pop that ulti. He's enraged, but the Global Silence follows it up. They go to the BKB. They're going to try and get the damage
he
out of
went back
Jinyu.
in.
It's baited with the Global Silence. Shackle connected. Fiend's Grip is there. Low is dead. the back.
Oh, he got doomed. I mean, this game looks completely lost. I also can't believe that Zheng Yu decided to come back into the fight. I guess he learned that these stacks from Ursa, they last for a really long time. And he got hit, I don't know, he had 12, 13 stacks of Fury Swipes, came back, died in 3 hits afterwards.
11:30. Great numbers. Banner placed on the mid tier 3, and this is at least a tier 3, if not a set of racks. A lot of professional experience on the side of Vici. A lot of TI experience on the side of Vici. Just trying to make sure that they can lock in and potentially go to TI, force a game 3. Got 2 prior TI champions, part of that team that last won TI for China. And then a lot of experience between Jinq and XM in terms of getting to the grand finals. But on the side of Yakutou, Setsu's last TI was 2018. The only TI he's ever been to.
That's so long ago. We'll need to step it up. This game kind of looks cooked. They probably have one more fight left in them. If they misuse Global Silence, if they don't get the kill with Rolling Thunder, Vici Gaming, they could close it out.
Could be one of those moments where Global gets used improperly and Kaka just calls it. Shard for Y off the Tormentor. This team is running right at them. They want a chance. You know, they just expired. They go to the Hex. They use the Global Silence, but Kaga just gets killed immediately. So does Bach. BKB's going to be popped to go after low. And now, XM going in, trying to take out these refraction charges on this Templar Assassin. Mortimer's Kiss is low's dead. They do not have the Templar. And there it is. GG's called. Just like that. They know when to call it. And it is over. We're going to a game 3 for TI.
You don't want to be in this game longer than needed. I would say after knowing that it's 100% lost. So coming into the next game, you don't want to spend another like 3-4 minutes being or feeling miserable, because you need to be able to bounce back. And you could see in the end, they use Global Silence. This is the fight where if he gets the Hex off, I think this whole fight is completely different, where they're going to be able to potentially burst him. There was Pango close by, so was Timbersaw, but unable to do so. And you can feel the lack of damage in this fight. Maybe if they had another item, if they had Aghanim Scepter on Pango, 23 minutes in, this is pretty much the timing where you would get it, but he was playing from deficit, playing from behind the whole game, getting completely dumpstered in the lane. And it definitely shows. The snowball effect in this one is pretty strong. Them getting the Aegis, something that Templar Assassin wants to pick up. And I gotta say, we've seen 2 of these games, and both of these games were where one carry had almost no impact whatsoever. Low on Templar Assassin, I was not feeling it. It was a difficult pick for them to get in this game. We were a bit more critical on Shiro, what he was able to achieve or not able to achieve in the last 3 games that they played against each other with the carries that he has been playing, with this Morphling, with what did he play in the last game? My memory. Shadow Fiend, yeah, that was not a high impact game coming out from him. Instead, play a hero that can have impact early on. Dictate the tempo of the game, pick up the Aegis, go for the Tormentor, and they were very clean with the execution. A lot of the times, for Yakutou bros, they jump in, and they know that as soon as they jump in, they're losing at least 1, maybe 2 heroes afterwards, especially after the BKBs have been picked up, seeing that the Global Silence, sure, you will pop it on the Hex target, try to grab a kill, but after that, they don't have the second round of plan how they're going to be playing out the fights.
We saw a lot of domination here from Vici as they got up ahead early and never really gave it up. Doom targets, this is the solo kill that was there on Low, as he was doomed and TP'd back into the fountain, but it didn't matter. And ultimately, Setsu also dies in a fight that they just never had a chance in at this end point right here. And you can see just knowing where and who to target. Low, he starts to turn around and Shiro thinks about it, but XM's like, no, we can go for this. We've got the ways to break through refraction, just turn around, get this kill, and it ends the game. That's exactly what he did. Making life very easy for themselves, and it ends with an ultra kill there, 34-12. Not much impact for this silencer, continues to have a 0% win rate.
They're not gonna pick the hero anymore. It looked very good in the draft. It didn't really do well in the game. They also started off with the first blood on low, allowing Bach to snowball with the itemization. A lot of the times you feel like you're on the clock when you play against Doom offlane because he is another core compared to maybe some other offlaners that they don't scale as good to mid and late game. And XM Shiro, they completely dominated this game. Shiro not dying a single time. Why? He was in a good position for catching people off guard with some of the spells, setting things up, or using the Fiend's Grip, being very patient up until where there's no global silence anymore. And these are the type of heroes that I think Shiro also shines the most. So I want to see something similar. I don't want to see anything slow. One game away from qualifying or not qualifying to TI. So your picks, your drafts, they need to be on point.
Yeah, it's got to be on point, and it's your last opportunity, barring some sort of replacement. That's not going to happen, but it's one game. Do or die situation for these two teams. The ever-classic Vici Gaming organization that has been around in China for a very long time, or the new breakthroughs of Yakutou and Report, who have been around for a couple of years at this point. But a lot of history between all these players, a lot of history through these teams, and we'll see who takes game number 3 after a quick break. We'll see you then. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the qualifier. This is it. Lacoste, this is it. One more game to decide the fates of both these teams. Will they be going to TI or will they not be going to TI?
Radiant team battle.
It's been close. Both games have been pretty one-sided, I would say, but I'm not sure. I think you just
10
avoid the
seconds
silencer and both
remaining.
teams have a chance.
I think it's going to
5
come down
seconds
to
remaining.
who's going to have a carry that
Radiant
can
team
join
battle.
early on, because we've seen it fail so many times where do nothing type of a carry like Morphling that
Radiant
it just
team
looked
battle.
atrocious. Templar Assassin in this one, it wasn't the pick that they probably wanted in this one. It was a pick that they needed
10
to
seconds
get
remaining.
because of the
Turn to pick.
pick Doom on 18.
Radiant
And
team pick.
seems like the losing matchup as well that they did have in the mid lane also transitioned pretty heavily, where with every kisses they got a kill, sometimes even 2 kills. Treant Protector as an opener, I don't recall them picking up Treant Protector other than once when they were playing against Cloud. And let's see if they are going to respect Drow Ranger, because this is probably the best turret that you can have in the game
10 seconds
paired
remaining.
up with the position 5 Treant Protector.
Yakutou brothers
We
turn
have
to ban.
seen some drows. I think we saw a drow in the last series. That did very well. Played for resilience. Both games they went to that drow. Both games they won within. Maybe Yakutou kind of learned from that.
10
Drow Ranger's
seconds
been a very
remaining.
strong hero up to this point.
5 seconds remaining.
There have been some things that I kind of wish Vici would pull out, but they ban it themselves. They ban the Brewmaster. Something that I think is been okay for them, but leaving it in there against Jiang Yu is just not really an option, considering how good he is
Radiant
with that
team
hero.
ban.
There's a Winter Wyvern ban.
Probably want to go. I mean, Drow Ranger has to go. Unless they want to get it for themselves out of the phase, this is probably the only time where you don't
10
want to ban
seconds
it on
remaining.
12.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm also going to say Kaka on Lion, I would be okay. Problem is, again, they have the pick out of the phase. For Vici Gaming, I would ban Drow Ranger and probably take Lion for themselves, because Lion and Timbersaw, it's such a strong lane. Treant Protector doesn't really get to play Dota. He can't really zone them out. You can also cut down all of these trees, makes his life miserable.
Radiant
And throughout the whole
team
game,
pick.
you're going to have a very good
Yakutou brothers
matchup
turn.
against him. So, yeah, they're going to snatch Lion.
Snatching the line again here now, Vici. It's been in all 3 games, but it was for Kaka the last few. And
10
let's see what they do
seconds
with
remaining.
it. Because this is going to be most likely a Jinkyu Lion, right?
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
I'm curious, what's the greed he could bring to this Lion? Like, what's something different from him? Because I know he builds greedy, but it does feel like Lion's one of those heroes where you're pretty stock standard on it. And now they're going to give Kaka the Rubik.
Some good, really good spells to steal. Anything from Timbersaw, pure damage against him. Stun, Hex, even Finger from Lion feels good. Still thinking. I mean,
10
Drow Ranger
seconds
is still
remaining.
available. Wind Ranger would also be like maybe a
5
good
seconds
pick. Not so
remaining.
much against the Timbersaw, because you can't really focus fire him throughout the whole game and try to kill it. But you need a range carry hero. Shadowfiend also works. Shadowfiend's more than fine. It gives you protection, another strong lane if they want to go that route. But I also feel Shadowfiend has some matchups that he doesn't like to play throughout the game. Compared to Drow Ranger, I feel like he is a bit of a budget version. Both of them are super strong in the lane. I have to lane against them all the time as an offlaner. 2 of the stronger ones, definitely up there. But Drow Ranger does more, I feel like, because she can control the lane. She does have orb walk. And if you're playing a lane where you're not getting too much out of the lane, Shadowfiend against him, lane kind of always pushes because of the aura.
Burning a lot of reserve time on this pick for Yakutou. Giving it a lot of thought coming into this final game, and it's been a long road to get to the final day, to the final game to this point. Yakutou have already played 2 other games prior to this series, so they have played a full 5.
Radiant team pick.
And they go into the Shadow Fiend. So back on a Shadow Fiend carry, but this time it's for low. We did not see success from Shiro when he was on this hero.
Radiant
It's a super strong. I don't think you are going to be losing the lane immediately. 1-2 pick. Ancient Apparition plus Tiny. That's going to be their lane combo. You can get away with some of these supports from position 5. Offlaner that doesn't have a stun. If you have hero from position 4, these Hoodwinks, Rubik's, Lions that allow you to lock them down. And you also have Tiny. Mixed damage type of a carry that does have a lockdown. So I'm going to pick up Ember. Spirit Vessel, we saw Setsu dominate with this hero if he's off to a good start. And now it's time to see which... I think you banned Viper. Okay, they already did. I think you have to ban Viper. It would have been an amazing game. You're playing against XM. He destroyed some of these matchups.
10 seconds.
It could also potentially be a very good co-op game. We've seen him having extremely good game yesterday, even though they lost it. Every single fight, he was dealing 15, 20, even 25,000 damage in some of these fights. Sniper's also pretty good. I think they're going to have to let one get through because Sniper, he's more than fine playing against Ember Spirit. They have no gap closers. Could be really good. By no gap closers, I feel Ember Spirit's pretty much the only one. They still have 1 pick out of the phase. Something that Tiny is going to be afraid of from the off lane.
If
10
they're banning
seconds
Viper
remaining.
and Death Prophet, if this goes the way I think it is,
5
it's probably
seconds
Sniper
remaining.
for Vici, based on that game 3 against Refuser as well, where they were using Ice Blast and Assassinate with a hero like Tiny that they had. It was everything is the same except the Lion. They took out the Earthshaker in this draft. It was a game that went 65 minutes, but definitely showed why it was strong, and I feel like a hero like Lion might have a lot more success than the Earthshaker did in that game. Because if you recall in that game too, Vici didn't exactly have the early advantage there, but something like Lion might change the way that that goes.
10 seconds remaining.
Basically the same
5
draft.
seconds remaining.
Not an easy pick for Yakutou. Super strong lane that you're playing against. Ancient Apparition has been buffed in the recent patch. Deals quite a lot of damage. And throughout the whole game, Ice Vortex is going to amplify all the damage against these heavy magic damage heroes that you have. Lion, Timber,
Radiant
Tiny as well.
team pick.
The Pango. No way to stop the Rolling Thunder. It's not a turret hero, Tiny that is, so he can't be shut down by Wind Ranger, Draw Ranger. And they also wanted to have another gap closer to
10
potentially
seconds remaining.
deal with the incoming sniper from XM.
5
I think it's
seconds
either
remaining.
co-op or sniper for him. Oh, I have one. Necro. Necro mid. Destroys all of them. It's an you can't really lane as an Ember Spirit. Sure, you build into Spirit Vessel, but against Shadowfiend, against Pango, they have no spell damage other than Spirit Vessel and maybe some spells from Ember.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you also want to go late. I think this last pick, considering that this is the last game, it is the 3rd game, you kind of want to have some extra bit of security.
They have a lot of time to think which one they want. I'm gonna go with Sniper. I think that's the play.
He's ready. He's ready.
There it is.
Choose your hero.
It was the initial thought, but gave a couple of more options. Still, they don't want to put themselves in a spot. He wants to feel comfortable. Very strong lineup. I do prefer Vici Gaming lineup in this one. I think having these gap closers is not going to be enough. Again, you have two massive bodies in front of your sniper, Tiny and Timbersaw, and two supports who can easily help you out at these early stages of the game. It's not like you need help in this matchup. Trend Protector rotations early on, you don't care too much about them either. I'm kind of digging Vici Gaming. I would give this 65-35.
Damn, that's a very big percentage that you're given right now, and we'll see how it goes. But I am kind of liking this Vici lineup. If it can have a better start than it did yesterday, because they had that similar draft that replaced the Lion with the Earthshaker that they had. If it could have a better start than that, I feel like they're off to the races. But against this lineup of Yakutou, I almost want to say it's got to be perfect in the lanes. Otherwise, you're giving Vici enough to just start snowballing out of control. And that's a big issue for them.
Yeah, I also want to see how much Pango is going to be able to get out of this lane against Tiny and Ancient Apparition. Not the hero that he is afraid the most in terms of laning, but I want to see still how much he's going to be able to get. We saw Bach on Timbersaw in a difficult matchup where he also is getting a lot. There was this game where you were talking about the tricores, the same tricores that they did play. And he looked very comfortable on the hero.
So we get into game number 3, Vici Yakutou. 1 slot left. And we will have to see who it goes to. Who of you guys in chat think it's going to go to Vici or Yakutou?
Very nice play from XM. I was looking at what he was doing. So he had an observer ward. He gave it to Bach and then put the tangos in, pretending that he placed an observer ward, knowing that potentially there is an observer ward on the other side because he still wasn't smoked. So they might waste 1 sentry thinking that he does have an obs. And how much does this obs reach? It doesn't reach much. It doesn't reach the high ground. Knowing that Sniper, he would love to have that observer ward on the high ground so that he can keep peeping, put that pressure early on.
Mm-hmm. Anything to give Sniper an advantage in the lane is going to feel very good for you.
Battle begins.
We'll see how the bounty runes go. It will be 2 for 2. Seems to be the case quite often these days. 2 for 2, nothing too crazy. Is anybody going to try and cut off this range creep? Doesn't seem like it either. Anywhere. Lion sits mid. And now he'll TP towards top. I thought for a second he's going to try and make a play here, but... The initial Dota Plus, by the way, the percentages were 57... 43. So, leaning similarly to what you were thinking.
Yeah, I give them more. I would even say slightly more, but maybe I'm just a bit of a hater on some of the heroes, some of the matchups as well, because I don't think they're going to be able to get as much. Also, I want to see what XM's going to be building. There were a couple of games where he played, where he went for Mage Slayer as his item. We'll see if he decides to go for the same route this time around. In some scenarios, it can work well, but this is also XM. If he believes in a certain idea, especially on Sniper, he's going to bang it out. There was a time, I don't know, a year ago where he was still... I mean, he plays it all the time. Doesn't matter what time of the year it is, where he was going for Kanda, Aghanim Scepter build. He was going for the tank Cardell, as we like to call it.
Interesting. I'm looking at the Tiny, and I should be looking towards top because Jinkyu is dead for first blood. Low gets that first blood kill. That's me kind of baiting the observer. But Shiro's cosmetic is like unusual, so even when he throws away the tree, it still looks like he's holding a tree.
Okay, gotta keep an eye on that.
So you like may not know if you're just giving a glance, because look, it still looks like he's got a tree now. I don't know if that's just us, but I assume that's also in game.
Wait, what is this?
So he's got an unusual, the tree that he's got is unusual, like a Frostivus unusual that were available. You could get like a really low chance of getting unusual things. And his is on that tree.
Well, certainly it does look unusually suspicious way to pay to win cosmetic.
It's yeah, it's a bit out there. Gotta keep the tree and disguise yourself as having a tree. In the tree, part of the tree. Top lane, teaming at a rough time as Silencer in the previous game. I think starting that one out 0-7, 0-8 maybe. You know, a lot of deaths early.
A lot of deaths, not a lot of impact.
No.
So far, so good. This bottom lane, Tiny, they are securing his farm. Pango also farming relatively okay. He is getting harassed quite a lot. Even a Rubik, considered to be very strong laner nowadays, can't really trade against Ancient Apparition.
I love me some good Ancient Apparition play. If they've got Avalanche and Toss at some point, if you've lined it up correctly, they're most likely going to freeze over, especially with an additional chilling touch that comes in. Makes life very difficult for these heroes to kind of get away. You can see why, just continuing to chase, throw that chilling touch on, doesn't cost that much mana. Both water runes denied. I don't know when the last time I've seen that is both water runes getting denied. No mana left for this Ancient Apparition. He'll fly out a Clarity. And a Mango. Just trying to get as much mana as he can. Continue to put the harassment on Nakaka, but now that, at least for the time being, it's kind of dissipated. He does have one more Chilling Touch, which he'll throw over onto Dang Yu.
Fastest Falcon Blade on Shadow Fiend. Completely securing the lane for him. And same amount of CS on Sniper in the mid lane. 34-7 against Shadow Fiend's 36-9. As expected, this is Sniper after all. This is XM Sniper. So he plays very aggressive, really pushes the limits on the hero. Something that we also didn't point out is Tiny. In this matchup, he doesn't die. Like, he doesn't have to worry about dying, and also doesn't have to worry about twin gate rotation from Shadowfiend, because I don't think he can easily rotate. They have one little stun, and that's Rubik's stun pre-level 6 on Pango, because this is offlane Pango. Your levels are going to come in slightly later. So Tiny's going to be fine. He's getting a lot of strength, 4.2 strength gain per level once he gets to his treads. There's literally no way you can kill him, but maybe XM can die in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're trying to go for him. They're trying to get this kill. He turns this around, though, not only onto the Rubik, but they've got the Hex, and Setsu's in trouble. Walking through the Nature's Grass, they get the Blood Grenade. One more right-click. Setsu's still low. Oh, he gets him from a distance. They get the kill onto the Ember Spirit.
Dodge that one attack.
Survive, too.
But Blood Grenade flew out. Jinkyu managed to get another right-click in. Pretty disastrous fight in the mid lane. Sniper is level 6 now. Doesn't have a point in Assassinate. Let's see what he's going to find. Illusion Rune. Not the best one, probably the worst one that he could have gotten. Invis, probably the worst one, but at least with Illus, you can scout things out. Maybe you can try to stack the camp that is going to be on some other side of the map.
Or throw them right at mid and give them up to Nature's Grasp immediately.
That also works. Such a useless rune on some of the heroes. A lot of the times you get so much value out of it where you're dispelling the silence and then making some kind of a play. But in a lot of these different situations, especially early on, it's just something they're like, yeah, I gotta pick it up so the enemy mid laner doesn't refill the bottle. That's it.
7-minute shrine, and they've got low, thinking about going with this Requiem.
XM
They'll
TP
try
in.
a second time, and there's the Earth Spike, and now trying a third time, lands it, and still doesn't get the shrine, ends up dead anyway. Yikes. Jinkyu does die, but that doesn't seem worth it.
Definitely not a trade that they wanted. XM, he was ready with that TP straight away.
This is not great. If you got the shrine, maybe there's a little bit of a consolation there, but they did not even get that. One shrine went to Kaka. And you can see XM just continuing to dominate over mid. He is up 800 gold on Setsu.
Big difference. Also, Setsu did die one time. Tianming
coming
trying to
over
make
mid
a
to
move
try
to
and
the
go
mid
down.
lane. But he is tanky. Treads, has Tango that he can eat, Magic Wand charges, Raindrop, and 3 Shrapnel charges. Coming off cooldown 1 at the moment. He did use 1 earlier. Gotta respect the damage and the slow coming from it. 30% slow. Relatively big AoE. Stacks were being made on the other side as well, in the outer ring near the XP shrine. Kaka was making... Sorry, Jinkyu was making some stacks. I see Lion. I immediately think of Kaka.
That's fair.
Professional deformation.
Bak in trouble. And most likely dead here in this situation. Low gonna get the kill. Good job there for the Shadow Fiend. They actually have a net worth lead, and it's because Low is having such a good time over top. You look at how far ahead he is in farm. He did end up dying by the shrine, but he is up 1,400 on the top hero after that, which is a big difference.
Yeah, as you said,
3-1.
with that 1 extra death, it could have been maybe even 6k plus 10 minutes in, which is pretty insane. I mean, he does have 3 kills to his name, and he was also laning with Treant Protector, a hero that secures his lane. Some of the best position 5s that Shadowfin can lane with. Back in the days was Naga Siren, Treant Protector, Clockwork. We've seen some like Marcy, Tusks, these melee position 5s that are going to be soaking up the damage. In Q, looking for an opening, but they don't find him. He was farming underneath the ward that XM placed.
XM Dragonlance soon to be completed, so it's not going to be that Mage Slayer that he had bought in the previous game.
Yeah, I
We've
think
seen
this
some
time
different
around
builds from him.
it's a much better build. Makes him more tanky, and also
Bringing
not too
everybody
many
over,
things
Lowe's
that he
nearby.
can reduce the spell damage. There isn't really that much spell damage that he needs to reduce.
Right. They had that ward that was over on the cliff at the top end of the river, so that spotted Low coming in, and they end up retreating on the sniper, so he avoids this gank with both supports walking in. During that time, Shiro's been spending it just farming. He's catching up a little bit to this Shadow Fiend. You almost have level 6 for Y, which is going to be really important. Honestly, the combination of both the Lion at 6 and the Ancient Apparition at 6 almost certainly guarantees you a kill with Finger and Ice Blast landing on a singular target. But Jinkyu's just farming up that XP that he needs over mid. XM comes back to take a little bit of that farm away. But now he hits that level 6, and he's got the Finger available. And what do you think with this game? Because it's only 3-3, 11 minutes in. A lot of time has been spent content with farming. Who does that benefit more?
I like Vici's gaming draft more in terms of coming into the late game. It is tiny, it is sniper. One thing that carries hate the most, though, is playing against Treant Protector. It forces them to buy Manta style, and this is what Tiny has in his quick buy. Not a traditional carry item on Tiny by any means. And we're gonna TP back. Seems like maybe they want to smoke, or he feels that there is a gank coming.
Is under attack.
Tiny TP'd from tier 1 to tier 2 tower. There are no creep left on this side. So he's gonna do it again, from right to left.
Swashbuckle. Used by Zhang Yu with teaming nearby.
Very important information.
Well, there's
Just
two
get a
here
neutral
with
creep
three
as well.
heroes. And that's what I'm saying. He might have had the escape had they gone on him immediately. They didn't choose to make that jump, and they don't exactly have a gap close at the moment with no blink daggers available on any of these heroes, but there was certainly a shot that they could have gone for him had he swashbuckled a little bit deeper into the lane. Ice Blast comes in, and we'll see Tiaming and get the kill there onto the Treant Protector. They are coming over with a smoke. Two heroes making their way in. Dire did scan and catches Jinkyu. He's the one who's going to be caught. And they steal that Earth Spike. They get the stun onto the Lion and get the kill there. Well timed, well placed, and a good gank to get. Both the Tiny and the Ancient Apparition backing deeper into their own jungle. While now low, as they see him hitting this tower, they know that there are a lot of heroes over in this bottom part of the map. So they have to back up deeper on their end to make sure that they don't get caught on this Tiny. The Tiny, who is down 1,000+ gold to this Shadow Fiend, is slowly clawing his way back.
It's gonna be a time for him to get involved. There is an item flying out. That's a Blink Dagger. So I want to see some aggressive moves made by Vici Gaming once they pick that up. As I said, Jinkyu, he's been level 6 for quite some time now, but couldn't find any openings to use the finger.
Probably look for an Avalanche Toss Ice Blast combo. There's the Hex to start it. Ice Blast should probably be flying in. It is. And they aren't even going to need it. Actually, Eclipse on Tiaming. Assassinate comes out. He's in trouble, but so is Shiro. Shiro died very quickly, and there was no Requiem used on that at all to make that happen. Treant Protector ends up surviving. The Ice Blast isn't what ends up making him shatter. And Vici, I don't know if they were expecting, but immediately tries to blink in, and he ends up dying for that kill that he gets.
Not respecting the damage coming out from Shadow Fiend. Rubik holding onto Earth Spike. 4 points in Fate Bolt. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage reduction as well that he does have with his hero. And now they're going to smoke, knowing that there is no finger available. Ancient Apparition ulti is coming off cooldown. Not the longest one by any means. I'm going to look for a kill to use this Earth Spike that they have stolen. And we talked about in some previous matchups, Tiny against Rubik, where Tiny's put only 1, maybe 2 points in Avalanche.
Turning forward and trying to get this sniper. He looks dead on his screen already and will end up dead. Not the best spell to steal here for the Rubik. Getting Take Aim. But this is a tier 1 now dropping in.
Some crisp moves from Yakutou in the last few minutes. On the back of Low, who's also getting involved. Not necessarily getting the kills or anything, but his presence allows them to kill the towers. He rotated to the bottom lane, rotated to the mid lane, and immediately TPs to the top lane to make sure that he's the one defending the tower. Oh, this could be pretty big. The backstab.
Can he blink away? He's got a blink available. And gets into the trees, but he doesn't have TP for 12 seconds. I will say this, you know, it feels like another one of those games where Timber is not getting involved early, and that's kind of hindering the team. But Bach is getting a decent amount of farm. It's not the best. Would you have liked to see him get involved maybe over mid and have a little bit more impact, or do you want this blink to be there before he does anything?
Usually you want to, like, a lot of the times Timber gets kills in the lane if it's a good matchup for him, and then he snowballs, kills the enemy tier 1 tower, takes over that area of the map. Supports do come to his lane, or he TPs, but he's not a hero that's going to be walking and rotating. Instead, he continues to farm up because he is a hero that can farm pretty quickly. Shadowblade now available on Sniper. Extra bit of damage, extra bit of survivability for him.
They hit the scan. They know where these heroes are coming from. They'll throw down a shrapnel. But the blink in with the rolling thunder, the avalanche lands out of Setsu. He's gonna remnant over and find himself this sniper. Earth Spike misses from the Lion. That means XM is dead in no man's land. And they will get the Lion too. Bach, he can't run away. There's too many heroes and they just have too much damage for him to handle. And Yakutou taking advantage of great positioning and a good initiation to slow down Vici and take an overall lead of about 3,000 gold.
Ooh, man, another big fight for Yakutou, bros. Another tower taken. Last Tier 1 tower taken by Glow. Shadow Blade available on him as well. These right clicks, they're gonna hurt. A lot of synergy between Pango and Shadowfin. Quite a lot of minus armor. And also one thing I like whenever Setsu plays Ember Spirit, he always does have some kind of a global presence help if he wants to play super aggressive. But we're talking about Silencer. This time does have Treant Protector with the living armor. So it becomes super tanky going into BKB straight away, knowing that they have no abilities that go through debuff immunity. So pretty good thinking, no Mage Slayer or anything, even though it would be good Mage Slayer game because you're playing against these mixed type of a damage cores. Big one being Timbersaw in terms of his spell damage also getting reduced. Both supports, and you're becoming super tanky. But gonna skip on it, at least for now. You can still go back for it, but a lot of the times if you skip it early, you also skip it completely and then you go for a higher tier item as your third item.
Seeing an advantage here from said they're setting up for something a little bit later down the line, and Zheng Yu has the control. Shiro's just ripped apart. He has no chance to survive, and this is not the first time we've seen him just end up ultimately dead so quickly. And Kaka ends up with Earth Spike again. Kaka doesn't get a chance to play Lion, but he's playing Lion more than Lion's playing Lion right now. And I ain't lying.
Yeah, he's having a blast of a game, and so is Zhang Yu. He's the one that is setting these kills. Also managing to blink in, use the Tumbler's Toy during Rolling Thunder, closing the gap, getting the kill on AA, and now also killing Lion. It's Roshan time. Extra minus armor that they do have. Lucky shot. Plus presence. Roshan's gonna die very quickly. And Vici Gaming, they're gonna need to step it up. One game from being eliminated, and one game, maybe half a game if you want to call it, potentially for Yakutou to qualify for TI.
Oh, the idea was there to get this Ice Blast to hit this Pangolier to hopefully at least snipe a kill, but doesn't even hit him, which means he can blink and avoid the assassinate anyway. Aegis now on this Shadow Fiend. All this coming together, it's not an easy game to finish for Dire. Really good high ground defense
Sniper,
for Vici.
you're playing against instant lockdown from Lion, so can be very tricky. Gotta respect Sniper's high ground. Toss back, Tiny is the one who does have Blink. Not sure if I like this Manta style as much. This is the item that I mentioned because you're playing against Treant Protector, so you don't want to waste your BKB, but you also kind of need a BKB as well. So but having Manta and BKB on Tiny just doesn't seem good. It's not the items that you want to have. Plus, you also have a Blink Dagger, which means you don't have Shadow Blade. So his damage output is going to be very limited.
Radiant are scanning.
Not the usual Tiny build we see. BKB now there for the Ember. I don't really know how you deal with this. Ice Blast flies in, and they're going to continue to hit at this, which is fine. It's only a level 1 Ice Blast. Doesn't feel that strong, but it's going to be a shard for Kaka. One of the things that I do feel like could potentially find importance is that shard on Ancient Apparition, but we've been seeing a lot more of these AAs just kind of forego that and look to get these levels, have a little bit of extra help with like, you know, a Solar Crest or Staff or something of the sort.
Yeah, you can't afford to buy shard straight away. You need to buy an item for your team, something that's going to increase their damage. And Rubik picked up the shard from Tormentor. Big ways of saving people. When Jinkyu goes in, one lift could push them out of the trouble from Tiny's combo, from Ancient Apparition ulti connecting. XM. He bought the shard of his own. Does have grenade available. Going into BKB next.
Radiant's middle tower.
Still maintaining at about a 4,000 net worth lead. You can see the net worth chart. It does have the 3 cores of Vici right behind this Shadow Fiend. And I say right behind, but it's about a 2,000 difference. That's the bulk of the difference here. And the difference is also that shard that they just got for Rubik. So things semi-even when you think about it as a whole in terms of net worth numbers. But right now the fights and the items that they have here for the Dire definitely seem to give them the advantage, especially BKB for the Ember is going to keep him more safe. And this Shadow Fiend also has a BKB, so double BKB timing could be tough to deal with here for Vici, where they're going to have to draw it out early. They want a BKB on Timber. Would you rather the BKB or would you rather the Agonals?
I think BKB. I think he needs protection. He also needs to get away from Treant Protector ulti. It could be Lotus, but BKB also gives you slightly more protection against everything, against Requiem, so you can block, blink onto targets and try to kill them off during the BKB timing. Find these supports in the back lines. Gonna be potentially a triple BKB timing coming out in the next few minutes. They are losing towers, however.
Aghanims potentially on the docket for Pangolier if he finishes this out. This BKB for the Timbersaw buys it in full, had all that gold ready to go, and now has a way to kind of stand tall and stand forward in front of these heroes. But sometimes I feel like these heroes get a little bit too comfortable with the BKB and they don't realize the damage they're taking from somebody like an SF. As long as they can stay alive, as long as they can make sure that they can maybe stay mobile, like this Timbersaw can get a Timber Chain out and then re-engage, it might be good enough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 just being ripped up by low, has 30 seconds left on this Aegis. Yeah, Ming looking for a Blink Dagger. He'd love to have that Blink into the Overgrowth. That is a big spell in these team fights that could potentially be game-changing.
Yeah, if you can manage to pull off the combo or reset the fight once they use those BKBs, they're looking for something. They see Shadow Fiend's out of mana, his age is expiring, but they don't seem to be able to catch him. Still gonna chase. Manta style available on Tiny. Jinkyu ready to blink in. Kaka ready with the lift.
Hex, Avalanche, Lift, Save, but can they follow it up? No, BKB's coming in. Ice Blast a little bit off the mark, but if they hold it, it might fly across them. That's what it does. So, are they willing to chase now that they've been hit with this Ice Blast? Again, it's only a level 1, so it's only 12 damage per second, which really isn't it, but it's maybe the Shatter potential, but it's only 10-second duration.
I don't think I've ever seen this. Pause while Pangolier's hit by Ancient Apparition ulti.
There's the scope. You can see right through the little hole.
What's on the other side?
Jinx, you owe
There's
me
a
another
light.
soda.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Go to the light, Lacoste.
So BKB popped his hit by Ancient Apparition ulti on Shadowfiend as well. The call is gonna be
Oh, they just TP'd.
you
Okay.
back off. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't really expecting that, honestly. How does Kaka always have Earth Spike, dude? How does this guy always have Earth Spike?
It's the
He
best
just
spell you can
refreshed it.
steal. It's either this or Avalanche. These are the spells that you want to get.
Oh my god.
He tried stealing stuff from Sniper, but it didn't work. Shrapnel can be very good, but also not the easiest one to steal, because a lot of the times he will pop that take aim immediately after.
Does he still have this?
You said he's the lion himself.
Roy annoys me. Yeah, he always is. Another disconnect, another pause. Shard here for Treant Protector, by the way. He's got that Eyes in the Forest. Just a ball of energy. Mid-Remnant. It's the new IO Arcana. Look at that. That's so cool. Red Wisp. I'm sold. I'd buy it.
Wisp has some really cool items. The cube, the one, I don't even know
Great job.
how would I would describe it, but it looks
The Mayan one? The Mayan ball?
Yeah. I was
Okay,
about
I knew
to say
exactly what you were talking
Aztec,
about.
but I wasn't sure if it's the correct one. So.
Yeah, Mayan or Aztec, I'm not sure. Tiny! Do love me some Tiny. Tropical Christmas Tiny. On a tropical island, on a tropical island. This is a big hat here for Tree Protector too. I know you do a good Tiny impression.
Yeah, I know a couple of voice lines from Tiny. Don't want to do it on stream right now. Back to the game. I think this pause managed to give them a couple of seconds to decide whether they want to take the fight or not. And after seeing that Shadow Fiend got clipped by the AA Blast, already used his BKB, a couple of seconds, they decided to go back.
Remnant
7K
forward, side
gold
of
lead
fist,
for them.
searing chains. And an Ice Blast used on Setsu, who will also use a BKB. This does get him a kill onto Y. But those early BKBs were used to just try and get a kill. And I guess all they got right now is just the Ancient Apparition.
I think they're okay with that.
Yeah,
Are scanning.
it's not terrible.
Use those BKBs, get some extra bit of a gold. Tian Ming about to finish off his Blink Dagger on the other side of the map. Bango, also Aghanim Scepter getting delivered. So quite a few big items that they got. Shadow Fiend also finished off Silver Edge, which is a big damage increase, extra 300 physical damage. And I think the best part of this item is you cap their move speed for 5 seconds to 200, which does allow you to get the extra couple of clicks. You're playing against Timbersaw, you can also break him. A lot of value in general from this item.
Good value. You can see the beginnings of Hydra's Breath being built for Sniper.
That's a big item. Big damage increase for him. He doesn't want to upgrade his Shadow Blade. It's good increase of the damage, 25 damage, 35 attack speed, gives him extra bit of survivability. But Hydra's Breath is the item on Sniper. This is what you want to have. This plus Butterfly is probably the most damage that you can deal. Mjolnir not being the good item right now anymore. And Hydra's Breath, percentage-based damage. The later it goes, the better this item is.
Rubik and Shadow Fiend, they've got Eyes of the Forest on this Lion. And there's Kaka going in and getting the kill with low. And resets his spell steal on Earth Spike.
Gotta have it.
He's like Bloodseeker, but specifically for just knowing when Earth Spike's been used. I can smell it. It's been used. Reset.
Jinkyu, he has been pretty silent this game, I gotta say. Only one finger stack. Probably if we check the damage, I don't think it's much. I think it's sub 3k, maybe even lower. Okay, there it is, 2k, like exact 2k damage.
That's what I was thinking in terms of damage.
That's why
I
you
feel
said
like
it.
Well, they showed it before I could even speak. Your point wasn't over yet. I don't like to speak over you. You're way smarter than I am.
Unlike me. Yeah, I see where this is going.
You're way smarter, way more handsome, and I just don't want to interrupt that.
I'm older. You just gotta respect me because I'm older.
I respect my elders.
Waiting for the next Roche. Guaranteed to respawn in minute and 20 seconds.
Obs on this cliff. Eyes of the Forest. Continuing to, be a problem for Vici. All this information. You've got multiple obs across the way. Multiple Eyes of the Forest. They have a lot of vision on the map, but don't see them currently with the smoke. But eventually, might just see them go as Roche is up in 45 seconds. Aghanim Scepter for Setsu. Like I said earlier, a guy who has not been to TI since 2018. When was the last time Kaka was there? 2021, I believe. So it's been some time. Or no, he was at TI 2022. But still, it's been some time since these guys have been at TI.
And they're close to it. They can feel it. They can smell that they are having a very good lead in this game. Next fight, plus Roshan, could be the one that's going to open up everything for them. Low, leading the charge. Smoked up. Shadowblade ready.
Finds Bach, BKB, and there's the Silver Edge. Remnant forward, looking for more, looking for these supports. They've got the Searing Chains on a Jingqiu. They get the kill onto the Lion. That's all they'll get for the BKB so far. Assassinate flies out on a low, but that's going to be it for the moment.
I love how Sets is playing. He's blinking in with these Remnants, knowing that they have no abilities that go through debuff immunity, so he can find the supports. If he can find AA, if he can find Lion, that's going to be pretty massive. Now his BKB is on cooldown for 60 seconds, but this Vici Gaming squad, they can't just rush in and take Roshan by themselves, so they will have to take the fight no matter what. Yakutou bros, they can wait it out until their spells reset, until Rolling Thunder comes off cooldown, and then go for it again.
Still 7,000 net worth lead Roche up. Let's see what they can do. Eyes of the Forest right up on Roche. Kaka also on the cliff. Waiting to see if anybody comes over. There's no way Vici are going to be the ones first into the pit. So they're going to have to take a fight and try and get a kill here and try and make something happen. But it is very tough. They've not been able to put this combination together at all. The Ice Blast Finger or Avalanche Ice Blast. There hasn't been much of that happening throughout this game. Daedalus now for the Shadow Fiend. He is hitting so hard. Whew. Shiva's Guard for Bach. And just about 1,100 gold away from this Hydra's Breath for XM.
Yeah, once you get that, if they can get this item for the next fight, Shiro blinking in. And he's gonna get lifted.
Yeah,
Let's see if they can poke. Manta
Slid
style.
for Searing Chains, Manta, now the Remnant forward, still going, trying to get this team. There's the Ice Blast, but it doesn't do anything, and again, they're gonna lose their support. A look over for Bach, who's not got a lot of health remaining. The Rolling Thunder sticks on him. He goes to the BKB, and they're waiting for the Overgrowth. That's what they're going to get. The Avalanche comes in. They get the kill there onto Bach. They lose TMing. Kaka going to Steel Tree Grab. The TP out. Oh!
He got it with the
No,
bash.
Shiro! He gets bashed up. Swashbuckle on him. Right clicks coming out from the sniper. They get the kill to Kaka. They look over at Setsu, who's eating these right clicks from XM. Not much he can get going, but Jingqiu's still trying to get out of this one. He's got Hex in her spike, just not soon enough. And now XM has to get all the way back, but they are trying to stay right on him. They've got the bash. XM all the way into his base. The concussive grenade pushed them back. He's trying to get the damage out, but one last right click from low. Gets the kill into XM. He's godlike. It's a full team wipe. The buyback committed from the Lion, and they just cannot get anything from this. Ice Blast is going to be off the mark.
Gonna miss. That would have been at least a kill on Treant Protector. Level 2 Ancient Apparition ulti. Should have done the trick, but you can feel Vici Gaming, they can fight this. Also very odd of approaching the team fight where Tiny blinks in and then uses Harpoon plus Manta Style just to get out of the Searing Chains and putting his whole team in a situation where they need to take the fight. And really glad that Tianming, he's very patient with the Blink Overgrowth, waiting until Timbersaw uses his BKB and then he locks him down. And Low is just dishing out way too much damage. Second Aegis for him. Hurricane Pike completed. Gonna keep you back to the bottom lane. Continue to farm up. They've managed to only kill one tower in 35 minutes.
A lot of places to respond to, meaning if they're trying to push somewhere, Vici can be responded on, except for top that lost that tier 1 tower. But everything going really well for Yakutou. Now have a 14,000 net worth lead. Again, high ground's not going to be so simple when these heroes are alive for Vici. But the second they win a fight on Yakutou, they punish these buildings quickly.
Hydra's
May not
Breath.
have a chance to respond.
Yeah, he has enough gold to buy it. You said going for the high ground's not going to be the easiest thing. Playing against Ancient Apparition, Instant Hex from Lion, Toss Back, Sniper, of course. Could be very tricky. He's sending out the ulti to find out if they're doing Tormentor, maybe get a snipe kill.
Not quite gonna be it. Sniper holding this gold.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is he just gonna go? He's got Butterfly and Satanic, so maybe he's not thinking about finishing this Hydra's Breath in the moment.
I think they need that damage. I think he's probably thinking, do I need Hydra's Breath or do I need buyback? He can buy it in the base. He doesn't need to use the secret shop or anything. So once they approach, if he feels like there is an opportunity to buy it, he can bring it in. Maybe when they get the first jump. If they get a first jump with Pango and they don't connect onto him, he's going to buy it. Because I feel like if there's going to be a high ground push from Yakutou, he needs to have all the damage that he can dish out. You just can't really save up and try to go for maybe a bigger item. And it seems like this is going to be the case. 35-minute mark, double catapult wave. They're ready to go. Banner available. Kaka is holding
so
it.
hard. We've talked about teams being able to poke, especially when they've got this banner and they've got heavy building damage, and that's something that Low can do. They're safe with
Sniper
Kaka,
can
who's
reach
got this
this
shard.
Yeah, this is not a well-placed banner.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
3,200 gold now on this Sniper. Only needs 1450 to finish off the Hydra's Breath.
And his buyback is 1650.
So he's got the gold for both. As I say, with
Dire are
entire confidence in my math. Which makes me think, especially because his courier is at the secret shop,
Dire are scanning.
he was going to go for something else.
He swapped it up. Seeing that they're not pushing, decides to go for Butterfly. This is the biggest damage item that you can get on Sniper.
He sent the courier back.
Because this
with
hero
nothing
deals
yet.
damage. Yeah, it's agility. Your hero is dealing damage through headshot, which is 40% chance.
He's got to send this courier all the way to... Uh-oh. Does Treant know this is going to happen? Oh my god, he knows it's coming. He knows this courier's coming! They saw it. They got an eye on it, and it's... oh, no! What a huge brain moment.
It's nothing big. It was box courier. It wasn't...
I know, but now you can't put your courier anywhere if you're Sniper, right? Because they were pressuring top. Treant went back to block the bottom secret shop. You got to figure out how you're going to get this item.
You should be able to destroy secret shop. That's one of your ideas, Benjamin. This sounds
That's
like
a
you
smart
said
one.
this one.
Genius.
Yeah.
Not only are you handsome, but you're smart too. I already said that, but you know.
Bring back the side shop. Side shop was goated. Where you could buy phase boots in the side shop. Shadow Fiend, almost level 25. Not really, but you like to call it, even when they're level 23, that they're close to it. So Shadow Rays applies attack damage, and then you will pick up Swift Blink, Satanic, so you can heal off of all these things. Sniper, 5,000 gold on him. The game did slow down.
Where's Sniper's courier? Oh, here it is. It's on the left side of the map. It's right by the, above the shrine and to the left. It's looking to make that move into the secret shop. But heroes are still here. Uh-oh. Don't do that,
had
Tiny.
Yeah,
Don't do that,
Shiro had
Tiny.
to send him back.
Don't have the shield for your courier. Careful, courier. Careful, SpongeBob. Oh, courier. I'm keeping an eye.
It's go time.
There it goes with the haste. Okay. Oh, buy everything. Buy everything. Come back. He's got to make sure he can't give this up. So he will
And what?
get the butterfly.
You know the item is broken when Sniper is picking it up. As a right-click damage dealer, Conjurer's Catalyst. It works on Shrapnel. It's just so much damage. I can't believe that this item... First, when it was introduced, it was dealing insane amount of damage. We just win the game. Then we saw it yesterday after all these nerfs. That Queen of Pain, how much she can do with that item. Literally
That was
infinite
great.
damage. 25,000 damage in every single fight. And now, picked up on Sniper again.
Yeah. Does he hold for buyback now? Needs 1,400 more gold for buyback.
Dire are scanning.
That's the big thing. There's still... Wait a second. What? There's still multiple Tumblr's toys in this game? I did not notice that. Guess there's nothing else that's good enough.
There's a Cobalt Cup on Treant Protector.
Really nothing better, eh? But I guess the movement speed's good for Treant Protector. Vlad's for an Ancient Apparition. There it is. Not
Any
part
kind
of
of
the
damage.
normal
It's-
builds.
Yeah. XM does have enough gold to buy his Hydra's Breath. And
Now
there it
he's
is.
got-
He's gonna buy out with Vlad's,
Yeah.
with Solar Crest on him.
This is all in play now. If they die, that
If they
could just
win
be
one
it.
fight, if they win one fight on the high ground,
They're not
this
going-
game
they're
could also
leaving.
say, hey, well, screw the high ground.
I'm scared, dude. They're leaving the high ground. That's where I thought they had their biggest advantage.
Guys,
Roche is
base,
technically up soon. But your base...
they should know something is up. Immediately falling onto these observer wards on the high ground, plus a sentry, running and thinking, we're not gonna hear the Roshan roar if they're doing it, because we are the ones that
longest
did kill
respawn
it.
timer. Longest respawn timer now for Roche, 2.5 minutes away. In classic me fashion, I think we could see 60 minutes with the way that this game is kind of pacing out. Although
time
I
to
believe
bubble
and
it
don't
up.
believe that because
It's time to bubble it up. You did say there are some Tumblr's toys available, but they're still holding the GPMs. Cobalt Cup as well. 3 supports out of 4 can still get the bobble if they think this game's gonna go late.
I lift you up, Cobalt Cup. Oof. He's got options. He's got Enchanter's Bauble. But he's holding the Cobalt Cup. They smoked.
They're
it,
leaving
man.
the
This
base
is crazy.
again.
I'm so scared for this. Earthspike comes in, telekinesis. Ooh, no, Rubik. Gonna be caught for a second. They get the kill there on the Jinku. They're gonna look over as the BKB's gonna be popped by Bach. They've got themselves the lockdown on the Shiro for a second. The assassinate flies out, but doesn't get the kill quite yet. Setsu in their face. The right click's coming from XM, but Low's gonna be there. He's got the break, and now he's gonna avoid this. The Ice Blast's gonna fly out. It's gonna
Gotta
go over
get
Setsu. Setsu's in trouble. The right click comes in. They get the kill to the Ember Spear. Now they're gonna look over as they've got themselves the Tree Protector. They look
Setsu
for more.
with the buy.
Setsu in. They're all dying. XM's gone. Jingyu is dead, but XM gets the kill there. Requiem off to the side. Shiro's got a little bit of health left. The Remnant forward. They've got the Searing Chains. They'll get the kill out of the Tiny, and now they can rip up the rest. They'll take out Jinku. The buyback's going to be there from the Tiny, and they're going to heal up on Tiaming as they'll find the Earth Spike, telekinesising himself away, but not out of harm's way. They'll get the kill there, maybe get another one on Tiaming, but can't quite get it. Is a big trade, but one that favors the side of Yakutou more than Vici.
Oh, they bought back immediately on 2 of them. Buyback from Setsu, because he still had Remnant. Tian Ming, he was ready with the buyback. They blew him up instantly, but he comes back in, and after the BKBs were gone, Overgrowth, even though it does work through BKB, he's ready, and now he's holding on to double gems, so losing some of that vision might be able to hurt them more than they want to. 20 seconds until Roshan. Oh, he could pick it up. Tiny's pretty much the only hero who's alive for Radiant team.
That's what I'm thinking right now, because I'm a little worried for this team. They're going to buy back on this Timbersaw, but I'm worried for Yakutou because they're not going to push in this.
Oh,
and now
low.
Avalanche toss. Low's in trouble. Another toss comes out, but the 4-step back, he goes into the Silver Edge. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Manta Pop blinks away, and Low's going to be able to TP out just barely. That was a chance there. But again, I'm thinking, you know, they have this massive net worth lead, but the issue is that the buybacks committed could be a problem if they kill Setsu again.
They have more than enough tower damage. You have Tiny with AC, Solar Crest, Butterfly Sniper, like all of these things. The Sniper's going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Setsu, he purchased, he bought out. I see Hex available. They're going to need to take care of him. He might also maybe sell one of his items, Bottle, Spirit Vessel, and get A on this for himself, knowing that he doesn't have buyback available. Selling Spirit Vessel for 1.3k gold, sell Bottle for 300, and still sitting on 600-ish. But still need some extra bit of a gold to have that Aeon Disc available.
Another gem purchased by Bach. Roche has come down towards bottom. First two have gone the way of the dire side, who have a 24,000 net worth lead.
Zhang Yu, he wants to be able to farm this buyback very close to it. Needs another 100 gold. Level 25 as well. Extra bit of a damage from that Swashbuckle. Abyssal Blade, BKB. They can lock them down. All they want is Sniper. They want the supports, they want the Sniper, and then leave Tiny and Timbersaw for the rest. Aeon Disc on Treant Protector. He bought out, knowing that he used the buyback in the previous fight.
Tiny level 25 has access to 2 toss charges.
Setsu leading the charge. Finds Y.
Forward. And they get them. Box going to go into the back lines, trying to get a kill on a TMing, but his Aeon Disc is going to pop. EKB, Silver Edge break. They've got the Hex. They go to the finger. Can they get the control on Setsu? The Ice Blast is going to fly in. It's going to go across and hit on Nakaka. Setsu's still alive. The Remnant back and forth. He's still going to be able to get out of here. Just escapes. Meanwhile, they got XM. He's forced to buy back. So does Y. I cannot believe Setsu gets out of that one, but the Ice Blast doesn't hit him. He's aware it's flying in, and he avoids it. That's just what keeps him alive. Ice Blast on cooldown for another 20 seconds. Kaka blinks back. Bach, Timber Chain all the way across. Oh, the Yule's up into the air. The Requiem, the Hex. He is in trouble, and he bought back. Assassinate flies out, gets the kill there onto this Tree Protector, but they've got themselves the control. No, they'll get the kill on Jinku. They'll take the line. He's going to be dead without buyback, and now they're going to look over as they're trying to get the damage coming up from XM. Ice Blast flies across, gets 2. Low, as well as Yang Yu is dead. Buyback from both of them. They're going to try and get an XM. That should be able to finish it off. If they can get this kill, that would be it. Setsu in, XM in, thanks to the Shadow Blade. Oh, he doesn't have TP, though. He needs to find a place to hide.
There was a gem on the ground. Nobody picked it up. Nobody in this game does have buyback. They can hear Roshan roar. Tiny, he's ready to potentially maybe jump in, but it's a risky move. Knowing that he's playing against Hex Sniper, he's not there.
15 seconds till TP.
This is pretty much anyone's game to take. Low is going to be the one holding it. 2k gold on Setsu. His buyback coming off cooldown in 3 minutes. He's the one who bought back first. Him, Tiny, and Treant Protector.
And then Timbers a little bit later after that when they were pushing. But it is, again, opening up into anybody's game. 48 minutes in here. They have an Aegis on low. They have another banner to work with, but it's not easy to let that banner work when Sniper can just take it out.
It was not a well-placed banner in the first place. Anyway, it was on the high ground where Sniper can reach it from tier 4 towers. It can be slightly more lower on the ground. It's all about those catapults so that they don't die.
Sniper hits level 25, goes to the minus 30 seconds on the shrapnel charge restore time. That with the Conjurer's Catalyst. Ice Blast thrown towards top. That's just trying to push out the creep wave. Might actually hit onto TMing. Not that it'll matter. Nobody else is around that area. Ancient Apparition thinking Blink or Ghost Scepter. Again, I'm kind of wondering if a late game shard might be something to think about. You get
Level
them
20
post
is the big
BKBs.
one. Yeah, level 20 is the big one. Extra 4 seconds where you can easily shatter. Takes you out of the fight for the next 4 seconds, potentially. I could also see him maybe go for Refresher instead if he wants to keep the distance. For now, it is GPM. Sitting on 3k gold. Refresher does sound like a potential item that could change things around if you can throw in 2 of those. You need to farm another 2k gold, however. Still holding on to GPM. Didn't choose his tier 4 enchantment yet.
Again, it's crazy to me that Vici continue to take these fights outside of their own high ground. You'd think that they'd want to sit under their own high ground to try and keep themselves alive.
Oh man, Refresher on Ember Spirit. That's gonna be a lot of fire remnants roaming around.
And just the opportunity to have so much movement, utility, and damage for this team. And there is another Ice Blast. Going up north to the wave. And anything to keep these creep waves from pushing and hold them back. Sniper. Satanic faster than the previous relic. Sniper got to that level 25. We talked about his restore charge. 26 here for Timber Saw, as he took the Timber Chain range of projectile speed, which was very important in that last fight. To cut into a couple
To die,
of
yeah,
heroes.
to fly in
die, but
fast
he also
and
killed
die.
somebody.
I think they're ready. They're using this Shadow Fiend illusion to bait out AA ulti. This time around, Banner in a much better place. Not gonna be able to reach it, but also gotta be aware.
Keeps the catapults alive.
Yeah, Sniper, almost infinite shrapnel charges. Gonna use 2 of them. And kill Roshan's banner again. 200 gold for him.
Wants a Silver Edge. They have anybody that can catch Vision on him this time. They have a gem on the Tree Protector, but that's about it in terms of catching Vision on Sniper. He ends up getting away too easily. Age is going to expire in 30 seconds. So level 29 Shadow Fiend, 52 minutes in. Again, we could be seeing it. I hate to jump the gun and cope, but there is a chance we get to the 60-minute mark where surely they give away the Tumblr's toys, right? They've got greedy on them, so they just like the gold.
Lion committed. He did pick Keen-Eyed.
Keen-Eyed.
Yeah, wants to keep the distance. Could make a lot of difference. Both supports, they do have A on this, but nothing to really dispel them. And also these heroes don't really buy into way of dispelling things. 6,000 gold on Setsu. His buyback came off cooldown. Let's see what he decides to buy.
Can slot in.
He can eat the Ags.
Yeah.
Find another item. He can buy a refresher of his own.
Again, look at where they're trying to fight this, by the way. Not on their own high ground. They're feeling confident enough to take these fights from away from their base. Which, to me, gives the impression of, like, confidence, but also at the same time, like, that's your best advantage is on your own high ground. But obviously, you can't just sit there forever.
Oh, absolutely, you can. With with Sniper, you do not give a damn. Like, you're gonna play this game for as long as it takes. Like, you can get Aghanim Scepter, Moon Shard, Swift Links. Still a lot of ways to grow. Get MKB once you use your BKB. So, XM, he's ready to play for another 45 minutes.
They are grouped up, not smoked, but coming through the bottom end. Buybacks now available for Tiny, Timber, and Lion for the side of the Radiant. 26 seconds until Ancient Apparition has his available, but he's short on the gold. 23 seconds till the Sniper's got his. Ice Blast thrown top. He'll be on cooldown for a little bit, but these heroes on the Dire side are not pushing in. Still no Shard. So they were pointing out on the obs, and Shard's going to be there for low as they take on another Tormentor. SF's going to have his buyback up in 30 seconds. Everybody's getting their buybacks up in 30 seconds. We're getting to that point where everybody's scared. Rightfully so, with this game deciding the TI invite.
You guys, like, you can't make mistakes. I can't really blame them from not going for high ground, but now I would say Vici Gaming, they're in a good spot. If we could check Dota Plus to see what it has to say about this game.
I'm going to say 2080, it's going to say.
All right, it's going in their
Your
direction.
original odds reversed.
No, it dropped down to, I think, 18% or something, and now it's back up to 37. Sniper high ground.
Sniper high ground or Sniper in the triangle. You got to be careful again about this positioning. They continue to try and creep out and find them going to push a wave. That's exactly what they're looking for, but Sniper's on the low ground. He's away from his team, and that's a big issue. He's got himself the invisibility, but he's going to die so quickly. He found the entirety of the team. He was trying to position himself into a good spot. He's got buyback available. They're going to let the Timber die. He'll drop yet another gem, and the question is, do they push immediately,
They have
or are
to
they going
buy
to try
back
and wait for
immediately.
Roche? That was probably dictating whether or not they were going to buy back, and they buy back on this Sniper. But the chase, I don't know if it's going to be there, and it won't be without Timbersaw buying back, but they're going to be able to go back and get themselves an Aegis now that Roche is respawning.
That's an opportunity now. If they can find Sniper again, they don't have enough damage to win this game, so he needs to be super careful. Playing alone, having these multiple gems, both supports holding onto gem, Zhang Yu as well holding onto one gem on top of it. And this is the first time that I'm seeing 3 heroes holding a gem on the same team.
Fool us once.
No BKB available on
That
him.
is it.
Thrown out of the
Tiny.
base.
And he's going to be caught. He's going to try and run back. They got the break on him. They'll go to the BKB. They're going to try and keep up with this Tiny, and they will get the kill on Ashiro. The damage just too much for them to handle, and down goes the tier 3 on the high ground. They're still holding buyback on Timbersaw. They're still holding buyback on Tiny. But at the end of the day, Sniper's your damage, and he's the one who needs to stay alive.
Kaka blinked in. A on disc. He's out.
Shrapnel's continuing to pour down as they look to take out the melee racks, but they'll glyph it up. Shivas was used, but no jump in from Setsu. Another shrapnel placed down and assassinate thrown over at low.
All right, how's this a thing? Like, what is this abomination? Like, infinite shrapnels with Conjurer's Catalyst. Like, you can't get close. It's way too much slow. Didn't get the buyback out of Timbersaw.
Bringing forward, they want to go.
Zhang Yu, he wants in.
Rolling Thunder, they threw it. The Ice Blast coming in. It's just trying to push them off so they can get themselves the melee racks, but now it's Ice Blast that's going to hit both this Shadow Fiend as well as the Ember, so they're not going to commit any further than just taking the melee racks and opening up their first lane top. They did
It's
not
Roshan
buy
time.
back on the Timbersaw, and they didn't buy back on the Tiny, but they are going to get an Aegis on the Dire side.
I see overwhelming blink on Pango. I'd also be okay if he picks up a refresher, just so to use one ulti so they can siege. Find the backlines. They have no ways of dealing with him. No BKB piercing abilities, so he can cut into backlines, roll for good 10 seconds. Sure, you're gonna get peeped, but you also have relatively high armor. And then maybe play from there. Try to get something done. Low with another Roshan, with another Aegis.
Truth be told, they are really making high ground not look as hard as I thought it was going to be.
58 minutes. Minute and a half until tier 5 neutral items. I love this build on Setsu as well. Picking up Nullifier, knowing that he can be the one closing the gap. Find this Lion. Jin Q, Force Staff, Ghost Scepter available. I think he had Aeon Disc queued up at one point. Maybe even had a component, and then he sold it because he understood that, well, it's just going to get nullified. These items are also going to get nullified, but at least you can use Force Staff on your allies, Maybe against Pango, he can still nullify you. So you'll get the value out of it.
Multiple times they went close to that shrine to try and maybe take it, but they did not commit to it on Vici, so that shrine still stands top, and that could be a difference for a bit of experience for these supports that they might want. Not that they're anywhere close to anything that's going to make massive impact. Maybe the Lions 20 would have been good with the 3 Earth Spikes. But not quite getting there.
Opposite reward placed by Y, and they also place
Avalanche.
one.
There's 3 heroes here. This is a dangerous move. Ice Blast flies in. Shiro's going to be in trouble. He already is half health. Gets up out of the high ground. The Remnant forward. They're going to try and get the kill out of the Lion. Now they'll move for more. He can be being popped by Shiro. They're going into the base. Rolling Thunder is used. Jinkyu's dead. He's got buyback. Shiro gets out.
Both of these teams, they know this is the type of award that you need to place. You need to have this vision, knowing that they're going to go and try to find these tier 5 neutral items immediately, playing on the other side of the map.
And this popped on the Tree Protector. And now they're, yeah, like you said, Mad Stones. That's the move. Thing is, Shadow Fiend, he's setting up. He knows that they're going to want to go out a little bit further from their base, and he might be able to cut them off. It's also taking these potential Mad Stones away from them, but Timbersaw, he's going all the way to the top part of the map. You need a place to kind of find some Mad Stones, but the vision is there for the Dire side, so let's see how they move around the map. Because we've seen this before where one hero is the only one who's able to go out there and get themselves these Mad Stones, and it's a big issue when it's all tier 5s for the side of one team and not for the other. Stygian Desolator for low is going to make him hit even harder. Goes from a 16-wheeler to an 18-wheeler.
I think this is time. You have triple catapult, and Deso, fleet-footed. Try to get a couple of right clicks in. Timbersaw on the other side, collecting the Mad Stones for his team.
It's the Zoom Bloodright.
Banner has been planted every single time. It is closer to the Dire base. What if, like, game lasts for 5 hours? Or let's do 3 hours. And then you can place Banner at your tier 1 tower. And the creeps are never gonna die.
Timber's still trying to get these Mad Stones for his team. But they will lose the mid-set of racks.
Are you even listening, Benjamin? This is the greatest idea
I like
that
your
I've
ideas.
ever had.
But slowly but surely, you're still becoming more like me. And I don't know if you want me to say this is a great idea or not. I can't ruin your reputation.
They're
Rolling Thunder in and Rolling Thunder out. Zoom Bloodright for Jinkyu this time. Sniper. He's got access to Minotaur Horn, Fallen Sky, Harmonizer, Divine Regalia, and Conjurer's Catalyst. And he will go to that Divine Regalia with the Evolved Primary Attribute plus 40.
It's a lot of attack speed. It's a lot of damage as well. 5,000 gold. Silver Edge and Disperser queued up. I mean, if he wants to go all in, Divine Rapier is also on the deck.
Buyback in a minute 30 for Sniper.
Blade Mail on Setsu. Post 60-minute Blade Mail.
I like it. I really like it. Blade Mail for Timber. Oh, man. Tiny didn't get his Mad Stones, by the way. They're actually blocking the camp they threw the shrapnel on, so they can't even get that one from the base.
Another Rolling Thunder in 7 seconds. Once he has that, they're going to go in. Look at Rubik. I love this from Kaka. Rift, Shadow Prism, creating the illusion, potentially trying to take the bait, maybe providing some vision on the high ground.
What I really like is that they know that Vici's stuck in their base, and the closest camps that are nearby the Vici base have been blocked, so they can't have easy access to Mad Stones. Knowing that these heroes don't have everything needed to get them on Ancient Apparition and on Tiny, they've made sure that these camps are blocked, so it's harder for them, and if they want to get their tier 5s, they have to commit out of the base.
Sneaky move. Let's see if they're going to realize, if they're going to bring out the gem. They lost gems throughout the whole game. They're still holding on to
10 gems.
Couple. Yeah, there's 2 gems right now on Yakutou, and there's 1 gem on the ground.
There's a gem, yeah, gem in the base. Oh, God. Is there a gem on... Yeah, there's a gem on Timber, gem in the base, gem on Pango, gem on Rubik, It's a lot. So fleet-footed Stygian Desolator for Shiro. I'm not certain this is gonna be enough.
He found a way to deliver the item. Eagle Song ready. His buyback's pretty expensive. Almost 3,000 gold on Sniper. So can't commit yet to buy Disperser fully. It's a Dispel. If he gets on Jump by Treant Protector, it's his movement speed in the late game low with double damage. He's ready to go.
Fallen Sky to follow it up. XM's dead. He's got buyback, and you know he's going to need to use it. The Overgrowth comes in. They get the kill on the Ancient Apparition, who also has himself the buyback. The Bashes, the Blade Mail not doing enough, but the Ice Blast is flying in. Low's going to be in trouble. They get the kill there on a Low. They take the Shadow Fiend. The damage was there. Everybody got the kill. They'll go to the Harpoon. They get the kill there on a TMing. They want Jiang Yu. The chase is on. The Ice Blast came through and did enough work. Avalanche, they found this Rubik. He's got the Aeon Disc, but the Earth Spike following it up from the Lion. Another toss into the air, and there's a finger kill. Only the third stack for Jinkyu, but an important one at that.
He
Ice
landed
Blast
a
flew over and
four-man
Low.
Earth
Oh.
Spike in that fight. It was beauty. Low, they killed 2 of them, so no buybacks available again on XM. He's the one to be taken out. His Divine Regalia doesn't do anything anymore.
That is true. Quickly fallen. But all he needs is 4 more minutes, and then he can get something else. Hey, they do take buildings pretty quickly, but you gotta commit to them, because Treant Protector will stop you from getting them. There's a minute without Shadow Fiend. I highly doubt he buys back.
AA Alti's flying.
This is what we've
It's
talked
gonna
about, this
connect.
combination
Yeah, we've
of
seen
just
it.
having Ice Blast into some sort of Assassinate Avalanche toss where you clean up these heroes.
It's more of a zoning tool rather than the damage or a kill threat, because they know that they're gonna go back. Tango,
bought the
gonna roll
shard.
out.
You finally bought the shard in the Ancient Apparition. XM trying to farm. Get something going. 30 seconds without this Shadow Fiend.
Another AA Alti flying out.
For the first... Bought. Oh, bought. Ice Blast? Cold Feet? Do they want to follow this up? Do they force a buyback in any way? No, they actually go to the Hex. Tiny, he's the one who needs to be a little bit careful. Tiny bought out a complete Ag's Blessing. Is that what's going through on the courier? That's what came to him. Yeah, holy hell. It's a full Ag's Blessing. Rubik. He's going to have Hex. And he's got the Daedalus, he's got the Stygian Desolator in the right spot with the right trees. He could clean up some heroes with this tree volley.
2.5 minutes. Sniper doesn't have a neutral item
Oh,
yet.
no.
Nothing.
They still have so much vision in this bottom lane. Nothing that they've taken care of on the side of the Radiant. Ancient Apparition needs to sit far back. He was the one who bought back in the previous fight, and he just needs to get an Ice Blast off. Other than that, I really don't think he needs to be doing as much.
He would definitely love to be level 25. Maybe he has Hex in his quick buy, but I'm also totally fine if he picks up a refresher. Another Roshan. Let's see where this banner can be planted now.
You're really on this. Ice Blast on a 3, but it won't matter.
I guess it doesn't go higher than 1200. That's at least what's written on the item.
Who's picking up this banner?
All right, let me just double check that.
Writing that down, typing it in. Oh, Shadow Fiend picked up the banner. And now it's 1200. It should get bigger. I agree. You know what? I'm in. Banner in the base. No, it's got to be killable. You know, I can't agree with that. I'm stupid, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I can't
capped at
commit to that idea.
1200. So from 650 to 600, 900, and 1200 and 740.
Vici doing this again, man, where they're not going to fight in their own high ground. They don't have Sniper by them, but they don't have a Pango anymore. Buyback used immediately. Telekinesis comes through into the Lion, and he's going to be one shot. Where's the sniper for your damage? Lion buys back. They're going to try and get Shiro out. XM hitting the right clicks onto Setsu. He's going to have to be forced to remnant away. TP out, and the only one who dies was Jinkyu on their side and Bang on the other, and they both bought back.
Still doable. Pango, he needs to be careful. That's a lot of net worth that is down the drain. Like, I don't know if he's going to be even able to farm his buyback for the next fight, depending how things are going to go. He ate the Aghanim Scepter, and let's see what else he's bringing on the courier. It's going to be A on disc, so everybody is going to have A on disc. Somebody might need to pick up a way to dispel these things. I want to see maybe Nullifier on Timbersaw. Blade Melt, it's doing a lot.
Queued up at some point.
Yeah, I think you have to, so you can kill these heroes. Everybody has an A on disc. There's going to be 4 of them. There's Force Staff. There is Wind Waker available on Treant now. I think he might need to pick it up.
Another save for the Dire side with this Wind Waker. Telekinesis save, Aeon discs. They have the Wind Waker.
XM's ready to go. Needs to farm 20
Gotta get these 20 man stones.
2 out of 20. Let's go.
Does anybody on the Dire side want to replace anything too? We have Harmonizer on Setsu. That one's good. The only one who really needs a replacement is Sniper, and I don't know how it's going to take forever for him to get out there and get this. He's only got 4 out of 20 now.
Sniper, his abilities, his presence is keeping them in this game alone. 4 out of 20.
How many
Sniper.
times have we seen XM do this?
Yeah, he needs more
clock
Mad
game.
Stones so that he can blaze them from the distance.
Trying
Look
to
at the
have a
banner.
legacy game.
And
Sniper,
then get out.
we need you in the bottom lane. Need you to get this banner.
Catapults are doing it. Slow and painful death.
Oh, God. They're going to be able to do it, aren't they?
2 minutes.
Oh, my gosh. This is so stupid. Oh, they're still in the range of the high ground. Oh, no.
It needs to be bigger, I'm telling you. Make
This
it
is
level
fine.
5. They're in.
Oh,
They
instead of
want the
coming in
megas.
low, trying to get the damage, but he's soaking it up a lot on Bach. Low's actually sitting low. The Ice Blast is going to fly across and hit on the low. Do they have a chance to get the Ice Blast? They get the Aegis. That was quick. They got an Aegis very fast. They're going to go and get this
XM
banner now.
Trying to get the banner. They do get
Minotaur
it.
Horn, BKBs, getting out of this. Timber, he's caught, he's broken, he's hexed, he's in trouble, he's dead. He's got buyback.
Right,
Gem
wait it-
again on the deck.
Wait it out. Go for the next banner. No, I think they need to try to get out buyback out of Timbersaw. Problem is this Ancient Apparition ulti, it's doing so much. Like, you get clipped by it, you're out of the fight for a really long time. This is also timeless, so debuff duration increased by 15%.
We had the bauble game recently. Is this the banner game?
18-second
keep
duration on the Frostbitten.
This
is pretty
Never
massive.
mind, I'm
Like,
not going to say it. He's
20
getting close to 25.
Let's see. He's not getting close to 25. Not even remotely. This guy doesn't even leave the base. Can't leave the base ever. I'm really glad that he swapped. He did swap. He is getting the refresher. Hex is good. It's one of the best items in Dota, period.
But a refresher is better.
A refresher in this situation, definitely better.
He needs to just buy it, I think.
Now, don't leave the base. You don't have to get close.
Did Sniper get any more Mad Stones? He got 4 more. He got 8 out of 20 now. Oh my god. Disgraced regalia. That's what my dad called me in a Little League, because I kept striking out.
What, little reg?
Disgraced. Divine Rapier picked up here for Shadow Fiend. We saw him one-shot the Lion.
Audacious
Things
available.
can happen again.
Let's see. I mean, fleet-footed is fine. He is very speedy, swapping things around. Divine Rapier, Hurricane Pike in backpack. But if you give this Divine Rapier to Sniper, who can slot out Shadow Blade, maybe buy Moon Shard, it's a lot of copium. But definitely doable.
TMing just going to block the camps. They saw it that time, though. Are they going to try and... No. Okay, TMing left. I was going to say, that's crazy if he stays. Rubik level 28. Meanwhile, Ancient Apparition level 23. Treant also level 28. The experience difference is crazy. It's 14 levels difference.
Yeah, imagine if they had Overgrowth Undispellable, level 25 talent that was in the game up until 2023.
Jeez.
Two of those.
This seems pretty
underwhelming.
underwhelming.
If you ask me... What? Go ahead.
Minus 3 seconds Leech Seed or Undispellable Overgrowth. Like, that's such a crazy change. It's a huge difference. Ooh, Sniper. He got it. He has options.
He has another one.
Regalia? Or is he going to go Stygian this time? Or keep the Disgraced Regalia? Just switch up the enchantment.
I didn't even know that was an option.
Audacious Stygian Desolator. This is to go to TI. We are 75 minutes in. There's the refresher orb for the Ancient Apparition.
Hell yeah, this is it. This is the fight. Next Roshan may respawn in 25 seconds. Seems like they're running out of ideas how to close out this game.
They're trying Divine Rapier now. If Low dies, that's it. Like, not it, but that he wouldn't have the Divine anymore. At least the good part about the Regalia is it stays in your inventory. $50K down. There has never been a lead here for Vici. Could you guess the percentages? I took a look. What would you think they were at?
I would give them 25% on Vici.
Put it on the board. 19.
19. Okay.
Kind of close and crazy. I can't believe it.
Amplified damage. Low is pinging it out. Divine Rapier.
That's so much damage for this Shadow Fiend. They know where they are. They have the obs right there. Shadow Fiend now hitting 187 plus 703. And he's going to bottle up that amplified damage, putting the Hurricane Pike and the Silver Edge in his backpack. They've got the scan. They know where they're at. The Remnant forward, the Sleight of Fist. The Earth Spike's not going to land. Rolling Thunder, thinking about it. XM's not in the base. He needs to get out of here. The Fallen Sky. Oh, the Abyssal Blade. XM, he needs help. He's dead. He's gone. Luckily, this time he didn't take the Divine Regalia, but another Rolling Thunder coming through. Box in trouble. Fallen Sky again. He'll explode. Overgrowth in. Telekinesis locking him up. They'll get the kill onto him as well. They both have buybacks. But inside the base, this is going to be the Pangolier. Lion's going to die. All these heroes have buybacks, and they're going to look for the Assassinate, the Avalanche, and toss up into the air. Can they get the kill onto the Pangolier? Yes, they can. No, the damage. Oh, the swashbuckle away. He survives. Shrapnel down on the ground, but not far enough out that they can see this Pangolier.
And he's eating the big lotuses. He's going to heal up. 3 of those given to him. We'll go back to full HP almost. Roshan available in the bottom lane. Getting the buyback out of XM. This is big. Another blade mail for Setsu. Setsu just purchased a second blade mail, it seems. He sold it, and now he has it again.
By the way, Treant Protector, he was the one who ate the Savory Shield. He's got this extra... Oh, this Ice Blast might do it. Oh, I thought maybe they'd be able to steal at least killing the Roche. I know they weren't getting anything else out of that. I got a little excited, but just saying. Now Tiny, have we seen the tree volley? We haven't really seen him use it.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen him use it just now in the mid lane. It was dealing good amount of damage. Divine Rapier.
He needs a better spot to be, because if the last set of racks is bottom, why not let them come high ground and use it from a distance, right?
Yeah, he needs to be in the spot where he is right now. Otherwise, it's very difficult to use it. You can't really reach. There aren't many trees inside of the base. And he is parked in a nice position. Observer ward on the high ground.
Remember, didn't buy back 10 seconds left.
SF is in.
Hex. There's the tree volley.
He got
Aegis
him. He got Kaka.
from half health. Ice Blast is going to fly in. Shiro's going to pop the BKB. They got the kill in a low, and now they're going to try and get the kill here onto the Tree Protector. The Ice Blast flies in, lands onto 2. It's also going to freeze over Setsu. Setsu needs to get away
in
low.
trouble.
He's in a lot of
He's
trouble.
gonna
He's
die.
the Divine Rapier. He's going to die. The Rapier's going to be on the deck. They've got themselves a chance. They have a chance. Don't tell me the odds. Because they just got a Divine Rapier. And they took out low
What the fuck is
twice.
going on, dude? This Tiny got 1,700 gold from Kaka, forcing out the buyback from him immediately, and also deleting Shadowfin, the Aegis, and then ALT. It does connect. And once you get Frostbitten, your Satanic doesn't work, and you don't feel comfortable coming into the fight. Another Divine Rapier queued up for him.
The
Sniper
ultimate
now.
late game hero, Ancient
Yes.
Apparition.
Sniper as well. He finally has his Divine Rapier, has Aghanim Scepter, Blessing flying out to him. Buybacks already used, 80 minutes.
The thing about being a good high ground holding team is you then have to go and eventually cross the game and go high ground on the other side.
And I love that.
For Kaka, by the way.
I love that Bach picked up Nullifier. This is the game-changing item because of all the Aeon Disc, Ghost Scepters, Force Staff, all these annoying things, mostly to counter Aeon Disc completely. AA Blast,
Blast
flying out.
in. That's going to be on 2. They're going to jump forward. Bach. He's trying to get the kill. The Tree Volley, but it's going to be off the mark. Now they've got the Hex. It's onto the Tiny. He's going to have to be careful because he's got a Divine Rapier. They go to the Fallen Sky. They've got the Overgrowth. They have the control. It's going to be on Shiro. He pops that BKB, but the bashes are a problem. He needs to run away. Another Overgrowth comes in, but that's only going to lock up
Aeon
Bach.
Disc procced.
They all get away. One thing that's really helping Vici that they're fortunate about is they're 80 minutes into this game, and it's not mega creeps.
If you were playing against Megas, I think this game is completely different, but they were unable to get Megas in this game, and they're going to keep struggling to get Megas. All right, what's the play? I think you need to find a way how to maybe cut down some of these trees in the base, because it is an issue. He also sold his Mantis Towel some time ago. It wasn't a good purchase. Anyway, I think Satanic is still a better version of it. Maybe he thought I need an earlier item that's gonna get me throughout the game, but now Satanic, he still has double the spell against 2 of these ultis from Treant Protector.
Ancient Apparition, by the way, did finally get to level 25. Life is good for an AA enjoyer.
Octarine Core next. I love that one. This is something that he did have. 25% cooldown reduction and a casual Chasm Stone. Bigger AoE. Extra 40 AoE can definitely make a difference.
Back again on the Mad Stones. Have your choice. What do you want to change out? Oh my god, my brain is melting. Replace. That's the word I'm looking for. Oh my god. They have double Fallen Sky. Tree Volley, Rolling Thunder, Fallen Sky coming in, Assassinate, lands on a Zhang Yu. Ooh, Rolling Thunder hits him on the Timber Chain out, but they really just cannot commit. Ice Blast is yet to be used. Wise waiting for his moment to get a little bit of lockdown and maybe get an Ice Blast to hit.
I don't think they can go and push the high ground anymore. You have Sniper with Divine Rapier fully 6 slotted.
They tried to go up on the high ground with amplified damage on that SF and a Divine Rapier. Now they don't have either of those things. Although he bought another Divine. He just bought...
There's
okay,
another
you know what?
Divine.
Stop. I was in the middle of my sentence, Lo. That's not cool. Still 2674 is crazy. Like, I would almost have this as a 50-50 at this point.
Yeah, their chances are getting higher and higher on Vici Gaming to win this game.
If they can last another minute 50, which I probably think they will, because Dire, I don't expect them to push the high ground without an Aegis. And that's not up for another 2.5 minutes. I expect at that point, Sniper will have his buyback back. Closing in on 85 minutes. We've had a couple of these, Lacoste, where we've had 65, 75, 85 minutes. And XM seems to be involved in them a lot.
Gee, I wonder why. I really can't tell. Kind of hard to find the pattern.
For TI, for a chance to play in front of the home crowd in Shanghai. Looking to grab China's first Aegis since 2016. That's 10 years ago. Both these teams would love an honor and a chance. Buyback starting to funnel in. 45 seconds till Sniper has his. Lion doesn't have his for 2 minutes.
Buybacks on Vici Gaming are so much more valuable. There's always, they're finding a way to find some kind of way to come back into the game, make sure that, some kind of a sneaky move with keeping in couriers back in the days. This time, I don't feel like there is that type of a play for Yakutou Bros to find a way back into the game.
It's such a weird position to be in. It's another one of those positions where the team that has the lead can't win the game. We saw, which game was it where they had a 26,000 net worth lead and lost? That was this qualifier, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
It's like yesterday or 2 days ago. The brain is not functioning on all cylinders outside of focusing on this game.
They're ready. This is the move.
push.
They
They
tried
want it.
5 times through the bottom lane. Now they're
They'll
running
never
out of
expect
ideas.
this.
Yeah, well, yeah. Somebody says, well, they got to do something differently because the idea is just not working anymore. Scan. Scanning to see if Timbersaw is on the high ground. This is what it came down to. Bach. Let's have that nullifier. Ready to remove all of these annoying things so they can deal the damage.
The tree volley, one tree misses. Could have killed him. You never know. That one tree. Oh, gosh.
I think we're stuck. I actually think we're stuck.
It's a draw, guys. You're both going to TI. Ice Blast. Ooh. Earth Spike hit too. Nullifier. Out of the Rubik. They go to the figure. They killed Woe. Another Divine Rapier on the deck. They killed him instantly. They're pinging it. Somebody's got to have space. Who wants it? Timber wants it. All my cores have Divine Rapier. Don't look at me sideways.
Suffering from success. It's going to be Magic Rapier for him, Spell Amp. Man, Sheriff has not been dealing damage in the last, 25 minutes. I feel like he's been dying, but he hasn't really been dealing the damage. They tried. I think they're in a spot. Maybe we can check Dota Plus. I think right now, it might be actually 50-50. Still the highest damage in the game. Problem is, he hasn't been dealing much recently.
Yeah. This game has a lot of Divine Rapiers, very reminiscent. I don't know if you remember the game, but in 2021, LGD played Aster, and they had multiple Divine Rapiers on a Monkey King. He had 3 in his pocket, went in, dropped them over mid, and then it went the other way, and the game was over in a heartbeat, where it looked like the team with the Rapiers were going to win. I'm wondering, are we going to see a similar situation? Do they even have that option available to them? What was the net worth lead? It was, what, 60,000? Some crazy or ridiculous number. It was
doesn't matter.
55,000 and now it's 23. Obviously, yeah, the net worth doesn't matter. Just like whose line is it anyway? The points don't matter. But man, oh man, is this one just sinking the other way.
I'm telling you, it's because of this goddamn banner that hasn't been upgraded. It's the 1200 AoE. This was the, 5th, 6th banner? If it kept increasing by 300, they would have been able to kill the base, get the megas.
At this point, they might be competing for a slot in TI 2027.
It's probably toilet break or something that they're saying right now. It's
it's
been an hour and a half. We might need to use one as well.
You got to play it where it lies. I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
They're not.
Let me go to my translate here. Boop, 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 boop. Camera. What does that say? Headphones.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna call
probably
it.
ran out of battery.
The younger squad is gonna win this game. Whoever has younger players, they have better bladders. They're gonna be able to sustain themselves through this game.
Another Divine Rapier, this time for Setsu. I'm wondering who the older guys are, because you would be concerned. You'd say, oh, it's probably the guys who started Dota earlier, but that would be what we talked about with XXS, right? Started at 15, he's still only like 26. You don't actually know. Ooh, Setsu's in. Side of Fist Searing Chains goes to the Old Fire, trying to get the kill into the Ancient Apparition, the biggest piece of their combination to get this game in their hands. And by taking out this AA, it gives them a shot. Another gem is laid down on the ground, but picked up by Lion.
Setsu, he had enough. Purchased the Divine Rapier. Use
Shiro, he's by
Refresher.
himself.
He can come back again. Opening up the slot.
Blink in. Volley. 1, 2. Aeon Disc. Rolling Thunder coming out from Jiang Yu. Assassinate lands on Akaka. They're going to go the other way. Setsu driving in. Timber Chain across the bow of this Rubik, but they'll look to get the kill here. Maybe get an Aegis out of Shiro. They're going to drop it. He's going to be dead. He dropped the Divine Rapier on the ground, but nobody's able to pick it up with the Ice Blast flying through. That's going to land on a Setsu, who's got his own Divine Rapier. But Divine was not picked up by anybody else. They lost this Tiny and Ancient Apparition. They bought back on both, and so did the Treant Protector.
Okay, change of mind. Now it's time to go. And I think all in Ancient Apparition. Probably he's sitting inside the base.
Yeah,
So
he's
I
not
don't think
going
they're
on
gonna
anymore.
have. Yeah, until his buyback is back online, I think he's just going to be sitting outside of the base. But they also might need his Hex. If he wanted to play from outside of the base, he could have gotten Octarine Core and then lowered the cooldown by 25%.
Your biggest issue with Ancient Apparition sitting in the base and these fights taking place further away is it's harder to angle your Ice Blast to make sure that it hits. That's a big issue that they have to deal with, because if they don't land these Ice Blasts, that's what's been giving them the advantage. Now we're 90 minutes in, and you got to start to wonder what these heroes want and where they're going to settle and where they're going to try and fight.
Radiant's
Range Barracks, they're doing it. Banner, I believe, is still available. Yeah, on Treant Protector needs to
Fallen
plant
Sky.
it if they're going in. That's one.
They want the Megas. They go to the Tree Volley. They got the damage. Setsu low! Oh, no! 3 heroes dead in a heartbeat. They were there, and then they weren't. Vici, a bunch of magicians. They got that kill on everybody. A full team wipe for Vici. They might have booked the ticket with that one. Setsu dropped a Divine Rapier.
look
It's
at the
under his
barracks.
remnant. They don't even see it, and the racks are so close to dying, but this is the melee rack, so they'll start to heal up. There's a gem and a Divine Rapier under this remnant that nobody's picking up.
For the first time, I believe, in this game, it's going to be Vici Gaming
With a
trying
net worth
to
lead.
kill Roshan and their own banner. 91 minutes. They just exploded. They were gone. Very nice play coming out from Jinkyu with that level 25 talent. We're going to see it again, where he finds the opportunity,
Oh, that Earth
stuns all
Spike.
4 of them.
What a play. Jinkyu has always been that guy. He's him.
He's been clutch. He's always been clutch. We saw him in these qualifiers where he yesterday almost carried the game with the Wind Ranger with some really sick shackles.
They're not even going to care about this Divine Rapier that's on the ground. Ancient Apparition doesn't want to be involved. He doesn't have that buyback. He's going to sit back. He's got 2 Ice Blasts in 10 seconds.
Banner is down. They are ready to clean up the barracks.
This banner, what range it's got? They're going to go
Only
tier
1200.
4s.
They need to buy back. Setsu.
SF's
is
not
gonna
going to
be
buy
the
back.
first one.
He doesn't have a Divine Rapier anymore. It's still sitting bottom. Tier 4s are in trouble. Sniper can do it from a
XM,
distance. This
he's
Ice Blast
doing
is
it from the
flying in.
distance.
They need to be careful. They're going to have another Ice Blast coming in just a second because they're going to be able to refresh it. That's exactly what he's done. Earth Spike comes down. The right click's coming out on Jiang Yu. And now they look over. Jinkyu in trouble. Dead. Buys back
They're going
immediately.
for the
Low trying
throne.
to do the
Left.
damage. They're going for the throne. Trying to get themselves a ticket to TI. TI 2026 is in the balance. As XM's going to get the kill here out of the Pengo here. They're going to look over. Low's got the right with the Aghanim Scepter. But XM's going to be nullified. Setsu's in on him. The damage coming up
He's
from low.
peeping. They're
He
going for the throne.
explodes. He's got
Shiro
buyback. The throne.
needs 2
The
more
throne.
hits.
You got to defend the
He
throne.
got it.
No. Oh, Vici!
I
down
can't believe they've done it.
55,000! Look at how excited they are. There was no business they came back in this game, but they said, don't tell me the odds. I cannot believe it. 93 minutes in, it's all smiles as they bring this one back and are going to TI in Shanghai.
Oh man, this has to feel bad for Yakutou Bros. They could feel the victory. They were so close to it. Try to do it for a really long time. And then Jinkyu says, you know what? Screw you guys. We're going to go to TI because I'm going to land a 4-man Impale, 4-man Earth Spike, and just make sure that everybody else, it connects. And it comes down to the banner again. They could have killed the creeps while Sniper's peeping from the distance. Very good decision-making from Vici Gaming, understanding that they can all in the throne. All they have to do is force a glyph, and you can feel they did not have damage. They did not have the damage to kill the barracks. They did not have the damage to even go in and take the fights anymore.
The fact that they were able to successfully kill XM multiple times and leave him without buyback, but Vici with the wherewithal, with the play that made sure that, yes, he didn't have buyback, but they made sure he didn't die without buyback ever again. He may not have had it, but they made sure to keep him alive. And the way that they played around him not having buyback was immaculate. It was really insane what they were able to accomplish. And these Ice Blasts are on point. Ancient Apparition, what a late game hero this ended up being, and it's shown to be clutch for them multiple times.
And these refreshers, you get hit in the late game by one Ancient Apparition ulti, you're gone. Nothing matters. They killed Roshan 6-7 times, stopped counting, couldn't even finish off the game. I think there was a time in game where they needed to all in the barracks. They needed to have mega creeps because this game is completely different if you're playing against megas, because your lanes are always going to be in a good position. You can plant the banner with the catapults. Eventually, the buildings are going to die. With the BKBs, like Rolling Thunder in the backlines, there's always a play to have, but it never came down to that. Vici Gaming did a very good job protecting their barracks and not allowing them to get megas.
Crazy how long they held without them getting megas. They don't even get the megas in the end of the game. Nobody needed megas to get this game back. There's so many spots where the Earth Spikes are so clutch. The movement from Jinkyu, he has had so many clutch moments throughout the years, and none bigger than that Earth Spike right there on 4 heroes that ended up setting up the end of this game. You see, an initial, the immediate second that Ice Blast tips anybody, they have to go back. It is insane how impactful these supports were after having nothing for the first 45 minutes of the game.
I think also we're going to be seeing this clip from Jinkyu, probably on Reddit for a good reason. This is the play that got them to TI this year. And XM on his signature sniper, 24-pick sniper. Look at him yelling, I got all of them for a good reason. And then the final push, the final blow that they're going to be able to do to Yakutou Bros. Relatively early glyph. It's not enough. You get hit by that Ice Blast, you're stunned, you're getting peeped, and I love the 3 Wally, and then he realizes, I don't need to kill the heroes anymore. All I have to do is go for the throne.
He gets the throne, they get the victory, and I mean, you saw it in the webcams. They were so excited. This game, 90 minutes, just an absurdity of game where I thought it was over. XM had the disgrace regalia. He had died a bunch of times. He's 11-8-13. It's not like he has the best stat line ever. I mean, nobody really does, but it's not about the stat lines. It's about what happened in the game and how they were able to execute around him not having buyback. And Shiro, for a long time, it felt as though this Tiny was not having impact. And when he got that Aghanims, when he ate that, all of a sudden these tree volleys, where they were playing and where they were fighting, was exactly what they needed.
Yeah, the hero damage numbers are super low. It's for such a long game. Like, you see Pango dealing only 35,000 damage. Lion has sub 10k, so does Treant Protector. But yeah, I gotta agree with Shiro, the way that he kind of realized what needs to be done in the super late game. His positioning, that high ground push from Yakutou Bros, what kind of set the tempo of the game in which direction it's going to go. He found a really nice spot for himself with the trees, and then finds a volley, kills 2 of them instantly, and then after that, it looked like relatively easy peasy.
Yeah, it was at the end of that easy peasy, but man, to get to that point, it was not. It was a lot of time spent just trying their hardest to hold on. But I mean, it was a long bracket for them to get through all the way to this, and it was just a tough one overall. I mean, Vici, what else is there to say, Lacoste? They show that
it's very resilient team. I mean, we had some like crazy games. Like their road to this has also been amazing in terms of them beating Great Track and then losing to Yakutou Bros, and also having some crazy games in the lower bracket, especially yesterday against Team Refuser, showing their resilience, and now in this game 3, in this 90-plus minute game, getting qualified to TI. Just crazy stuff. And I want to see this team do well at TI because of what just happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of doubt from the Chinese region. I feel like outward of the Chinese region, and the 2 teams that have qualified for TI coming out of this region, I have a lot of faith in, especially after Vici and that performance right there, how excited they look. No net worth deficit is going to be a door closer against this team. We'll be seeing them in Shanghai, and we'll be seeing you guys later, because that's the end of the Chinese qualifiers. There's plenty of more qualifiers coming throughout the week. We'll see you then for the rest of the TI quals.